The rain never stops on nights like this, nights when the shadows breathe a little heavier, when the floorboards creak in empty rooms, and when something cold wraps itself around your spine and refuses to let go. You felt it too, didn't you? That's why you're here. Welcome to 8 hours of true horror stories, curated for the darkest, quietest, most unsettling hours of the night. Tonight, we go inside the rooms where haunted dolls blink when no one is watching. We walk the midnight corridors of a museum where the dead refuse to stay still. We stand at the edge of a moonlit graveyard where mysteries have never, and will never, be solved. And we follow the flickering lantern light down a New Brunswick road, where a headless nun still wanders, still searching, still waiting. These are not campfire tales, these are accounts that survivors carry like scars. Stories from people who saw things they were never supposed to see. Voices that went quiet, and then came back changed. So before we begin, if you're watching this alone tonight, in the dark, with the rain tapping at your window, hit that like button right now. Let us know you made it this far. Share this video with someone brave enough to watch it with you, because trust me, after the first story, you won't want to be alone. Subscribe to the channel and press the bell icon, so the next time we gather like this, on a night just like tonight, you'll be the first one here. Done. Good. Then pull your blanket a little closer, turn the lights down low, and whatever you do tonight, don't open the door if you didn't hear a knock. Let's begin. Story 1. Surviving a night with haunted objects, the curse of the dolls. There are certain objects in this world that people refuse to throw away. Not because they are expensive. Not because they are rare. Not even because they hold sentimental value. They keep them because somewhere deep inside their minds, beneath logic, beneath reason, beneath everything they tell themselves to stay sane, they are terrified of what might happen if they let those objects go. Some families have rooms in their homes that remain permanently locked for decades, doors swollen with age, chains rusting slowly over time, while everyone in the house silently agrees never to ask what is inside. Some old mansions hide cracked mirrors beneath white sheets because generations before them claimed the reflections moved when nobody stood near them. Some antique collectors vanish after purchasing certain items from forgotten auctions, leaving behind untouched dinners, open front doors, and security footage filled with strange moments the police cannot explain. Entire villages whisper about cursed trunks buried beneath temples, wooden boxes wrapped in iron chains, objects thrown into rivers only to somehow return days later sitting silently on doorsteps dripping with muddy water. And among every cursed relic, every haunted artifact, every object feared throughout human history, nothing has terrified people more deeply than dolls. Because dolls are different. Dolls are designed to resemble us. They are given eyes that stare without blinking. Tiny fingers frozen in lifeless gestures. Painted smiles stretched too wide across porcelain faces. Artificial hair stitched carefully into scalps. Tiny clothes. Tiny shoes. Tiny expressions meant to imitate innocence. But there is something deeply unnatural about an object that looks human while remaining completely still. Your mind begins searching for movement even when none exists. You start wondering if its eyes followed you when you walked past. You begin noticing its face appears slightly different at night. And once that fear enters your thoughts, it never truly leaves. Because the human brain is not built to trust things that imitate life too perfectly. That fear becomes worse in darkness. Much worse. Especially after midnight, when the house becomes silent enough for every creaking floorboard to sound like footsteps, when the air itself feels heavier, when shadows seem deeper than they should be, and when your imagination starts whispering terrible possibilities into the corners of your mind. You tell yourself the doll changed position because you forgot where you left it. You convince yourself the faint sound in the hallway was only the house settling. You force yourself to believe the small silhouette standing near the bedroom door was only a pile of clothes in the dark. But fear is patient. Fear waits quietly. And some objects seem to wait too. Tonight's story is not about a haunted house. It is not about a ghost trapped inside a building or a spirit wandering an abandoned graveyard. This story is about something far worse. A curse attached to objects. Objects that absorb suffering. Objects that remember pain. Objects that watch silently from dusty shelves and forgotten corners. Objects that should never have been touched. There are places in this world where such things are hidden away from the public. Warehouses. Private collections. Underground rooms known only to a few people willing to guard terrible secrets. Places where cursed artifacts are locked behind glass, wrapped in cloth, sealed inside crates, because the people who own them know one horrifying truth. Some things are not haunted by spirits. Some things become hungry. This is the story of a man who agreed to spend one single night inside a warehouse filled with haunted dolls and cursed objects collected from across the country. Dolls recovered from murder scenes. Toys found beside unexplained deaths. Porcelain figures linked to disappearances, suicides, madness, and terrifying incidents no one could explain. He entered that warehouse believing every haunting had a rational explanation. He believed ghosts were inventions created by fear. He believed the supernatural existed only in stories told to children and on internet videos made for attention. By sunrise, he was no longer asking whether evil existed. By sunrise, he was begging to survive long enough to escape it. And before this story begins, remember something very carefully tonight when the lights go out and your room becomes silent. If you ever wake in darkness and hear soft footsteps somewhere near your bed, do not immediately look beneath it. Do not lean over the edge of the mattress. Do not search the shadows too quickly. Because sometimes, the thing making those sounds is not hiding under your bed at all. Sometimes, it is already standing beside you, smiling silently in the dark, waiting for you to finally notice it. Rohit Sen had spent nearly 6 years destroying people's belief in the supernatural. Across India, millions knew him as the man who walked fearlessly into places others refused to even mention after sunset. His videos flooded social media feeds every week. Dark corridors, abandoned hospitals, ruined mansions swallowed by forests, cursed shrines hidden in forgotten villages, and cremation grounds where locals claimed spirits wandered after midnight. While others screamed at shadows and shaky camera footage, Rohit remained calm, analytical, almost annoyingly logical. He exposed hidden wires behind moving objects. He recreated ghostly sounds using old plumbing systems. He explained how carbon monoxide poisoning caused hallucinations in supposedly haunted houses. His audience admired him because he represented reason in a country overflowing with myths, superstitions, and terrifying folklore. To millions of viewers, Rohit Sen was the man fear could not touch. But people online only saw the confident version of him, the sarcastic smile, the dismissive laughter, the mocking commentary whenever self-proclaimed ghost hunters panicked over creaking floorboards or flickering lights. They never saw the subtle moments afterward, the way Rohit sometimes sat awake in silence after filming certain locations, or how he occasionally replayed footage late at night just to reassure himself that strange shadows in the background had rational explanations. Deep down, buried beneath arrogance and logic, even Rohit carried the same ancient fear every human being carried, the fear of things that should not move. Moving. Still, he never allowed himself to believe. Not truly. So when the email arrived, he treated it like another opportunity for content. It appeared on his laptop screen at exactly 3:03 a.m. while he was editing footage from an abandoned church investigation in Goa. Outside his apartment, the city slept beneath steady rainfall. Thunder rolled faintly through distant clouds, and the only light inside his room came from the cold blue glow of the monitor illuminating his tired face. The notification sound made him glance upward absent-mindedly. At first, nothing seemed unusual. His inbox constantly received bizarre messages from viewers claiming to know haunted locations. But the moment he opened this one, a strange heaviness settled into the room. There was no sender name. No email address visible. No profile image. Just darkness where information should have been. As though the message itself had no origin. The subject line contained only 6 words: "Spend one night here if you truly don't believe." Beneath it sat a single attachment, a location pin near Krishnanagar in West Bengal. And below that, only one sentence appeared in faded gray text: "The dolls are waiting." Rohit stared at the message for several seconds before laughing quietly to himself. "Okay," he muttered. "That's actually good." The setup was perfect. Creepy enough to attract viewers. Mysterious enough to go viral. Haunted dolls alone guaranteed millions of clicks. The internet had always been obsessed with dolls because they triggered something primal in people's minds. They looked human enough to feel familiar, yet lifeless enough to feel wrong. Rohit already imagined the thumbnail, rows of cracked porcelain faces staring from darkness while bold red text screamed "Cursed Doll Warehouse." The video would explode online. He checked the location on satellite maps. The property appeared isolated, surrounded by empty fields and dense stretches of neglected forest roads. The estate itself looked ancient, almost erased by time. Yet strangely, there were no public records connected to it. No recent photographs. No reviews. Nothing. The absence of information should have bothered him more than it did. Instead, it excited him. By the next evening, Rohit had packed everything necessary for a night investigation. Multiple cameras. Night vision rigs. Portable generators. Audio recorders. Emergency lights. Backup batteries. A drone for exterior shots. He moved with the confidence of someone preparing for another ordinary shoot, casually updating followers through social media posts during the drive. Thousands watched his updates in real time as storm clouds gathered across the highway stretching toward West Bengal's countryside. But the further he drove from civilization, the stranger the atmosphere became. Villages grew smaller. Roads narrowed into broken strips of wet asphalt. Mobile signals weakened. Even the rain seemed different there, heavier somehow, thicker, as if the sky itself wanted to bury the landscape beneath darkness. The windshield wipers struggled constantly while thunder rolled above the fields in long, trembling growls. Occasionally, Rohit passed lonely roadside shrines glowing faintly beneath banyan trees, their oil lamps flickering in the storm like tiny warnings trying desperately to be seen. Around 9:40 p.m., his GPS finally directed him toward a narrow mud road nearly consumed by overgrown vegetation. Branches scraped violently against the sides of his vehicle as he drove deeper into isolation. The forest surrounding the road appeared unnaturally still. No insects. No birds. No distant sounds of village life. Only rain. Endless rain hammering against metal and glass. Then suddenly, through the curtain of darkness ahead, he saw it. The estate. Even from a distance, the warehouse looked wrong. Massive iron gates rose from the ground like rusted jaws, partially hidden beneath twisted vines and wild grass. Beyond them stood the warehouse itself, a gigantic structure of cracked concrete and rotting wood stretching into darkness like some forgotten industrial tomb. Most of the roof appeared damaged. Windows were broken or boarded shut. Parts of the walls were stained black from age and moisture. The building looked abandoned for decades, perhaps longer. Yet one detail immediately sent an uncomfortable chill across Rohit's spine. Lights glowed inside. Warm yellow lights. Faint but visible behind dusty windows. Not flickering electrical lights. Steady lights. Calm lights. The kind people leave on when expecting company. Rohit slowed the vehicle near the gates, staring through rain-streaked glass toward the enormous structure waiting silently in the distance. Something about the sight disturbed him in a way he could not explain. The warehouse did not feel abandoned. It felt occupied. Watching. He grabbed his handheld camera and aimed it toward himself with a confident grin. "All right, guys," he said casually, masking the unease creeping into his voice. "This place is either about to become my best investigation ever, or the world's most elaborate haunted house attraction." Lightning flashed across the sky behind him, briefly illuminating the estate in blinding white light. For the smallest fraction of a second, Rohit thought he saw shapes standing motionless behind the warehouse windows. Tiny silhouettes. Human-shaped. Watching him from inside. Then darkness returned instantly. He frowned and zoomed the camera toward the building again. Nothing there. Just reflections. Rainwater trickling down dirty glass. Perfect atmosphere though, he muttered. And then the gates began to move. Slowly. Very slowly. The massive iron doors creaked inward on their own with a deep metallic groan that echoed across the empty fields. Rohit froze immediately. His smile vanished. For half a second, neither he nor the camera moved at all. The gates continued opening steadily, revealing the long path leading toward the warehouse entrance. Rain hissed softly against the rusted metal as darkness stretched beyond the opening like a waiting mouth. Rohit swallowed before forcing himself to smirk again. "Nice setup," he said toward the camera, though his voice sounded weaker now. "Probably motion sensors." But even while speaking, his stomach tightened painfully. Because something was wrong. Very wrong. The ground beneath the gates sloped upward toward the property entrance. Heavy gates like those should have rolled shut naturally, not opened inward against gravity. Worse still, there was no sound of machinery. No motor. No chains. No hydraulics. Nothing except the long, agonizing scream of rusted metal moving by itself in the rain. Rohit remained motionless inside the vehicle while the gates finished opening completely. The storm seemed quieter suddenly, as though the world itself had paused to watch what he would do next. Ahead of him, the warehouse lights glowed faintly through darkness. Waiting patiently. Inviting him forward. And for the very first time in his entire career, Rohitson felt something cold crawl slowly through his chest. Not fear exactly. Not yet. But the terrible instinct every living creature possesses when standing too close to something unnatural. Something ancient. Something pretending to sleep. The moment Rohit stepped through the gates, the atmosphere changed. It was subtle at first, almost impossible to describe, yet impossible to ignore. The rain still fell behind him. Thunder still rolled through the night sky. But inside the compound, the air felt strangely muted, as though sound itself had become heavier. Even the storm seemed distant now, muffled beneath an unnatural silence pressing down across the estate. His boots splashed through shallow puddles as he walked slowly along the cracked pathway leading toward the warehouse. Tall weeds brushed against his legs from both sides, swaying slightly despite the complete absence of wind. Somewhere in the darkness above, rusted metal chains creaked softly. Rohit lifted his flashlight toward the sound, but the beam revealed nothing except blackness and broken rooftops dripping with rainwater. The warehouse loomed ahead of him like a sleeping giant, its enormous shape barely visible through the mist. The yellow lights glowing inside looked weaker up close, dim and sickly, as though they belonged to another decade entirely. Near the entrance stood a much smaller structure partially hidden beneath a crooked tin roof. An office. Or what remained of one. Its walls were stained with water damage, and old paint peeled away in long strips exposing rotting wood underneath. A single yellow bulb flickered weakly above the doorway, buzzing constantly with electrical static. Beneath that light stood an old man waiting perfectly still. Rohit immediately slowed his pace. Something about the figure unsettled him more than the warehouse itself. The man was incredibly thin, almost unnaturally so, his body wrapped tightly in a faded wool shawl despite the suffocating humidity of the stormy night. Rainwater dripped steadily from the edge of the roof behind him, yet he remained motionless beneath the flickering bulb, his pale face half hidden in shadow. His skin looked gray. Not old gray. Sick gray. The kind of color seen on hospital patients who haven't slept in weeks. But it was his eyes that disturbed Rohit most. They looked hollow. Exhausted beyond ordinary tiredness. Not the exhaustion of age or labor, but the exhaustion of someone who had spent years witnessing things the human mind was never meant to endure. Eyes emptied slowly by fear. The old man watched Rohit approach without blinking. No smile. No greeting. Just silence stretching awkwardly between them while rain hissed softly across the compound. Rohit forced his usual casual confidence back into place and lifted the camera slightly. "So," he said lightly, "you're the caretaker." The old man ignored the question entirely. His voice emerged low and rough, like dry paper scraping together. "You came alone?" Rohit nodded casually. "Yeah. Better for the channel. Easier to shoot." The old man stared at him for several seconds without responding. Then, very slowly, he reached into his shawl and pulled out a small brass key attached to a blackened metal tag. The key looked ancient, its edges worn smooth by decades of use. He held it toward Rohit with trembling fingers. "You locked the main hall from inside after midnight," he said quietly. Rohit frowned slightly while taking the key. It felt strangely cold against his skin. "Why?" The caretaker did not answer immediately. Instead, his eyes drifted slowly toward the warehouse behind them. For a moment, the old man looked genuinely afraid to speak. When he finally answered, his voice had become even softer. "So they cannot leave." Silence settled instantly between them. Somewhere far away. Thunder rolled across the fields. Rohit let out a short awkward laugh and glanced briefly toward the camera. "All right," he muttered sarcastically, "points for commitment." But the caretaker did not smile. Not even slightly. He continued staring at Rohit with the same hollow expression, and for the first time since arriving, Rohit felt irritation mixing with his unease. He hated exaggerated performances during investigations. Theatrics ruined authenticity. "Look," Rohit sighed, adjusting his backpack straps, "you don't need to do the creepy old man routine for the video. I get it. Haunted dolls. Cursed warehouse. Very atmospheric. Still nothing." The caretaker simply stepped closer beneath the dim light. Up close, Rohit noticed dark stains beneath the man's eyes and deep scars running along his hands, as though his skin had been scratched repeatedly over many years. His fingernails were cracked and uneven. Tiny crescent wounds marked his wrists. Then the old man spoke again, his voice lower now. "Do not touch the dolls after 1 in the morning." Rohit opened his mouth to reply sarcastically, but something in the caretaker's tone stopped him. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't theatrical. It sounded like genuine warning. Another long silence followed before the old man added one final sentence. "And if one of them moves." His voice trembled for the first time. Barely noticeable, but real. Pretend you did not see it." The flickering bulb above them buzzed violently for a moment before dimming further. Rain hammered the tin roof harder now, filling the silence with endless metallic drumming. Rohit stared at the caretaker, trying to decide whether the man was simply mentally unstable or intentionally trying to scare him. Either way, the performance was beginning to irritate him. "Seriously?" Rohit muttered. "Whoever hired you doesn't need this much overacting." The caretaker's expression changed instantly. Not anger. Not offense. Fear. Pure fear. The old man suddenly grabbed Rohit's wrist with surprising strength. His icy fingers tightened painfully around the skin. "Listen to me carefully," he whispered. For the first time, the emptiness vanished from his eyes, replaced by something far worse, terror. Real terror. The kind that leaves permanent damage inside a person. "I worked here 31 years. His voice cracked slightly. 31 years locking those doors every night. Rohit slowly pulled his hand free, unsettled now despite himself. "Okay." The old man looked toward the warehouse again. Toward the glowing windows waiting silently in the darkness. When he spoke next, his voice became barely audible beneath the storm. "There were 42 dolls when I arrived." Rohit frowned immediately. "And now?" The caretaker did not answer at first. His face seemed to pale even further beneath the flickering light. Then, after several long seconds, he leaned closer and whispered the words directly into Rohit's ear. 43. A freezing sensation crawled slowly down Rohit's spine. Before he could respond, something moved briefly behind the office window beside them. A tiny shape. Small enough to belong to a child. Rohit turned instantly, flashlight beam cutting through the dirty glass. The room inside was empty. Completely empty. But resting against the inside of the fogged windowpane was a small handprint. Fresh. Tiny fingers spread against the glass from the other side. Rohit stared at it silently while cold rainwater dripped from his hair onto the ground. Then, very slowly, another tiny handprint appeared beside the first one. as if something invisible inside the office had just pressed both hands against the window to watch him. The caretaker unlocked the warehouse doors without another word. The moment the rusted chains slid free, a deep metallic groan echoed through the compound like something ancient waking reluctantly from sleep. The enormous double doors creaked inward inch by inch, revealing only darkness beyond them at first. Then slowly, dim yellow light bled outward from inside the structure, spilling across the wet concrete floor in long sickly shadows. A strange smell drifted out immediately. Damp wood, dust, rotting fabric, burned candle wax. And underneath it all, something else. Something faintly organic. Like old flowers left too long beside a grave. Rohit adjusted the camera on his shoulder and stepped forward confidently. Though the coldness waiting beyond the doorway made him hesitate for half a second. The temperature inside the warehouse was impossible. Outside, the storm had turned the countryside humid and heavy, yet the moment he crossed the entrance, freezing air wrapped around his body like icy water. Not ordinary cold. Not air conditioning cold. Dead cold. The kind of cold found inside morgues and abandoned hospitals. His breath fogged faintly before him as he entered the main hall. And then he saw the collection. The warehouse stretched far deeper than the exterior suggested, disappearing endlessly into darkness beyond rows of towering shelves. Old industrial lights hung from the ceiling on rusted chains, casting weak yellow illumination that barely reached the far corners of the massive room. Dust floated slowly through the beams of light like pale ash drifting underwater. The silence inside felt unnatural immediately. Not empty silence. Crowded silence. The kind of silence that made the human brain instinctively whisper because it felt wrong to speak loudly there. Every shelf contained objects. Hundreds upon hundreds of them. Antique mirrors lined entire sections of the warehouse, their blackened surfaces reflecting warped fragments of light and movement. Some mirrors were cracked directly through the center like shattered faces. Others had cloth draped over them as though someone had deliberately hidden the reflections. Beneath them sat old music boxes covered in rust and dust, many partially open, their tiny ballerinas frozen mid-dance beneath cobwebs. Religious artifacts crowded another aisle, wooden idols, broken crucifixes, ceremonial masks, prayer beads, statues of forgotten deities stained dark with age. Some appeared damaged intentionally, their faces scratched away or their eyes gouged out completely. Victorian puppets hung lifelessly from hooks overhead, their painted expressions twisted into grotesque smiles. One puppet wore a child-sized tuxedo with mold spreading across the fabric like disease. Another had no lower jaw, leaving only a black hollow beneath its nose. Children's toys filled crates stacked along the walls, rusted tricycles. Stuffed animals missing button eyes, cracked marionettes tangled in their own strings. But despite the endless variety of cursed-looking artifacts surrounding him, the dolls dominated everything. They were everywhere. Tiny porcelain dolls sitting upright on shelves with their hands folded neatly in their laps. Cloth dolls hanging from hooks with stitched smiles and hollow eyes. Wooden dolls carved crudely from dark ancient timber. Life-size dolls standing motionless in corners, dressed in faded clothing that looked disturbingly real beneath layers of dust. Some wore bridal dresses yellowed with age. Some wore military uniforms from decades long forgotten. Some had missing limbs, their broken joints exposing rusted metal interiors. Others had patches of human hair stitched unevenly into cracked scalps. One shelf held dolls so damaged their faces appeared melted. Another displayed dozens of infant dolls stacked together like abandoned children in a mass grave. And everywhere Rohit looked, there were eyes. Glass eyes. Painted eyes. Hollow eyes. Thousands of tiny expressions frozen silently in the dim light. Watching. He forced himself to remain calm and lifted the camera toward his face. "Okay, guys," he said with practiced confidence, though his voice sounded quieter now inside the oppressive silence. "This is definitely one of the creepiest collections I've ever seen." He walked slowly between aisles while continuing his narration. "Most likely these are just antique collector items. Human beings naturally project emotions onto human-like objects. It's called pareidolia. Your brain recognizes faces and creates emotional responses even when nothing's actually there." His words sounded logical, rational, normal. But the atmosphere around him refused to feel normal. Every instinct inside his body remained tense. The deeper he walked into the warehouse, the more uncomfortable the silence became. It no longer felt like silence at all. It felt like listening. As though the room itself had become aware of his presence. The old wooden floorboards creaked softly beneath his boots, and every sound echoed far too long through the darkness. Somewhere in the distance, something metallic tapped faintly once. Then stopped. Rohit turned the flashlight toward the sound immediately. Nothing. Only rows of unmoving dolls staring back from shelves disappearing into shadow. He continued filming while trying to ignore the growing pressure in his chest. Then the equipment problems started. One of his camera batteries dropped from 80% to nearly dead within minutes. Another refused to power on entirely despite being fully charged before entering. His microphones began producing faint static bursts that sounded almost like whispers buried beneath white noise. One tripod light flickered constantly no matter how many times he adjusted the wiring. Rohit blamed the storm outside. Moisture. Electrical interference. Old building. Still rational. Still calm. Yet his explanations felt weaker every time he repeated them aloud. Then he noticed something that made him stop walking entirely. At the far end of the warehouse, separated from the surrounding shelves as though intentionally isolated from the rest of the collection, sat a single wooden chair beneath a hanging light. And sitting upon that chair was the doll in the red dress. Even from a distance, it looked different from everything else inside the warehouse. Cleaner. Newer. More carefully preserved. While the surrounding dolls appeared broken and abandoned by time, this one seemed untouched by age. Its porcelain face was flawless beneath the dim yellow light, smooth and pale like polished bone. Long black braided hair rested neatly over its shoulders. The red dress covering its small body looked old-fashioned but strangely clean, untouched by dust despite the filthy warehouse around it. Tiny polished shoes rested neatly against the chair legs. But the eyes were wrong. Rohit felt his stomach tighten immediately the moment his flashlight beam passed across them. They did not look painted like the others. They looked wet. Reflective. Alive. Dark pupils surrounded by faint reddish-brown irises stared outward with unsettling realism, and for one impossible moment, Rohit experienced the overwhelming sensation that the doll had been watching him long before he noticed it. He swallowed uneasily and approached a few steps closer while continuing to film. A small tag hung from the doll's neck by faded thread. Written across the tag in Bengali were 4 words. "Do not speak to her." Rohit let out a short nervous laugh toward the camera. Okay, he muttered quietly, that's actually a little creative. But his voice no longer carried confidence. It sounded thin now. Forced. Because the longer he stared at the doll, the more disturbed he became. Its expression seemed subtly different every time lightning flashed outside the warehouse windows. Sometimes the painted smile looked smaller. Sometimes wider. And the eyes never appeared fixed in one direction for long. He told himself it was an illusion caused by shadows and angles. Nothing more. Yet even while thinking that, cold sweat slowly formed along the back of his neck. Then the warehouse lights flickered once. Just once. Darkness swallowed the hall for less than a second before the dim yellow glow returned. But in that tiny instant of darkness, Rohit could have sworn he saw the doll standing instead of sitting. His heartbeat slammed violently against his chest. The light stabilized again. The doll remained seated exactly where it had been before. Motionless. Silent. Harmless. Rohit exhaled shakily and laughed under his breath, embarrassed by his own reaction. Jesus, he whispered. Okay. Maybe this place is getting into my head a little. He raised the flashlight again toward the doll's face. And froze. Because this time, he was absolutely certain. The doll's eyes were no longer staring straight ahead. They were looking directly at him. By 11:47 p.m., the storm outside had become violent enough to shake the warehouse walls. Rain hammered the rooftop endlessly, pouring through broken gutters and leaking from cracks high above the shelves in slow dripping streams. Thunder rolled across the countryside so heavily that the old structure trembled faintly with every distant impact. Yet somehow, inside the warehouse, the silence still felt stronger than the storm. Rohit stood near the center aisle adjusting his live stream setup while pale yellow light flickered weakly overhead. Shadows stretched endlessly between the towering shelves surrounding him, creating narrow corridors of darkness that looked deeper every time he glanced toward them. The dolls remained motionless. Thousands of tiny glass eyes reflected dim light across the hall like scattered insects watching from hiding places. Rohit forced himself to ignore the growing tension in his chest and pressed the live stream button anyway. Instantly, notifications exploded across the screen. Thousands joined within seconds. Hearts, comments, reactions, usernames flooding upward so quickly they blurred together. His audience had waited all evening for this. "All right everybody," Rohit said confidently into the camera, masking his discomfort with practiced sarcasm, "welcome to probably the creepiest investigation I've done so far. Tonight we're spending the entire night inside a warehouse full of allegedly haunted dolls because apparently the internet enjoys psychological torture." Comments poured in faster. "Bro, this place is cursed. Nope. Absolutely nope. Check behind you." The red doll moved. Rohit rolled his eyes slightly. "Guys," he laughed, "you're already hallucinating and we've barely started." But his voice lacked its usual sharp confidence now. The atmosphere around him seemed to absorb sound strangely, dulling every word moments after he spoke it. Even his laughter sounded distant inside the warehouse, as though the building itself disliked noise. He continued moving slowly through the aisles, filming shelves lined with porcelain faces while casually explaining psychological fear responses to viewers. "Human beings naturally fear objects that resemble us," he said while passing a row of cracked infant dolls. "Your brain constantly checks them for movement because," he stopped mid-sentence. Something felt wrong. Not dramatic. Not obvious. Just wrong. He slowly turned his flashlight toward a nearby shelf he distinctly remembered filming earlier. Several dolls had changed position. One that previously faced forward now sat turned completely sideways. Another appeared missing entirely. A cloth doll hanging from a hook earlier now rested on a lower shelf with its head tilted downward. Rohit frowned. Okay. That's weird. He immediately checked the footage on his camera monitor. The earlier recording clearly showed different arrangements. His stomach tightened slightly. Probably the caretaker messing around, he muttered, though he wasn't convincing even himself anymore. The live stream comments became frantic almost instantly. Dude, they changed. I saw that too. Get out. Rohit ignored them and continued walking deeper into the warehouse. But now he noticed more inconsistencies everywhere. Shelves appeared subtly rearranged each time he looked away. A wooden puppet hanging from the ceiling seemed slightly lower every time he passed beneath it. One life-size doll standing near a broken mirror appeared closer to the aisle than before. Tiny details. Easy to dismiss individually. Yet together they created the overwhelming sensation that the warehouse itself was shifting around him while pretending not to. His breathing gradually slowed into uneasy silence. For the first time all night, Rohit stopped joking. Then came the sound. A giggle. Soft. Tiny. Faint enough to almost disappear beneath the storm outside. But unmistakably real. Rohit froze instantly. The giggle came from somewhere behind him. High-pitched. Childlike. Short and quiet. As though someone had laughed directly into his ear before covering their mouth. He spun around so fast the camera nearly slipped from his hands. Flashlight beams cut violently across shelves and rows of motionless dolls. Nothing moved. Nothing breathed. Nothing stood there except endless faces staring silently from darkness. But the live stream comments exploded instantly. We heard that. Oh hell no. There's someone there. Look left. Rohit swallowed hard and forced a shaky smile. Probably audio interference, he said quickly. Old buildings create weird acoustics, another giggle interrupted him. Closer this time. Followed immediately by silence. His smile vanished completely. He checked every direction with the flashlight again. Still nothing. Only shadows stretching endlessly between shelves. Yet the feeling of being watched had become overwhelming now. Every nerve in his body screamed that something nearby was observing him carefully. Patiently. Then another sound echoed through the warehouse. Tap. Rohit stopped breathing. Tap. Soft wooden impacts against concrete. Slow. Deliberate. Like tiny feet walking carefully across the floor somewhere beyond the darkness. Tap. 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 The sound moved steadily through the aisles. Not random noises. Footsteps. Small footsteps. Rohit's pulse slammed violently inside his chest. Okay. He whispered, trying to steady his breathing. That's probably, he stopped again. Because he could no longer think of an explanation. The tapping continued. Closer now. Tap. 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 Each step echoed unnaturally through the hall, bouncing softly between shelves filled with silent dolls. His viewers flooded the live stream with warnings faster than he could read them. Run. Something's walking. Behind you. Turn around. Rohit didn't move. Every instinct inside him suddenly resisted turning around. Something primal. Animal. Ancient. The same instinct prey feels moments before realizing a predator stands directly behind it. The tapping stopped. Complete silence swallowed the warehouse. Rohit stood frozen beneath flickering yellow lights, his breath trembling visibly in the freezing air. Then he realized the footsteps had stopped because whatever made them was now standing directly behind him. Cold sweat slid slowly down his spine. He could feel it. Presence. Not imagination. Not fear. Presence. The hairs along his arms rose painfully as his body reacted before his mind could process why. Somewhere deep inside himself, something screamed at him not to turn around. Don't look. Don't acknowledge it. Don't make eye contact. But human fear always loses to human curiosity eventually. Slowly. Painfully slowly. Rohit turned. The flashlight beam shook violently in his hand as it illuminated the aisle behind him. And there she stood. The doll in the red dress. Only 6 feet away. Standing upright in the middle of the concrete floor. Rohit's face drained of color instantly. His entire body locked in place. For several seconds, he could not breathe at all. No. He whispered weakly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Minutes earlier, the doll had been seated at the far end of the warehouse across multiple aisles. He knew that. He remembered it clearly. Yet now it stood before him silently beneath the dim flickering lights, its polished shoes resting directly against the concrete floor. No wheels. No support. No strings. Nothing. Its porcelain face looked even more disturbingly human up close. Pale skin smooth as bone. Tiny lashes framing those dark reflective eyes. Long black braids hanging neatly over the red fabric of its dress. But the smile. The smile was different now. Wider. Subtly wider than before. As though something inside the doll had become amused by his fear. Rohit forced himself to move closer, desperate to prove there had to be a rational explanation. His flashlight swept across the floor around the doll. No footprints. No tracks. No hidden mechanisms. Nothing except cracked concrete and drifting dust. The doll stared upward silently at him. And then the live stream disconnected. Not buffered. Not glitched. Disconnected instantly. The screen froze mid-frame before cutting completely to black. Rohit stared down at his dead phone in confusion. Full signal moments ago. Now nothing. No service. No connection. No battery percentage visible at all. Just darkness. Then every light inside the warehouse went out simultaneously. Total darkness swallowed the hall so completely it felt physical. The kind of darkness where your brain stops understanding the size of the room around you. Rohit's flashlight flickered once. Twice. Then died in his hand. And somewhere inside the blackness surrounding him, dozens of tiny voices began whispering at once. The darkness inside the warehouse did not feel natural. It felt alive. The moment the lights died, the entire hall vanished so completely that Rohit could no longer understand where the walls ended or where the aisles began. 1 second earlier he had been surrounded by shelves, dolls, and weak yellow light. The next, it felt as though he had been dropped into an endless black void where even space itself no longer existed. The storm outside became distant and muffled, as if the warehouse had sealed him away from the rest of the world. Only occasional flashes of lightning pierced the darkness through the broken windows high above, illuminating the hall for split seconds at a time. And every flash revealed something worse than the last. Frozen rows of dolls standing motionless between shelves. Pale porcelain faces appearing suddenly in the darkness before vanishing again. Tiny silhouettes caught in white bursts of lightning. Dozens of glass eyes reflecting light like animal eyes deep inside a cave. Then darkness again. Rohit's breathing became sharp and uneven. He stumbled backward blindly, nearly slipping on the cracked concrete floor while fumbling desperately through his equipment bag. His fingers shook violently now, clumsy and numb from panic. Somewhere nearby, something scraped softly against wood. Another lightning flash erupted outside. For one horrifying instant, he saw the doll in the red dress still standing exactly where it had been moments earlier. Except now. Its head was tilted slightly to one side. The lights vanished again. Rohit finally grabbed his flashlight and slammed the power button repeatedly with trembling hands. "Come on," he whispered frantically. "Come on, come on." The flashlight flickered weakly once before finally bursting to life. Its narrow beam sliced through the darkness directly ahead of him, illuminating dozens of dolls standing on nearby shelves. Rohit recoiled immediately. The beam revealed cracked porcelain faces only inches away from him. Tiny hands folded neatly in laps. Lifeless smiles. Hollow glass eyes staring directly into the light. The sudden visibility somehow felt worse than the darkness itself. Dolls surrounded him in every direction now. Close enough to touch. Watching silently from shelves stretching endlessly into shadow. He swung the flashlight wildly through the aisles, his pulse hammering violently inside his skull. Everywhere the beam landed, faces emerged from the darkness. Some appeared childlike. Others looked grotesquely distorted with cracked jaws and burned skin. One doll had no eyes at all, only black empty sockets staring toward him. Another had its mouth sewn shut with dark thread. A life-size doll in a wedding dress stood near a pillar with one arm missing entirely, its exposed shoulder revealing splintered wood beneath torn fabric. Rohit backed away slowly, trying to steady his breathing, but the caretaker's warning echoed endlessly inside his head now. If one of them moves, pretend you did not see it. Fear tightened around his chest like icy fingers. Then another sound emerged from the darkness. Not footsteps this time. Whispering. Hundreds of whispers. Faint at first. Overlapping voices drifting softly through the warehouse from every direction at once. It sounded like children speaking underwater, tiny fragmented words impossible to fully understand. The whispers surrounded him immediately. Some sounded close. Others echoed from far deeper within the building. Male voices. Female voices. Young voices. Old voices. All murmuring together beneath the storm outside. Rohit spun the flashlight toward different aisles desperately, searching for movement, for speakers, for anything rational. But the beam only revealed more dolls waiting silently in the dark. The whispering grew louder. Closer. Layered voices crawling over each other in endless hushed conversation. He caught pieces of words hidden among them. Cold. Don't leave. She's awake. He can hear us. Rohit backed away slowly while trying not to panic. His boots scraped loudly against the concrete floor, and every sound he made seemed to awaken new whispers around him. Then suddenly he froze completely. One voice had separated itself from the others. Clear now. Distinct. Right beside his ear. Rohit. The whisper was so close he felt warm breath brush against his skin. He jerked violently sideways, flashlight beam swinging through the darkness in panic. Nothing stood there. Nothing moved. But his heartbeat became uncontrollable instantly. Who's there? He shouted, his voice cracking loudly through the warehouse. The whispers stopped for one terrible second. Silence swallowed everything. Then another voice whispered from somewhere behind him. Softer this time. Almost amused. We know you don't believe. Rohit spun around again, flashlight trembling violently in his grip. The beam landed on shelves filled with dolls staring back at him silently. None had moved. None appeared alive. Yet the feeling of presence surrounding him had become unbearable now. He was no longer alone inside the warehouse. Something was with him. Many things. Watching carefully from the darkness between flashes of lightning. The temperature dropped sharply. Not gradually. Instantly. Frost spread faintly across nearby metal shelves. Rohit's breath became visible in pale trembling clouds before his face. The flashlight dimmed slightly as cold air filled the warehouse like water flooding a sinking room. His fingers began losing feeling around the flashlight grip. Then came the sound. Click. Tiny. Sharp. Directly ahead of him. Another click answered from somewhere behind. Then another. And another. Click. 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 Hundreds of tiny mechanical sounds echoed simultaneously throughout the hall. Rohit slowly raised the flashlight beam toward the nearest shelf. And his entire body went numb with terror. Every doll head in the aisle had turned toward him. Not gradually. Not naturally. Their faces now pointed directly at him with frozen expressions and lifeless eyes reflecting the flashlight beam. Tiny necks remained twisted unnaturally where they had rotated inside cracked porcelain collars. Then more heads began turning deeper within the warehouse. Click. 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 The sound spread through the darkness like bones snapping one after another. Shelf after shelf. Row after row. Hundreds of dolls rotating their heads simultaneously toward him. Some moved slowly with grinding sounds from old rusted joints. Others snapped violently into place with unnatural speed. One infant doll's head rotated completely backward before stopping directly facing him upside down. Another life-size doll near the far wall turned so sharply its neck cracked audibly beneath dry porcelain skin. Rohit stumbled backward in horror, unable to breathe properly anymore. The flashlight beam shook wildly as it passed across endless rows of faces now staring directly at him from every direction. Their expressions had not changed. Yet somehow they no longer looked lifeless. The warehouse no longer resembled a storage hall. It looked like a crowd. A silent audience surrounding him patiently in the freezing dark. Then several dolls smiled wider. Tiny changes. Barely visible. But enough. Rohit screamed. The sound tore violently from his throat before he could stop it, echoing across the warehouse in raw, uncontrollable terror. And somewhere deep within the darkness beyond the shelves, something laughed back. The laugh was not human. It sounded wrong in a way language could barely describe. Too many voices layered together beneath one sound. Childlike giggling mixed with wet choking breaths and deep distorted tones that resembled crying more than laughter. It echoed slowly through the warehouse corridors, bouncing between shelves filled with staring dolls. And as the sound moved closer through the darkness, the whispers began again. Only this time, they were all saying the same thing. Midnight has started. Rohit ran blindly through the warehouse while the whispers followed him through the darkness. His flashlight beam bounced violently across shelves and walls as he stumbled between aisles filled with staring dolls. Tiny shadows seemed to move at the edges of his vision every time lightning flashed outside. Somewhere behind him, porcelain clicked softly against wood. Somewhere above him, something small scurried quickly across the ceiling beams. His breathing had become ragged and uncontrollable now, sharp panicked gasps tearing through his throat as cold air burned his lungs. Every instinct screamed at him to get out of the warehouse immediately, but the path back to the entrance had vanished inside the maze of shelves and darkness. The building no longer felt structured normally. Corridors seemed longer than before. Aisles appeared where none had existed earlier. Shadows shifted strangely between flashes of lightning, warping the layout around him as though the warehouse itself were changing shape. Then he saw a narrow office door near the back corridor, half hidden behind stacks of rotting crates. Without thinking, Rohit sprinted toward it and slammed himself inside. He locked the door instantly, shoving an old metal cabinet against it with trembling hands before collapsing backward against the wall. Silence swallowed the tiny office except for the storm outside and his own panicked breathing. Sweat poured down his face despite the freezing temperature. His entire body shook violently now, muscles trembling from adrenaline and fear. For several long moments he simply sat there in darkness trying desperately to regain control of himself. But every time he closed his eyes, he saw those dolls turning toward him simultaneously in the blackness. Click. 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 The memory alone made nausea twist through his stomach. "It's not real," he whispered weakly to himself. "There has to be an explanation." Yet even as he said the words, he no longer believed them. The office smelled ancient. Damp paper, mildew, candle wax, and something older beneath it all. Something stale and rotten lingering inside the walls themselves. Rohit slowly raised the flashlight and scanned the room. Dust-covered shelves lined every side of the cramped office, overflowing with old files, loose documents, yellowed newspapers, and stacks of handwritten journals tied together with black string. The room looked abandoned for decades. Yet unlike the warehouse outside, this place felt less like storage and more like a record room. A place where someone had carefully documented terrible things for many years. Rohit forced himself upright and began searching frantically through the shelves. If the warehouse had a history, if someone had staged all of this somehow, then the answers had to be here. Papers scattered across the floor as he ripped open old folders with shaking hands. Most documents were damaged by moisture and age. But certain headlines immediately caught his attention beneath the flashlight beam. Family found dead beside burned dolls. The article described a family discovered inside a farmhouse in Murshidabad nearly 40 years earlier. According to police reports, every mirror inside the house had been shattered from the inside outward. The parents were found dead near the staircase with expressions of extreme terror frozen across their faces. Their young daughter was missing entirely. Yet investigators discovered dozens of burned dolls arranged in a circle around the bodies. Rohit swallowed hard and reached for another article. Child claims to speak with toy at night. This report came from a psychiatric institution near Kolkata during the 1970s. A 6-year-old girl repeatedly insisted her porcelain doll spoke to her after midnight. Doctors dismissed the behavior as trauma-induced hallucinations until hospital staff began hearing whispering inside the child's locked room at night. The article ended abruptly after mentioning the disappearance of 2 nurses. Another file. Another headline. Collector commits suicide after purchasing porcelain figure. A wealthy antique collector from Delhi had reportedly become obsessed with an unnamed doll recovered from an abandoned colonial estate. Neighbors claimed he stopped sleeping entirely during the final weeks of his life. Security footage showed him speaking to empty rooms for hours. When police eventually entered his mansion, they found him hanging from the ceiling surrounded by dozens of dolls facing inward toward the body. Rohit's hands trembled harder with every document he read. The warehouse wasn't a museum. It was containment. A prison filled with objects connected to death, madness, disappearances, and horrifying incidents nobody could explain. Every item stored there carried history soaked in suffering. Every doll seemed attached to tragedy. Some documents described violent outbursts. Others mentioned possessions, hallucinations, unexplained voices, and people becoming dangerously attached to specific objects. And one detail appeared repeatedly across dozens of reports. Midnight. Most incidents began after midnight. Rohit continued searching desperately until he discovered an old leather-bound diary hidden beneath loose papers on the lowest shelf. Its pages were brittle with age, stained dark around the edges as though exposed to water, or something worse, for many years. The writing inside appeared faded and uneven, switching between Bengali and English throughout the entries. Several pages described a doll named Mrunmoyi. Rohit frowned immediately at the repeated references. The diary claimed the doll originated during colonial Bengal nearly 2 centuries earlier. According to the entries, certain occult practitioners believed dying souls could be preserved temporarily by binding them to objects before death fully claimed them. Most vessels failed quickly. Mirrors cracked. Statues shattered. Wooden carvings rotted unnaturally fast. But dolls proved different. Dolls resembled humans closely enough for spirits to imitate life through them. Easier to hide within. Easier to move through. Easier to remain conscious inside. Rohit's flashlight trembled slightly as he continued reading. The diary described rituals involving grieving families desperate to preserve dying children. Some stitched hair from the dead into dolls. Others placed ashes, fingernails, or teeth inside hollow porcelain bodies. Many believed the dolls retained memories after the soul became trapped. But over time, something changed. The spirits inside began forgetting who they had once been. Loneliness twisted them. Isolation transformed grief into rage. And according to the final pages, the doll called Mrunmoyi became something far worse than a trapped soul. It became aware. One line had been written repeatedly across multiple pages in frantic, uneven handwriting. She remembers after midnight. Rohit turned to the final entry. The paper there looked damaged, scratched deeply as though the writer's hands shook violently while finishing it. The last sentence read, "They are strongest after midnight because that is when they remember being human." The moment Rohit finished reading the line, someone knocked gently on the office door. 3 soft taps. Tap. 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 Rohit froze instantly. Every muscle in his body locked. Silence followed for several seconds while the storm rumbled faintly outside. Then came a voice. A little girl's voice. Soft. Trembling. "Please let me in." Rohit stared at the door without moving. The voice sounded incredibly close now, standing directly outside the office. "I'm scared," the child whispered. His heartbeat thundered painfully inside his chest. The crying began softly afterward. Small frightened sobs. Exactly the kind of sound designed to destroy human instincts and force compassion to overpower fear. "Please." The voice whimpered. "It's dark." Rohit slowly stepped toward the door before stopping himself. Something inside him almost broke in that moment. Every natural instinct screamed to open the door, to help the frightened child crying outside. But then reality crashed violently back into his mind. There were no children here. None. The realization hit him so hard his stomach twisted painfully. The crying continued for another few seconds. Then it changed. Slowly. Subtly. The sobbing stretched unnaturally longer. Breathing became uneven. Wet. Distorted. And then the crying transformed into laughter. Low at first. Tiny giggles escaping between breaths. Then louder. Sharper. Wrong. The sound no longer resembled a child at all. It sounded like something trying to imitate one without fully understanding how human laughter worked. Rohit backed away from the door in horror as the laughter continued outside. Then came the scratching. Slow. Deliberate. Long fingernails dragging softly across the wood from top to bottom. Screech. The sound crawled through the office like a knife scraping bone. Another scratch followed immediately. Longer this time. More aggressive. Rohit raised the flashlight toward the door with trembling hands, and saw the wood beginning to bend inward slightly, as though thin fingers outside were pressing against it hard enough to warp the surface. Then the little girl's voice returned one final time. Only now it sounded deeper. Distorted. Smiling. "Rohit." A long pause followed. Then softly, almost lovingly, the voice whispered through the door, "She wants to meet you." At exactly 1:13 a.m., the office lights died without warning. One moment the small room glowed faintly beneath the weak yellow bulb overhead, and the next everything vanished into absolute darkness. The sound of scratching outside the door stopped instantly. Silence crushed the room so suddenly that Rohit could hear the violent pounding of his own heartbeat echoing inside his skull. For several long seconds, he stood frozen beside the desk, barely breathing, gripping the flashlight so tightly his knuckles ached. Then the silence broke. Something moved outside the office. Soft footsteps. Tiny footsteps. Not walking normally. Scrambling. Fast uneven taps racing past the door in quick bursts before vanishing deeper into the warehouse corridors. Rohit swallowed hard and aimed the flashlight toward the entrance. The beam trembled violently across the warped wooden surface. The scratching marks remained there, long deep grooves carved into the wood by fingernails that could not possibly belong to a child. He waited. Another sound echoed somewhere outside. A faint giggle. Then another farther away. Then silence again. Rohit realized with growing horror that staying inside the office was no longer safer. The room felt smaller now. Colder. Suffocating. as though something unseen waited just beyond the walls for him to stop moving entirely. The flashlight flickered weakly once, reminding him the batteries were draining unnaturally fast. He had no choice. Slowly, Rohit pushed the cabinet away from the door. The metal legs scraped loudly across the floor, and somewhere deep in the warehouse, dozens of tiny whispers responded at once. He froze immediately. Silence followed. Then came a soft tapping sound overhead, like fingers crawling slowly across the ceiling. Rohit forced himself toward the door anyway and unlocked it carefully. The hinges creaked as he opened it a few inches. Darkness waited beyond the office like an open mouth. He stepped outside cautiously, flashlight beam cutting through the corridor ahead, and immediately realized something was horribly wrong. The warehouse looked different now. Much darker than before. The weak yellow industrial lights hanging from the ceiling had either dimmed further or disappeared entirely. Entire sections of the hall now vanished into endless blackness beyond the flashlight beam. But worse than the darkness, the space itself felt wrong. The corridors looked longer. The aisles stretched farther than they had earlier in the night. Shelves towered higher overhead, their tops disappearing into shadow like cliffs inside some underground cavern. The warehouse no longer resembled a building. It felt endless. Alive. Expanding around him. Rohit turned slowly, trying to orient himself. The shelves nearest the office should have contained rows of porcelain dolls and old puppets. Instead, most of them were empty. His stomach dropped instantly. The dolls were gone. Not all of them. Some still remained sitting motionless in corners or on distant shelves. But most had disappeared completely. Hundreds of empty spaces now lined the warehouse aisles where dolls had previously rested. Rohit swept the flashlight across the floor desperately, searching for explanations. And then he saw them. Tiny muddy footprints. Dozens of them. Small enough to belong to children. Wet footprints crossing the concrete in different directions between the aisles. Some looked fresh, as though whatever created them had passed through moments earlier. Others smeared unnaturally across walls and shelves at impossible angles. The flashlight followed one trail deeper into the darkness ahead. Rohit's breathing became shallow again. No. He whispered. Then something moved overhead. Fast. Scratching metal. Tiny impacts racing rapidly through the ventilation ducts above him. Tap 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 tap. Rohit jerked the flashlight upward instantly. The beam landed on one of the rusted ventilation grates near the ceiling. For half a second, a pale porcelain face stared directly down at him through the metal slits. Large glass eyes. Tiny painted lips stretched into a crooked smile. Then it vanished instantly, scurrying away with impossible speed through the ductwork. Rohit stumbled backward in horror. The movement had been far too fast. Not human fast. Not animal fast. Wrong fast. The scraping noises continued overhead while distant giggling echoed through the warehouse around him. Not one voice anymore. Many voices. Tiny overlapping laughs drifting through the aisles from every direction. Some sounded close enough to whisper directly beside him. Others echoed faintly from deeper within the endless darkness. Rohit ran. Pure instinct took over as he sprinted blindly between shelves while the flashlight beam bounced wildly ahead of him. The whispers followed immediately. So did the giggling. Everywhere he looked now, the dolls had changed position again. Some stood silently in the middle of aisles where they had not been moments earlier. Others crouched low in corners with their heads tilted unnaturally downward. One cloth doll stood facing directly into a wall, twitching faintly each time lightning flashed outside. Another life-size doll appeared frozen mid-step near a broken mirror, one leg lifted slightly as though interrupted while walking. Rohit's pulse thundered painfully inside his chest. His flashlight swept across another aisle, and he nearly screamed. A porcelain infant doll dragged itself slowly across the floor using only its arms. Its lower body trailed uselessly behind while tiny cracked fingers clawed against the concrete with soft scraping sounds. The doll's head turned toward him instantly the moment the flashlight touched it. Its mouth opened slowly. Not mechanically. Naturally. Then it smiled. Rohit bolted away in terror. More movement erupted around him now. Shadows darting between shelves. Tiny silhouettes crossing aisles ahead before vanishing into darkness. One doll stood upside down against the ceiling high above him, its limbs bent backward like a spider while its black glass eyes followed his movement below. Another peeked silently around the edge of a shelf before disappearing the moment he aimed the flashlight directly at it. Everywhere he turned, eyes watched him. Thousands of eyes reflecting dim light from every corner of the warehouse. And the worst part, they never blinked. The whispers grew louder as he ran. Some voices laughed softly. Others whispered fragments of words too distorted to understand. Occasionally, one spoke clearly. He's scared. Don't let him leave. She likes him. Run faster. Rohit stumbled hard against a shelf and nearly fell. Dolls toppled from above him, crashing onto the floor around his feet. One landed face up inches away. Its cracked porcelain face looked directly at him. And then its eyes moved. Slowly. Deliberately. Following him. Rohit backed away trembling violently while realization slowly crept into his mind like poison. They weren't attacking him. Not yet. They could have surrounded him already if they wanted. There were too many of them. Too many places they could hide. Too many moving through the darkness around him unseen. But instead of killing him, they were hurting him. Hunting him. Playing with him. The dolls enjoyed this. They enjoyed his panic. His confusion. His fear. Every scream fed the warehouse somehow. Every terrified breath made the whispers louder. Fear strengthened them. The realization nearly broke his sanity completely. Then the giggling stopped. Instantly. Silence flooded the warehouse again. Rohit froze in the middle of the aisle, flashlight trembling in his grip. Slowly. Very slowly. Every doll nearby turned toward the same direction at once. Not toward him. Toward the far end of the warehouse. Toward the darkness beyond the shelves. Something else was there. Something worse. Rohit felt it before he saw it. The air changed. Colder. Heavier. The whispers fell silent as though terrified themselves. Then, at the far end of the aisle beneath faint flickering light, he saw a small figure standing motionless between the shelves. The red dress. Long black braids hanging over pale porcelain shoulders. The doll stood perfectly still in the darkness while dozens of other dolls remained frozen around it like servants awaiting command. Its glass eyes reflected the flashlight beam from impossibly far away. Watching him patiently. Intelligently. And for the first time since entering the warehouse, Rohit understood the truth. The other dolls were not the real horror here. They were only pieces of something larger. Fragments. Puppets. The true curse inside the warehouse was the thing controlling them all. The first spirit. The original vessel. The thing hidden inside the girl in the red dress. And somewhere deep inside his mind, beneath the panic and disbelief, Rohit finally understood something else too. The doll was no longer pretending to be lifeless. It no longer needed to. Because midnight had passed. And now, it was awake. The red doll stood motionless at the far end of the warehouse while silence spread unnaturally through the aisles around it. Every other doll nearby had frozen completely, their glass eyes fixed toward the small figure in the red dress like worshippers staring at something sacred. Even the whispers had stopped. The warehouse no longer sounded alive with movement and giggling. Now it sounded afraid. Rohit remained frozen where he stood, flashlight trembling violently in his hand while cold sweat dripped down his face. The doll did not move. Yet the longer he stared at it, the more unbearable its presence became. It felt wrong in a way his mind struggled to process. Not like a haunted object. Not like something possessed. It felt aware. Intelligently aware. Watching him with patience no lifeless thing should ever possess. Then slowly, without turning away from him, the doll stepped backward into the darkness between the shelves. One small movement. Silent. Smooth. Deliberate. And somewhere deep inside himself, Rohit understood immediately that it wanted him to follow. Every instinct screamed at him to run the opposite direction. But fear and fascination had become tangled together now. He could not stop himself. His legs moved almost automatically while the flashlight beam shook across the floor ahead. The doll remained visible only in brief glimpses between shelves, the edge of the red dress disappearing around corners. Black braided hair vanishing into darkness, pale porcelain skin reflecting flashes of distant lightning. It guided him deeper into the warehouse, farther than he had explored before. The aisles became narrower there. Older. Shelves leaned inward unnaturally as though the building itself had begun collapsing around some hidden center point. Strange symbols appeared painted faintly across the walls in blackened circles and spirals. Burn marks scarred the concrete floor. The air smelled stronger there too, ash, wax, mold, and something disturbingly sweet underneath it all. Like rotting flowers left too long in stagnant water. Then Rohit saw the curtains. Heavy dark curtains hanging from rusted ceiling rails. Forming a massive circle at the center of the warehouse. The fabric looked ancient and damp, covered in strange faded symbols stitched into the cloth with red thread. The curtains swayed slightly despite the complete absence of wind. Beyond them, faint candlelight flickered softly. Rohit approached slowly, every muscle in his body tightening painfully. The whispers had not returned. The silence now felt ceremonial. Intentional. As though the warehouse itself were waiting. He pushed through the curtains carefully. And stepped into the ceremonial room. The chamber hidden behind the fabric looked ancient compared to the rest of the warehouse. Smaller. Circular. The concrete floor was almost completely covered in symbols drawn repeatedly in ash and dried dark stains that looked disturbingly close to blood. Some symbols resembled old Bengali script. Others appeared twisted and unfamiliar, spiraling across the ground like ritual markings carved by trembling hands. Burn marks blackened the walls in massive circular patterns reaching nearly to the ceiling. Melted candles surrounded the room in uneven clusters, their wax hardened into pale dripping shapes that resembled frozen tears. Some candles still burned weakly despite appearing decades old, their tiny flames flickering without warmth. And at the center of the room sat a single wooden chair. Resting upon it perfectly upright was the red doll. Waiting. Motionless. Silent. The flashlight beam trembled across its porcelain face. Up close, the doll appeared even more disturbingly human than before. Its pale skin reflected candlelight softly like real flesh beneath powder. Long black braids rested neatly over the shoulders of the faded red dress. Tiny hands folded calmly in its lap. Its eyes no longer resembled glass at all. They looked wet. Living. Rohit slowly stepped backward instinctively. His legs felt weak. His chest tightened painfully with terror. Then the doll spoke. Not loudly. Not dramatically. Just softly. Like a little girl speaking in the dark. Why are you afraid now? Rohit nearly collapsed. The voice came from everywhere at once. Not from the doll's mouth. Its painted lips never moved. The sound emerged from the walls. The candles, the floor beneath his feet, the darkness surrounding the room. Tiny overlapping echoes speaking together in perfect harmony. Rohit stumbled backward until his shoulders struck the curtain behind him. His flashlight nearly slipped from his hand. The doll tilted its head slightly to one side. A tiny movement. Yet somehow it felt more horrifying than all the crawling dolls and whispers combined. You laughed at us, the voice whispered softly. Candle flames flickered violently throughout the room. Shadows twisted slowly across the walls. You said we were not real. More movement emerged behind the curtains surrounding the chamber. Tiny footsteps. Scraping porcelain. One by one, dolls began appearing from the darkness around the room. Some crawled slowly beneath shelves before rising upright. Others emerged from behind curtains with stiff, unnatural movements. A burned doll with melted features dragged itself into the candlelight. A cloth doll missing one eye appeared crouched against the wall. A child-sized marionette stepped silently into the room without strings attached to its limbs. Dozens surrounded him first. Then more followed. Hundreds of dolls slowly filled the chamber in complete silence, forming a circle around Rohit while their glass eyes reflected flickering candlelight. None attacked him. None moved suddenly. They simply watched. Waiting. The red doll remained seated calmly in the center while its voice continued softly through the room. Do you know what happens to forgotten things? The flashlight beam crossed its face again. Its eyes reflected the light unnaturally bright now, almost glowing beneath the darkness. They become angry. The moment those words left the darkness, something exploded inside Rohit's mind. Images flooded violently through his thoughts without warning. Not memories. Experiences. He saw children dying during epidemics centuries earlier while grieving parents screamed helplessly beside their beds. He saw mothers cutting pieces of their dead daughter's hair before sewing them carefully into cloth dolls to preserve something of them after burial. He saw colonial occult rituals performed beneath candlelight while desperate families begged for miracles. Porcelain figures placed beside corpses. Ashes hidden inside hollow bodies. Spirits trapped screaming within objects they could no longer escape. He saw abandoned dolls locked inside trunks for decades while loneliness twisted the trapped souls inside them into something unrecognizable. He felt fear, isolation, rage, agony stretching across generations. Endless grief soaked slowly into objects until the objects themselves no longer remained empty. Rohit gasped and dropped to one knee, clutching his head as the visions continued flooding through him. Children crying alone in darkness. Spirits clawing helplessly inside porcelain prisons. Forgotten toys whispering for attention from dusty attics. Centuries of suffering absorbing into wood, cloth, porcelain, and glass. The dolls were never demons. They were prisons. Prisons filled with abandoned pain so immense it had eventually learned how to imitate life. And the longer human beings feared them, the stronger they became. Tears streamed down Rohit's face without him realizing it. The vision stopped suddenly. Silence returned to the chamber except for the faint crackling of candle flames. Slowly, Rohit looked upward again. The red doll was no longer sitting. It stood beside the chair now. He had not seen it move. One moment it had been seated. Now it stood perfectly upright in the candlelight, its tiny head tilted slightly downward toward him. Crack. The sound echoed softly through the room. One of the doll's joints shifted unnaturally beneath the red dress. Another crack followed. Dry. Sharp. Like old bones breaking slowly back into place after years of stillness. The doll took one small step forward. Candle flames dimmed instantly throughout the room. Darkness spread slowly outward from the doll's feet like spilled ink crawling across the floor symbols. "You came here to survive one night," the voice whispered softly. The room grew colder. The surrounding dolls remained perfectly still while shadows swallowed the walls behind them. Another step. Another crack from inside the doll's body. Rohit could no longer breathe properly. His entire body locked with terror as the flashlight flickered weakly in his trembling hand. The doll stopped directly before him. Its eyes looked impossibly human now. Sad. Angry. Empty. Ancient. Then the final candle went out. Total darkness swallowed the ceremonial room completely. And inside that darkness, surrounded by hundreds of silent dolls, the voice whispered one final sentence beside Rohit's ear. "But none of us survived ours." After 2 a.m., the warehouse stopped obeying reality. Time itself began rotting inside the darkness. Rohit first noticed it while stumbling blindly through one of the endless corridors between shelves, desperately checking his phone for any sign that dawn was approaching. His hands shook so violently he nearly dropped the device twice before managing to unlock the screen. The numbers staring back at him made his blood run cold. 2 hours 78 minutes a.m. Rohit blinked repeatedly, convinced panic had begun affecting his vision. He refreshed the screen. The numbers changed again. 2 hours 91 minutes a.m. His breathing stopped completely for one horrifying second. "No," he whispered weakly. The digital clock flickered violently before displaying another impossible sequence. 2:113 a.m. The night was no longer progressing normally. Time itself had become trapped inside the warehouse alongside everything else. There would be no sunrise. No morning. No escape through waiting. The realization shattered something fragile inside his mind. Rohit staggered backward against a shelf while cold nausea twisted through his stomach. Every clock he found afterward showed different impossible times. Some moved backward. Others froze entirely. One old grandfather clock deep in the warehouse hallway spun wildly in reverse while emitting a low groaning sound like someone breathing through broken lungs. The warehouse no longer felt connected to the outside world. It felt buried beneath it. The dolls surrounded him constantly now. Not always moving. Not always visible. But always there. Watching from darkness between shelves. Waiting behind corners. Standing silently in rooms he could have sworn were empty seconds earlier. The whispers never stopped anymore. They drifted endlessly through the hallways like cold smoke, crawling through his ears and into his thoughts until he could no longer tell which voices belonged to the warehouse and which belonged to his own mind. Some whispered memories directly beside him. Memories that were not his. He saw brief flashes of children crying alone inside locked colonial bedrooms while fever consumed them slowly. He heard mothers screaming beside funeral pyres during epidemics. Clutching cloth dolls made from their daughters' clothing because it was all they had left to hold. He felt collectors descending into madness after hearing tiny voices speaking softly from shelves after midnight. Every whisper carried grief. Fear. Loneliness so unbearable it felt infectious. The warehouse was forcing him to experience the suffering trapped inside every object surrounding him. And the longer it continued, the harder it became to remember where his own thoughts ended. Rohit wandered deeper into the warehouse without understanding how long he had been moving. The corridors shifted constantly around him now. Sometimes aisles looped impossibly back toward themselves. Sometimes doors appeared in walls where no doors had existed before. Every flashlight battery died unnaturally fast no matter how often he replaced them. Shadows moved independently from the objects casting them. At one point, he entered a narrow room lined floor to ceiling with dolls sitting in tiny wooden chairs arranged like an audience. All of them faced the far wall silently. Rohit raised the flashlight slowly toward whatever they were watching. A single doll stood in a corner repeatedly smashing its own porcelain head against the concrete wall. Crack. 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 Tiny fractures spread slowly across its face with every impact. Yet it continued humming softly between collisions. A lullaby. Weak. Childlike. The melody sounded heartbreakingly familiar despite Rohit never having heard it before. Blood-colored liquid dripped slowly down the wall beneath the doll's broken face. Crack. 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 Rohit backed away in horror. Elsewhere, he found another doll sitting cross-legged beneath a shelf in complete darkness. At first it looked harmless, small cloth body, stitched smile, tangled hair. Then the flashlight beam revealed what it held in its tiny hands. Human fingernails. Dozens of them. Yellowed, cracked, different sizes. The doll threaded them carefully into pieces of cloth using rusted sewing needles while whispering softly to itself. Rohit stumbled away immediately, bile rising into his throat. His sanity began unraveling slowly after that. The warehouse wore down the mind like water eroding stone. Nothing remained stable long enough for rational thought to survive. He stopped trusting his own eyes entirely. Sometimes dolls appeared alive only to become motionless when directly observed. Other times lifeless figures suddenly stood inches closer than before without him seeing them move. Voices began speaking from behind him using familiar tones, his mother's voice, childhood friends, old classmates, calling his name softly through the darkness. Once he heard himself laughing somewhere nearby. Another time he saw a small version of himself standing silently at the end of an aisle holding a broken toy before vanishing when lightning flashed outside. The warehouse no longer merely contained fear. It manufactured it, molded it, fed upon it. At one point, while wandering through a corridor lined with antique mirrors covered in dust, Rohit suddenly froze. One mirror ahead reflected the flashlight beam directly back toward him. But something inside the reflection looked wrong. Rohit stepped closer slowly, breathing unevenly. The figure inside the mirror wore his clothes, held his flashlight, stood exactly where he stood. But it was not him anymore. The reflection had become porcelain. Smooth pale skin stretched unnaturally across a cracked face. Dark glass eyes stared outward without blinking. Tiny fractures spread along the reflection's cheeks like broken ceramic beneath human flesh. And the smile. The smile was too wide. Rohit stumbled backward in horror, but the reflection did not move with him. It remained standing still inside the mirror while staring directly outward. Smiling. Then slowly, the porcelain version of Rohit tilted its head. Its lips cracked open with a dry snapping sound. "You're becoming one of us." The voice emerged from inside the glass itself. Rohit screamed and hurled the flashlight directly into the mirror. The glass exploded violently outward. Shards crashed across the floor while darkness swallowed the hallway once again. Then came the footsteps. Tiny footsteps rushing rapidly from every direction at once. Tap 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 tap. Fast. Dozens of them. Rohit grabbed the flashlight from the shattered glass and turned just as dolls began charging through the darkness toward him. Not walking. Charging. Crawling across the concrete floor with horrifying speed. Small figures emerging from beneath shelves, from ventilation shafts, from dark corners where they had been hiding unseen. Some sprinted upright with stiff jerking movements. Others dragged themselves forward using their arms. One climbed directly across the wall beside him, its head twitching violently with every movement. Another leaped from a shelf onto the floor ahead with a loud crack of porcelain limbs. Rohit ran screaming through the warehouse while tiny hands clawed desperately at his legs. Dolls swarmed through the aisles around him now like predators finally growing impatient with the game. Some moved in broken puppet-like jerks as though invisible strings yanked violently at their limbs. Others crawled unnaturally smoothly across walls and ceilings with insect-like speed. Giggling echoed everywhere. So did crying. Tiny overlapping voices calling his name while chasing him through the darkness. One doll launched itself from beneath a shelf and grabbed his ankle hard enough to nearly trip him. Rohit screamed and kicked downward instinctively. The doll released him immediately and crashed across the floor. But for one horrifying second before he struck it, he felt its fingers. Warm. Human warm. Not wood. Not porcelain. Flesh temperature. Like the hand of a living child gripping him in terror. The doll let out a cry when he kicked it away. Not mechanical. Not distorted. A real child's cry. Pain. Fear. Confusion. The sound hit Rohit harder than anything else inside the warehouse. Because monsters were easier to survive when they sounded inhuman. Easier to fight when they looked unnatural. But the cries echoing through the darkness now sounded heartbreakingly real. Tiny voices sobbing after being hurt. Tiny hands reaching desperately toward him while crawling across the floor. Some part of Rohit's mind finally broke under the weight of it all. He no longer knew whether he was being hunted by cursed objects, or by the suffering of forgotten children trapped forever between life and death. He ran blindly through the endless aisles while tears mixed with sweat across his face. The dolls followed everywhere, crawling, laughing, crying, hunting him through the rotting darkness of the warehouse while impossible clocks continued ticking deeper into the longest hour of the night. And somewhere far behind them all, hidden within the blackness beyond the shelves, the girl in the red dress watched silently while the entire warehouse slowly consumed his mind. By what should have been near dawn, Rohit no longer trusted the concept of time enough to know whether morning still existed. The warehouse had become a living nightmare without structure or logic, an endless labyrinth of darkness and whispers that seemed to stretch infinitely beneath the storm outside. His body felt weak from exhaustion, his throat raw from screaming, his legs trembling constantly from adrenaline and fear. Yet the warehouse never allowed him to stop moving for long. Every moment of stillness brought whispers closer. Every shadow held movement. Every corridor eventually led him deeper towards something waiting patiently beneath the building. The dolls followed him more openly now. They no longer hid their movements completely. Some stood silently at the ends of aisles watching him pass. Others crawled slowly after him across ceilings and shelves like pale insects wearing human faces. Occasionally he heard tiny footsteps pacing just behind him without ever seeing what produced them. And always, somewhere beyond the darkness, the red doll remained near. Watching, guiding, herding him slowly toward the heart of the warehouse. Rohit discovered the hidden room almost by accident. He had fled into a narrow storage corridor after hearing dozens of dolls giggling somewhere behind him when his shoulder slammed against a rusted metal shelf. The impact shifted the structure slightly, revealing a narrow opening hidden behind hanging tarps and collapsed wooden crates. Cold air drifted upward from the darkness beyond it. Not ordinary cold. Grave cold. The kind of freezing air found beneath churches and burial grounds. Rohit stared at the opening for several seconds while the flashlight trembled weakly in his hand. Something inside him already knew he had finally reached the true center of the warehouse. He pushed aside the crates slowly. Beneath them waited a narrow staircase descending underground into darkness. The concrete steps looked ancient and damp, stained black with age and moisture. Strange symbols had been carved into the walls surrounding the staircase. Many scratched repeatedly over older faded markings as though generations of terrified people had continued reinforcing them for decades. Rohit descended carefully while the flashlight beam flickered against the rotting walls. Every step downward intensified the smell. Ash, mold, decay, and underneath it all, death, real death, thick enough to taste in the air. The staircase ended inside a massive underground cellar hidden beneath the warehouse foundations. Rohit nearly dropped the flashlight the moment the beam revealed the room. Ashes covered the floor in enormous black piles like remains from countless fires. Rusted chains hung from the ceiling beams. Burned ritual circles scarred the concrete walls. And everywhere, bones. Human bones. Hundreds of them. Skulls stacked carelessly against walls. Tiny rib cages half buried beneath ash. Long blackened finger bones scattered across the floor. Some looked ancient. Others disturbingly recent. Rohit stumbled backward in horror while the flashlight swept across the cellar. Every wall had writing scratched repeatedly into the concrete in Bengali using black soot and dried brown stains. The same sentence appeared over and over again across every surface. They must never leave. Some versions looked rushed. Others deeply carved with enough force to crack the wall beneath them. One section contained the sentence written hundreds of times by different hands layered over each other until the words resembled madness itself. Rohit finally understood. The caretaker had never been protecting people from haunted objects. He had been protecting the world from the warehouse. The cellar contained the truth hidden beneath decades of fear and superstition. These objects absorbed human suffering, grief, trauma, rage, death. Every haunting added another fractured consciousness to the growing darkness trapped inside the building. Every cursed object became another vessel carrying pain forward through time. And if enough escaped into the world, the cycle would spread endlessly. The warehouse wasn't storage. It was quarantine. Rohit's flashlight landed on old shelves lining one side of the cellar. VHS tapes filled dusty boxes stacked nearly to the ceiling. Labels covered in faded handwriting. Investigation log 1987. Visitor record 1994. Incident tape 2002. Rohit grabbed one tremblingly and noticed an ancient television and VCR system sitting nearby beneath layers of dust. Somehow, the equipment still had power. The screen flickered weakly to life after several attempts. Static filled the cellar while rain thundered faintly overhead somewhere far above. Rohit inserted the first tape. Grainy footage appeared immediately. A man with a flashlight stood inside the warehouse years earlier speaking nervously into the camera. Rohit recognized the expression instantly, the forced calm of someone trying desperately not to panic. The footage continued for several minutes before the man suddenly began screaming at something off-screen. He swung violently through empty air, attacking invisible figures while begging them to stay away. Then, without warning, he dropped the camera. The footage tilted sideways across the floor. And while the man shrieked somewhere beyond the frame, wet tearing sounds filled the room. When he crawled back into view moments later, blood streamed down his face from two empty sockets where his eyes had once been. Rohit ripped the tape out immediately, shaking violently. He inserted another. This recording showed a woman seated calmly inside the warehouse surrounded by dolls arranged in a circle around her. She smiled gently while speaking to them as though speaking to children. "You're lonely," she whispered lovingly. "I know. I know." Her expression gradually became more peaceful as the tape continued. Then suddenly she stood, poured gasoline across herself from a nearby container, and struck a match while dozens of dolls remained staring silently upward at her. The footage cut off moments before the flames fully consumed her body. Rohit backed away from the television in horror. Every tape documented the same ending. Madness. Possession. Death. The warehouse consumed people slowly until something inside them broke open completely. Then he found the final tape. No label. Just a faded date nearly impossible to read. His hands trembled uncontrollably while inserting it into the player. Static filled the screen for several long seconds before an image slowly appeared. The caretaker. Decades younger. His hair still dark. His face not yet destroyed by years of fear. He sat inside the ceremonial chamber holding the red doll carefully in his arms while crying uncontrollably. The sight chilled Rohit more deeply than everything else he had witnessed that night. The old man looked broken. Not frightened. Destroyed. Her name was Mrnmoyi, the caretaker whispered into the camera between sobs. She was my daughter. Rohit stared silently at the screen while cold realization spread through him. The caretaker explained everything through tears and fragmented sentences. Years earlier, during a devastating outbreak that swept through nearby villages, his daughter had fallen violently ill. Fever consumed her within days. Doctors failed. Temples failed. Prayer failed. Desperate beyond reason, the caretaker sought out occult practitioners who promised preservation of the soul. They told him death could be delayed. That consciousness could survive within a vessel. A doll. A replacement body until the spirit stabilized. But the ritual had gone wrong. Horribly wrong. She came back, the caretaker whispered while clutching the doll tighter. But not all of her. The camera shook violently as he cried harder. Something else entered with her. Rohit's stomach twisted painfully. The caretaker described how the doll changed slowly over time. At first it spoke gently using his daughter's voice. Then it began whispering to empty rooms. Objects moved around the house. Mirrors cracked overnight. Other dolls began appearing near the red figure no matter how many times he destroyed them. The thing inside the doll grew stronger through grief and fear. It fed on suffering. And over decades, every cursed object brought into the warehouse fed it further. Every trapped spirit strengthened the entity growing inside the red doll. The caretaker looked directly into the camera then, his face hollow with terror. It is not haunted anymore. His voice cracked weakly. It is becoming alive. The footage ended abruptly after that. The television screen returned to static. Silence filled the cellar again except for Rohit's ragged breathing. He understood now. The red doll was never merely possessed. It was evolving. Learning from every consciousness trapped within the warehouse. Growing stronger with every fear, every death, every shattered mind consumed over generations. The thing inside it had become something far worse than a ghost. It had become hunger itself. And tonight, after all these years trapped inside the warehouse, it wanted to leave. Rohit slowly turned toward the darkness behind him. He realized then that the cellar had become completely silent. No whispers. No footsteps. No giggling. The dolls had stopped moving entirely. Because they no longer needed to hunt him. He finally understood the true purpose of the night. The warehouse had never intended to kill him immediately. It had been preparing him. Weakening him. Breaking his sanity apart piece by piece until fear hollowed him enough to make room for something else. A new vessel. A new consciousness. A new prison. Somewhere behind him in the darkness of the cellar, tiny footsteps echoed softly once. Then again. Rohit turned slowly, flashlight trembling in his grip. The red doll stood at the top of the staircase waiting silently in the darkness above. Its glass eyes reflected pale light down into the cellar like an animal watching prey. And for the first time since entering the warehouse, Rohit understood with absolute certainty what the thing inside the doll truly wanted. Not his death. His soul. After 4 a.m., the warehouse stopped pretending to be haunted. Until then, the darkness had stalked Rohit carefully. It whispered. It watched. It played with fear slowly like a patient predator enjoying the panic of wounded prey. But sometime after the final tape ended in the cellar, something changed inside the building. The atmosphere shifted violently, as though whatever intelligence controlled the warehouse had finally grown tired of games. The dolls no longer hid in shadows. They no longer waited for lightning flashes or moments when he looked away. Now they moved openly, aggressively, hungrily. Rohit fled upward from the cellar staircase while screams echoed through the warehouse around him. Not human screams. High-pitched, distorted cries emerging from dozens of tiny throats simultaneously. The moment he reached the main hall, movement erupted everywhere. Tiny feet sprinted rapidly across the ceiling beams overhead with impossible speed. Porcelain hands clawed against walls. Life-size dolls stepped silently between aisles while smaller figures crawled beneath shelves in swarming clusters. The entire warehouse had awakened fully now. Music boxes hidden throughout the building began playing by themselves all at once. Twisted lullabies drifted through the darkness in overlapping melodies that sounded warped and broken, as though remembered imperfectly by something dead for too long. Some tunes played backward. Others slowed unnaturally until every note resembled a child crying underwater. The noise filled the warehouse completely. Rohit ran blindly through aisles while the flashlight flickered weakly in his trembling hand. Then came the impact. Smash! One of the warehouse windows exploded inward as a porcelain doll hurled itself directly against the glass from outside. Another impact followed elsewhere. Then another. Tiny pale faces slammed repeatedly against windows throughout the hall with enough force to crack the frames. Crack. 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 Rohit turned in horror just in time to see a burned doll smashing its own face against a nearby pane over and over while black liquid leaked from the fractures in its porcelain skin. Another doll crawled across the exterior wall upside down like an insect before slamming violently against the glass with both tiny hands. The warehouse sounded alive with movement now. Endless scratching. Tiny footsteps. Giggling mixed with screaming. Rohit sprinted toward the main hall near the warehouse entrance and barricaded himself inside using overturned tables, shelves, and broken cabinets. His body shook violently from exhaustion as he shoved furniture against the doors while scratching erupted immediately outside. Tiny fingernails dragged rapidly across the wood. Hundreds of them. The doors rattled constantly beneath impacts from the other side while distorted lullabies echoed through the hall beyond. Rohit collapsed against the barricade gasping for air, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably now. He could no longer think clearly. Fear had become physical. A crushing weight pressing constantly against his chest while the warehouse slowly devoured every remaining piece of sanity inside him. Then the scratching stopped. Instantly. Silence swallowed the hall. Complete silence. No whispers. No music. No movement. And somehow, that terrified him more than the chaos had. Because deep inside himself, Rohit understood exactly what the silence meant. They had stopped scratching not because they left, but because they were already inside. The flashlight beam trembled violently across the room while Rohit backed away slowly from the barricaded doors. The hall looked empty at first. Silent tables overturned across the floor. Shelves lined with motionless dolls. Flickering emergency lights casting weak red illumination through drifting dust. Then something moved beneath one of the tables. A small pale hand slowly slid outward from the darkness underneath. Another appeared beneath a nearby cabinet. Then another behind torn curtains near the wall. Tiny figures began emerging silently from every hiding place inside the room. Dozens of dolls crawled slowly into the dim light without making a sound. Some dragged themselves unnaturally across the floor. Others stood upright with twitching broken movements. One unfolded itself from inside an open cabinet like a spider climbing from a nest. Another slowly descended headfirst from the ceiling using jerking mechanical motions. Their movements were wrong. Horribly wrong. Not human. Not even animal. Like insects trying desperately to imitate people without fully understanding how bodies should function. Rohit stumbled backward while the dolls surrounded him gradually in widening circles. None attacked immediately. They simply approached together in silence while their glass eyes reflected dim red light across the hall. And standing among them was the red doll. Closer now than ever before. The tiny figure walked slowly through the crowd of surrounding dolls while every other object in the room remained perfectly still around it. The red dress dragged softly across the floor. Long black braids hung over porcelain shoulders. But the face had changed. Cracks spread visibly beneath its pale skin now. Tiny fractures running across the cheeks and forehead like broken ceramic splitting apart from pressure underneath. And beneath those cracks, something moved. Something dark pulsed slowly inside the doll's body like thick black veins writhing beneath translucent skin. Rohit began crying openly. Not from pain anymore. From hopelessness. Because the thing standing before him no longer resembled a haunted toy. It resembled something trying to be born. The red doll stopped only a few feet away and tilted its head slightly while staring upward at him with wet human eyes. "You are afraid of dying," it whispered softly. The voice came from everywhere again. Walls. Ceiling. Floor. Hundreds of overlapping child voices speaking together in perfect harmony. Rohit covered his face, shaking uncontrollably. "Please," he whispered weakly. "Please just let me go." The doll stepped closer. Tiny porcelain feet scraping softly against the concrete floor. "We were afraid too." The cracks across its face widened slightly. Blackness pulsed beneath them. "We screamed." Another step. "We cried." Another. And nobody remembered us. Rohit looked upward through tears while the surrounding dolls stared silently around him like mourners gathered at a funeral. The red doll tilted its head again almost curiously. "You fear being taken." Its voice softened. Sad now. Ancient. "We fear being forgotten." Then every light in the hall exploded at once. Glass shattered overhead while darkness consumed the room completely. Rohit screamed instantly as tiny hands grabbed him from every direction. Cold fingers climbed across his body in swarming clusters. Hands seized his arms, his legs, his throat. Porcelain faces pressed against his skin from the darkness while hundreds of children's voices screamed directly into his ears. Tiny fingers forced against his mouth. Into his mouth. Cold nails scraped across his teeth and tongue while unseen hands crawled through his hair and around his neck. Rohit collapsed onto the floor, thrashing violently beneath the swarm. The dolls climbed across him endlessly now. Crawling over his chest. Pressing against his face. Wrapping tiny fingers around his throat hard enough to stop breathing. Children cried. Laughed. Screamed. Memories flooded through him again in unbearable waves. Disease. Fire. Loneliness. coffins lowered into mud, parents clutching dolls while sobbing beside burning pyres. He felt every abandoned soul trapped inside the warehouse reaching toward him desperately from the darkness. The red doll's voice whispered closest of all directly beside his ear. "Stay with us." Then suddenly, warmth touched the windows. Pale golden sunlight spilled faintly through cracks in the warehouse walls. Dawn. The first sunlight reached the glass. Instantly everything stopped. Every hand released him. Every whisper vanished. Every scream died mid-echo. Silence flooded the warehouse completely. Rohit lay gasping on the concrete floor while weak morning light slowly spread across the hall. Around him, every doll had frozen motionless exactly where it stood. Some remained inches from his face. Others crouched across shelves or ceilings. But none moved anymore. The curse had retreated with the night. Sunlight continued spreading slowly through the warehouse while dust drifted peacefully in the pale morning glow. For the first time in hours, the building felt empty again. Dead again. Rohit remained collapsed on the floor, shaking uncontrollably while tears mixed with blood and sweat across his face. He had survived until sunrise. But as he slowly lifted his head toward the motionless dolls surrounding him, he realized something horrifying. Their eyes were still watching him. And somewhere deep inside his mind, the whispers had not stopped. Survival, he finally understood, was not always mercy. Sometimes surviving simply meant carrying the nightmare back out into the world with you. Police found Rohitson wandering barefoot along the highway nearly 6 hours after sunrise. A truck driver spotted him first just outside a small village several kilometers from the warehouse estate. At first the driver thought he was drunk or injured from an accident because Rohit walked aimlessly through the middle of the road beneath the pale gray morning sky, swaying slightly with every step as though his body no longer understood balance properly. His clothes were soaked in mud and rainwater. His feet bled from deep cuts caused by gravel and broken glass. Long scratches covered his arms, neck, and face in thin overlapping lines that resembled marks left by tiny fingernails. His lips were cracked. His eyes looked hollow. Not tired. Empty. The truck driver later told police the most disturbing thing about Rohit was the way he kept turning around while walking, constantly glancing over his shoulder toward empty space behind him as though terrified something invisible continued following him down the highway. When officers approached him, Rohit barely reacted. He stared through them with trembling bloodshot eyes while whispering the same sentence over and over again beneath his breath. "They blink when you look away." Again. And again. And again. "They blink when you look away." Police initially believed he had suffered some kind of psychotic breakdown. Severe trauma. Sleep deprivation. Drug use. Exposure to toxic chemicals inside the abandoned estate. But during transport to the hospital, Rohit suddenly began screaming uncontrollably when one of the officers placed a child's toy left behind in the patrol vehicle near him by accident. Witnesses claimed Rohit pressed himself violently against the opposite door while begging them not to let it touch him. Hospital staff later reported he refused to remain in any room containing mirrors, mannequins, photographs with dolls, or stuffed animals. For several days afterward, he barely slept at all. Every time exhaustion finally overcame him, nurses reported he woke moments later screaming about tiny footsteps moving around his bed in the dark. Authorities searched the warehouse property the same afternoon. But when investigators arrived at the estate, they found nothing. No dolls. No cursed artifacts. No ceremonial chamber. No hidden cellar. No caretaker. The enormous warehouse stood nearly empty beneath the gray daylight like a rotting shell abandoned years earlier. Dust coated the concrete floors undisturbed. Broken shelves leaned crookedly against walls stained by water damage and age. Rain dripped steadily through holes in the collapsed roof. But the collection was gone completely. Police found no evidence of the hundreds of objects Rohit described. No ritual markings. No burned candles. No human bones. No VHS tapes. Nothing except an empty building slowly decaying in silence. The hidden staircase leading underground had vanished entirely behind solid concrete walls. Even the office near the entrance appeared abandoned for decades. Investigators concluded Rohit likely suffered a trauma-induced hallucination triggered by isolation, darkness, and fear inside the storm-damaged warehouse. Psychologists later suggested his obsession with paranormal investigations may have caused a dissociative episode severe enough to distort reality around him. Most people accepted that explanation easily. It was safer that way. Easier. Rational. But the internet did not forget the story so quickly. Especially because Rohit's channel disappeared less than a week later. Every video vanished overnight. Social media accounts were deleted. Livestream archives removed entirely. No interviews followed. No recovery updates. No explanation. One of India's most famous paranormal debunkers simply disappeared from public life completely. And then the emails started. At first only a few viewers mentioned them online. Strange emails arriving at exactly 3:03 a.m. from Rohit's deleted account. No text. No subject line. Only attached photographs. Most people assumed they were hoaxes created by fans seeking attention until more screenshots began appearing across forums and social media. Every photograph showed a doll. Different dolls. Different locations. Some sat quietly inside empty hallways. Others stood near windows in darkened houses. One photograph showed a porcelain figure standing beside a child's bed at night while the child slept unaware only inches away. Another displayed a cracked cloth doll sitting alone inside a church pew beneath candlelight. Metadata from several images traced back to different countries entirely. India, Romania, Japan, Brazil, England. Yet every photograph shared one detail in common. The dolls always appeared to be looking directly at the camera. Watching. Waiting. And sometimes the photographs became even stranger. Families began noticing disturbing details hidden in old pictures stored for years inside albums or digital archives. A doll appearing faintly in the background of an image where nobody remembered placing one. At first it seemed explainable. A forgotten toy. A trick of perspective. But then people noticed the position changed between photographs. In one image the doll stood near a doorway far in the background. In the next photograph taken hours later, it appeared slightly closer. Another family discovered a porcelain doll visible behind them during a birthday celebration despite not owning one. In every subsequent photograph throughout the evening, the doll stood nearer each time. Closer to the children. Closer to the camera. Closer to the person viewing the image itself. Internet forums filled with stories afterward. People waking at night to discover dolls facing different directions than before. Security cameras recording tiny movements between frames. Parents hearing children speaking softly to toys after midnight. collectors reporting feelings of being watched while certain objects remained inside their homes. Most stories were dismissed as paranoia or viral hysteria. But not all of them. Some photographs disappeared from websites after viewers noticed disturbing changes hidden inside the images days later. One famous post showed a doll seated motionless in a hallway during the first upload. When users revisited the image later that night, the doll appeared smiling. Because cursed things do not remain trapped forever. Fear spreads. Pain spreads. Loneliness spreads. Human suffering leaves stains deeper than most people realize. And perhaps that is what truly creates haunted objects in the first place. Not magic. Not demons. But grief abandoned too long. Despair absorbed silently into walls, toys, mirrors, clothing, and forgotten possessions until the objects themselves begin remembering what hurt them. Maybe every object carries echoes of the people who touched it longest. Maybe sadness leaves fingerprints invisible to human eyes. Or maybe some things imitate life so perfectly for so long that eventually the imitation becomes real. Even now, years later, rumors about Rohit still circulate online occasionally. A man matching his description spotted staring into antique shop windows late at night. A trembling figure seen leaving old toy stores moments before closing. Some claim he lives in complete isolation somewhere in the countryside, covering every reflective surface in his house and sleeping with lights on every night. Others believe the warehouse never let him leave completely. Because according to one nurse who treated him after the incident, Rohit repeated one final sentence before disappearing from the hospital entirely. "If they learn your name," he whispered, "they follow you home." So tonight, before you go to sleep, take a moment to look carefully around your room when the lights are off. Pay attention to the objects sitting silently in corners. Especially the ones with faces. Especially the ones with eyes. And if somewhere in your home there is an old doll you have not touched in years. One that always seems slightly out of place. One that appears to be facing a different direction every time you walk past it. Do not throw it away immediately. Do not burn it. Do not lock it inside darkness alone. And whatever you do, never speak to it after midnight. Because some things do not want revenge. Some things simply do not want to be forgotten anymore. And if you ever wake in the middle of the night to the sound of tiny footsteps slowly approaching your bed through the darkness, if you hear soft breathing beside your ear, if you feel small cold fingers brush gently against your hand beneath the blanket, pretend you are still asleep. Do not open your eyes immediately. Do not look beneath the bed. Do not turn toward the corner of the room where the shadows seem slightly too deep. Because sometimes, the only way to survive haunted objects is to let them believe you already belong to them. Some stories are fiction created to entertain people around campfires and glowing screens late at night. Some legends are exaggerated over generations until truth and imagination become impossible to separate. Every village has its ghost stories. Every family has whispers about something strange that once happened in an old house nobody speaks about anymore. Rational people laugh at these stories because fear is easy to dismiss when the lights are on and morning feels safe. But beneath every culture, every religion, every century of human history, one terrifying truth has remained unchanged. Human beings have always feared objects that resemble us too closely. Dolls. Masks. Statues. Puppets. Mannequins. Artificial faces frozen into expressions that almost look alive. We fear them because some ancient instinct buried deep inside the human mind recognizes something wrong about them immediately. They look human, but not enough. Their eyes appear aware, but empty. Their smiles resemble emotion, but lack warmth. And somewhere deep in our subconscious, we understand a horrifying possibility our ancestors feared long before modern science existed. What if something lifeless learns how to imitate life too well? What if loneliness, grief, suffering, and memory leave stains behind so deep that objects begin absorbing them slowly over time? Maybe there is a reason old houses sometimes feel heavy the moment you enter them. Maybe there is a reason certain objects make people uncomfortable without explanation. Maybe there is a reason children speak to toys as though something inside them is listening. And maybe, just maybe, some objects really do remember the people who touched them longest. Somewhere tonight, while the rest of the world sleeps peacefully beneath locked doors and dim bedroom lights, there may be an old attic filled with forgotten belongings gathering dust in silence. Somewhere, hidden beneath sheets and cobwebs, an antique doll might still be sitting exactly where someone left it decades ago after a funeral nobody recovered from. Somewhere else, inside a locked glass cabinet illuminated only by moonlight filtering through curtains, a porcelain face may be staring outward into darkness with eyes too reflective to look entirely fake. In some forgotten toy box buried inside the corner of a basement, tiny cracked hands may still rest folded patiently after years of waiting untouched. Waiting through silence. Waiting through abandonment. Waiting through generations of people who stopped believing. Because forgotten things do not always disappear. Sometimes they remain exactly where they were left. Growing quieter, colder, lonelier. And loneliness can become something terrible when it lasts too long. Maybe tonight, while rain taps softly against your windows and the rest of your house sleeps in silence, there is already something watching from the darkness of another room. Something small sitting motionless on a shelf. Something with glass eyes reflecting faint moonlight. Something that has not moved in years. At least not while anyone was looking directly at it. Perhaps that old doll in the corner is harmless. Perhaps the strange feeling you get around certain objects is only imagination. Perhaps every sound in the hallway after midnight really is just the house settling. But before you sleep tonight, look carefully around your room one last time. Notice the objects with faces. Notice where they are sitting. Notice which direction their eyes are pointing. And if tomorrow morning something appears slightly different, if a doll seems closer than before, if a toy you never touched somehow faces your bed instead of the wall, try not to panic immediately. Because sometimes fear itself is what wakes certain things up. And somewhere, in the deepest part of the night where shadows stop feeling empty, something may still be waiting patiently for one single moment of attention. One glance. One acknowledgement. One terrified realization that it was never truly lifeless at all. So if you wake suddenly in darkness tonight and hear the faint sound of tiny footsteps moving slowly across your floor, if you hear soft scratching near your bedroom door, if you feel the unbearable sensation that someone small and silent is standing beside your bed staring down at you through the dark, remember this story carefully. Keep your eyes closed. Slow your breathing. Pretend you are still asleep. Because sometimes, the most terrifying things in this world are not the monsters hiding under the bed. Sometimes, they are the ones sitting quietly in plain sight, waiting for you to finally notice them. Story 2. Midnight at the Museum, a spine-chilling encounter. There are places in this world that should never stay open after midnight, places where history does not sleep, places where the walls remember every scream, every death, every terrified soul that ever walked through their halls. Tonight's story takes us to one such place, an abandoned museum hidden on the edge of a dying city, a place sealed away after decades of disappearances, madness, and unexplained deaths. People say the exhibits move at night, they say the statues breathe when nobody is watching, and they say, if you remain inside the museum after midnight, something begins counting down, 3, 2, 1, and when the counting ends, the museum chooses someone to keep forever. Tonight, we uncover the terrifying mystery of Midnight at the Museum, a spine-chilling encounter. But before we begin, lock your doors, turn down the lights, and whatever you do, if you hear footsteps behind you tonight, don't look back. The rain began at exactly 11:47 p.m. Not the gentle kind that taps softly against glass before fading into the night. This rain sounded alive, violent, furious. It crashed against the ancient stone walls of the Ashcroft Museum with the sound of thousands of desperate fingernails clawing to get inside. Water poured from the black sky in endless sheets, drowning the empty streets of Blackmere beneath rivers of shimmering darkness, while thunder rolled overhead like something enormous awakening beyond the clouds. Every lightning strike illuminated the museum for only a heartbeat at a time, but those brief flashes were enough to reveal its monstrous silhouette standing at the edge of town like a forgotten cathedral built for something unholy. Towering Gothic spires pierced the storm above, and narrow windows stared down into the streets like hollow eyes watching for movement. Gargoyle statues clung to the roofline, their stone faces slick with rainwater that looked disturbingly like tears running down their cheeks. The entire structure seemed wrong somehow, as though the building itself did not belong in the modern world. It looked older than the town around it, older than memory, older than the ground beneath it. Most people in Blackmere avoided the museum after sunset. Not because it was abandoned, not because it was dangerous, but because of the stories whispered behind locked doors late at night when the storm winds grew loud enough to hide trembling voices. Stories of security guards hearing footsteps echo through empty corridors long after the building had been sealed for the night. Stories of mannequins and statues appearing in different positions by morning, their blank stone faces turned toward doors they had never faced before. Stories of visitors hearing whispers behind them in dark exhibit halls, only to turn around and find nobody there. Some claimed the museum breathed after midnight. Others swore the shadows inside moved independently of the light. There were rumors of people entering alone and emerging days later confused, pale, and unable to remember entire hours of their lives. And then there was the oldest legend of all, the one even lifelong residents refused to repeat after dark. According to the stories, if anyone remained inside the Ashcroft Museum past midnight, the building itself would begin to notice them. First came the whispers, then the footsteps, then the counting. Slow, patient, unnatural. A voice emerging from somewhere deep inside the walls would begin counting backward in the darkness. 3, 2, 1. And when the counting finally stopped, something inside the museum would come looking for you. Because according to the oldest rumor surrounding Ashcroft Museum, the building was never truly abandoned. Something was still inside, waiting in the dark, listening, remembering. And every stormy night, when thunder shook the city and rain battered the ancient stone walls, the people of Blackmere locked their doors a little earlier. hoping they would not hear the counting begin again. Daniel Mercer didn't believe in ghost stories. At 29 years old, he had built an entire career tearing them apart piece by piece beneath the harsh light of logic and cameras. While millions of people spent their nights terrified by blurry videos, haunted house stories, and paranormal sightings online, Daniel made his living exposing them for what they really were: hidden wires, clever editing, manipulated sound effects, and human imagination feeding on fear. His audience loved him because he never looked afraid. No matter how cursed the location, no matter how disturbing the legend, Daniel always walked in with the same calm confidence, the same amused smile, and the same promise to reveal the truth hiding beneath the darkness. Over the years, he had explored abandoned hospitals, supposedly possessed monasteries, forests tied to disappearances, and crumbling mansions where locals claimed demons roamed the halls. Every single time, the ending had been the same. Another myth explained. Another haunting destroyed. Another viral episode uploaded to millions of viewers hungry to watch fear unravel into reality. But tonight felt different the moment he stepped out of the van. The storm alone felt unnatural. Rain hammered the streets of Black Mirror so violently it almost blurred the world beyond the headlights, and the Ashcroft Museum loomed over the empty road ahead like a gigantic corpse rising from the darkness. Lightning flashed overhead, illuminating the ancient Gothic structure in brief flashes of white-blue light, revealing cracked stone walls, towering spires, and rows of dark windows that resembled hollow eye sockets staring down at them from above. Daniel adjusted the hood of his jacket and lifted his camera toward the building while water streamed from his hair and shoulders. "All right, everyone," he said with his usual confident grin, though his voice nearly disappeared beneath the roar of thunder. "Tonight's investigation might be our most requested episode ever. Behind me is the infamous Ashcroft Museum, considered by many to be one of the most haunted locations in the country." He turned slightly, allowing the massive building to dominate the frame behind him. According to local legends, people hear voices echoing through empty exhibit halls after midnight. Security guards claim statues move when nobody is watching. Visitors report seeing figures standing inside locked rooms long after the museum closed down. Another flash of lightning illuminated the building behind him. For a split second, the museum looked impossibly larger than before, its towering silhouette stretching unnaturally high into the storm-dark sky. Daniel continued speaking into the camera, trying to maintain his energetic tone. "And tonight, me and my producer Mia are spending the entire night inside to uncover the truth behind the legend of Ashcroft Museum." Behind Daniel, partially hidden beneath the museum's entrance archway, stood the caretaker. Walter Greaves looked less like an employee and more like something the storm itself had dragged out of the darkness. He was painfully thin, his long gray coat hanging loosely from his frail body as rainwater dripped steadily from the brim of his old hat. Deep wrinkles carved through his pale skin like cracks in dried stone, and his eyes looked wrong somehow. Hollow. Sunken. Exhausted in a way that made him seem far older than any living person should have been. He didn't blink much. He simply stood there silently watching Daniel with an expression that wasn't annoyance or skepticism. It looked closer to pity. A violent thunderclap shook the street as Walter slowly stepped forward, the rusted keys hanging from his trembling hand clinking softly in the storm. "You still have time to leave," he muttered quietly. His voice was thin and strained, almost drowned beneath the rain, yet somehow Daniel heard every word clearly. Daniel laughed softly and glanced back at the camera with a grin. "And there it is, guys," he said playfully. "Every haunted place comes with one creepy old warning. Usually comments like that earned nervous laughter from locals. Usually people smiled awkwardly after saying things like that. Walter didn't smile. Not even slightly. He just kept staring at Daniel with those hollow eyes while lightning flashed behind him again, briefly illuminating the deep shadows beneath his face. "This place isn't haunted," Walter whispered. Something about the way he said it caused Daniel's smile to fade slightly. The old man's voice carried no drama, no attempt to scare them. It sounded like simple, exhausted truth. Daniel lowered the camera a little. "Then what is it?" he asked. For several long seconds, Walter said nothing. The storm raged around them while the museum stood silently overhead like it was listening to the conversation. The old caretaker slowly tightened his grip around the ring of rusted keys until his knuckles turned white. Daniel noticed his hands trembling violently now. Not from the cold. From fear. Real fear. Then Walter finally looked past Daniel toward the dark entrance behind him, as if something inside the museum might already be waiting in the shadows beyond the doors. When he spoke again, his voice dropped almost to a whisper. "It remembers." The Ashcroft Museum had once been the pride of Blackmere. Long before people whispered its name with fear, before the windows were boarded shut and the entrance chained closed, the museum had been considered the crown jewel of the entire city. In the late 1800s, wealthy historian and collector Edgar Ashcroft traveled across war-torn countries, forgotten ruins, remote villages, and ancient burial grounds searching for rare artifacts the world had either lost or buried on purpose. When construction of the museum was completed in 1891, newspapers described it as a temple of history, a place where the dead past of humanity had been carefully preserved beneath one roof. People traveled from neighboring cities just to walk its halls. Children stood wide-eyed beneath towering dinosaur skeletons and glass displays filled with ancient relics older than entire civilizations. Scholars came to study ceremonial weapons stained dark with age, cracked religious idols recovered from abandoned temples, tribal masks carved from bone and wood, and medieval paintings so old their colors had begun fading into ghostly shades beneath the varnish. Entire rooms were dedicated to forgotten cultures and unexplained objects. There were taxidermy displays featuring animals no longer found anywhere in the world, burial relics unearthed from collapsed tombs, and locked cases containing items that museum staff were forbidden from touching without permission. Some visitors claimed certain exhibits made them feel physically ill. Others reported hearing faint whispers near the occult collections even when the rooms stood empty. But in those early years, people dismissed such stories as imagination. Museums were supposed to feel eerie. That was part of the attraction. Then the disappearances began. At first, they were isolated incidents easy to explain away. A tourist wandering off. A homeless man breaking into the building at night and never returning. But over time, the stories became harder to ignore. A young historian vanished while cataloging artifacts in the basement archives. A security guard was found wandering outside the museum barefoot during a snowstorm, unable to remember his own name. Employees began suffering violent panic attacks while working late shifts alone. Some claimed they heard breathing behind them in empty hallways. Others swore certain statues moved positions overnight despite weighing hundreds of pounds. One janitor abruptly quit after insisting he saw a faceless figure standing motionless at the end of a corridor every night at exactly 3:13 a.m. Eventually, even the city itself began treating the museum differently. Fewer people visited. Entire sections were quietly closed off to the public. Rumors spread faster than official explanations could contain them. But the event that truly poisoned Ashcroft Museum forever happened on a stormy night in October of 1974. According to official reports, a fire broke out on the third floor shortly after midnight. Firefighters arrived within minutes expecting to find the entire building consumed by flames. Instead, they found something impossible. The fire was moving. Witnesses later claimed the flames crawled through the hallways like living creatures searching for something. Entire rooms remained untouched while others burned black within seconds. Security footage from that night was later destroyed, but surviving firefighters described flames that bent unnaturally around exhibits without consuming them, as though the fire itself was choosing what to destroy. One firefighter reportedly suffered a complete mental breakdown afterward, repeatedly screaming that the walls were breathing. Another refused to ever speak about what he saw inside the museum again. Strangest of all, despite the chaos, the fire never spread beyond the third floor. It simply stopped on its own shortly before dawn, leaving behind corridors blackened with soot and several employees unaccounted for. Their bodies were never found. After that night, Ashcroft Museum changed forever. Attendance collapsed within months. Entire exhibits were abandoned exactly where they stood, left frozen in time beneath layers of dust and darkness. Ancient paintings remained hanging crooked on soot-stained walls. Glass display cases still held objects no one dared remove. Half-finished paperwork remained scattered across office desks as though employees had simply stood up one day and never returned. Eventually the city shut the museum down completely. For nearly 20 years, the massive Gothic structure stood abandoned at the edge of Blackmere like a decaying monument to something the town desperately wanted to forget. Rain slowly rotted the roof. Mold crept across the walls. Windows cracked. Yet even abandoned, the museum never truly felt empty. Locals claimed lights flickered inside certain rooms late at night despite the power being disconnected years earlier. Some swore they saw silhouettes moving behind the upper windows during thunderstorms. Others reported hearing distant metallic sounds echoing from inside the building after midnight, slow, rhythmic noises resembling chains dragging across stone floors. Daniel Mercer dismissed all of it as exaggeration as he followed Mia Carter deeper into the museum's entrance hall. Their footsteps echoed endlessly through the darkness while weak flashlight beams swept across dusty exhibits and towering marble pillars. The air inside felt colder than outside despite the storm, carrying the thick smell of wet stone, mildew, ancient paper, and something else hidden beneath it all, something faintly rotten lingering inside the walls. Mia walked beside him carrying audio equipment close to her chest. Her eyes constantly drifting toward the dark corridors branching away from the main hall. Shadows stretched unnaturally across the floor around them whenever lightning flashed through the high stained glass windows overhead. "You okay?" she asked quietly, though her voice barely rose above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly inside the museum felt wrong. Daniel laughed softly while adjusting the camera hanging from his shoulder. "What? You nervous already?" Mia hesitated before answering. "A little." Daniel smirked. "You actually believe these stories?" Mia didn't answer immediately. Instead, she glanced down one of the long hallways disappearing into darkness beyond the exhibits. Something about the corridor seemed disturbingly endless, the shadows at the far end too thick for the flashlight beams to fully penetrate. "I believe old places hold memories," she said quietly. Daniel chuckled under his breath. "That sounds fake deep." Mia slowly shook her head, still staring into the darkness ahead. When she spoke again, her voice dropped lower. More serious. "No," she whispered. I mean real memories. A sudden thunderclap shook the building hard enough to rattle the glass display cases around them. Somewhere deeper inside the museum, something metallic clanged faintly in the darkness. Daniel rolled his eyes playfully and continued walking, but despite himself. Walter's final words kept echoing through his mind with every step they took deeper into the building. It remembers. The museum was far larger on the inside than it had appeared from the street. The deeper Daniel and Mia walked into Ashcroft Museum, the more the building seemed to unfold endlessly around them like some gigantic maze built to swallow people whole. Vast hallways stretched into darkness beyond the reach of their flashlights, twisting through enormous exhibit chambers and archways supported by towering stone pillars blackened with age. Every sound echoed unnaturally far. Even the smallest footstep returned to them seconds later from somewhere distant in the shadows, making it impossible to tell whether the noises belonged to them or something else moving deeper inside the museum alongside them. The air felt thick and stale, untouched for decades. It carried the suffocating smell of wet stone, rotting wood, ancient paper, mildew, and something else hidden beneath it all, a faint sour odor resembling decay trapped behind the walls. Water dripped steadily somewhere far off in the darkness, the sound echoing slowly through the empty corridors like a leaking tomb beneath the earth. Their flashlight beams swept across cracked marble floors littered with dust and fragments of broken glass. Torn velvet ropes still hung beside forgotten exhibits as though visitors had vanished in the middle of touring the museum decades earlier. Old paintings watched them silently from soot-darkened walls, their faces barely visible beneath layers of grime. Some appeared damaged by moisture and time, while others looked strangely untouched, their painted eyes unnervingly vivid whenever the flashlight beams crossed them. Daniel turned a corner and stopped abruptly. Ahead of them stood a massive iron archway leading into one of the museum's largest exhibit halls. Faded gold lettering hung overhead, barely readable beneath years of dust. The occult history of Europe. Mia immediately slowed beside him. Even Daniel felt something shift in the atmosphere the moment they stepped inside. The room felt colder than the rest of the museum. Oppressively cold. Their breath fogged faintly in the air while shadows stretched endlessly between rows of ancient displays illuminated only by their weak flashlight beams and occasional flashes of lightning from the storm outside. The exhibit looked less like a museum collection and more like the aftermath of some forgotten ritual. Cracked glass display cases lined the chamber, filled with objects that seemed wrong simply to look at for too long. Ancient ceremonial masks hung mounted against the walls, their stretched human-like faces frozen in expressions that resembled silent screaming. Some were carved from dark wood stained nearly black with age. Others appeared disturbingly human beneath the dust, their hollow eye sockets seeming to follow movement through the room. Nearby sat dozens of old dolls dressed in rotting lace clothing, many missing eyes, fingers, or entire sections of their faces. One doll appeared to have human teeth crudely stitched into its mouth. Another had long strands of real hair spilling across the shelf beside it. Thick black books rested inside locked cases beneath faded warning plaques written in multiple languages. Their leather covers looked wet despite decades of abandonment, and strange symbols had been carved into the bindings deeply enough to crack the leather around them. One nearby display contained rusted surgical instruments beside religious relics stained dark brown with age. Another showcased ceremonial daggers recovered from mass graves across Eastern Europe. Mia instinctively moved closer to Daniel as they walked deeper into the exhibit hall. "This place feels wrong," she whispered. Daniel forced a grin for the camera, though even he had lowered his voice slightly without realizing it. "Well, congratulations," he said quietly. That means the exhibit designers did their job. But the humor in his voice sounded weaker now. At the very center of the room stood something enormous hidden beneath the darkness overhead. Daniel slowly raised his flashlight higher. The beam climbed across cracked stone feet. Long folded robes carved from black rock. Massive hands pressed together against its chest. Until finally the light reached the figure's face, or rather, the place where its face should have been. Mia froze instantly. The statue towered nearly 8 feet tall, carved entirely from a strange dark stone that absorbed the flashlight beam instead of reflecting it. The figure resembled a robed humanoid standing in silent prayer, yet its proportions were subtly wrong in ways the human brain struggled to fully process. Its arms appeared slightly too long. Its shoulders too narrow. Its posture too rigid. And where a face should have existed, there was only smooth featureless stone. No eyes. No mouth. No nose. Nothing. Just a blank surface curving inward like an unfinished human head. Despite having no features whatsoever, the statue radiated the overwhelming sensation that it was staring directly at them. A cold shiver crawled down Mia's spine. "That thing is horrifying," she whispered. Daniel aimed the camera toward the statue while stepping closer. "And this, ladies and gentlemen," he said with a nervous chuckle, "is probably where 90% of the ghost stories surrounding Ashcroft Museum come from." At the statue's base sat an old bronze plaque covered in dust. Daniel brushed it clean with his sleeve and read aloud. "The Watcher of Vesker, origin unknown, recovered 1912, origin unknown." Mia muttered uneasily. "That's comforting." Daniel smirked and lightly knocked his knuckles against the statue's leg. The sound echoed heavily through the chamber. "Solid stone. See?" he said confidently toward the camera. "No curses. No demons. Just creepy aesthetics and old folklore." Yet even as he spoke, something about the statue disturbed him on a level he couldn't explain. The stone felt unnaturally cold beneath his fingers. Not room temperature cold. Freezing cold. Like touching ice hidden beneath the earth. And for a brief moment after pulling his hand away, Daniel could have sworn the statue's folded hands had shifted slightly. He immediately stepped back. Probably his imagination. Thunder exploded outside, shaking the windows hard enough to rattle several glass display cases nearby. A violent flash of lightning illuminated the room completely in stark white light. And in that split second, the statue looked different. Taller. Its head no longer bowed quite as low. Daniel froze. His flashlight trembled slightly in his hand as darkness swallowed the room again. Mia noticed his expression immediately. "What?" she whispered. Daniel kept staring at the statue for another long second before forcing a laugh under his breath. "Nothing," he muttered. "Thought I saw." He stopped himself. The statue stood exactly where it had been before. Motionless. Silent. Daniel blinked hard and shook his head slowly. Probably the lighting. But as they turned to continue deeper into the exhibit, neither of them noticed the fine layer of dust around the statue's stone feet had been disturbed. As though something impossibly heavy had shifted position ever so slightly while the lightning flashed. 11:58 p.m. The museum had grown unnaturally quiet. Outside, the storm still raged violently over Blackmere, thunder rolling across the city hard enough to shake the old stained glass windows, but deep inside Ashcroft Museum, the silence felt thick and oppressive, as though the building itself were holding its breath waiting for something to happen. Daniel and Mia had set up 8 stationary cameras throughout the museum over the past hour, positioning them carefully across key exhibit halls, corridors, stairwells, and entrances to capture anything unusual for the live stream. Thick cables snaked across dusty floors while weak monitor screens cast pale blue light across the darkness of the museum's old security room. Daniel sat hunched over the monitors with a flashlight resting beside him, occasionally adjusting camera angles while Mia organized spare batteries, audio recorders, and backup memory cards on an old wooden desk stained with age and water damage. The room smelled strongly of mildew and rust. Somewhere overhead, pipes groaned softly inside the walls like something shifting in its sleep. Daniel rubbed tiredness from his eyes and glanced at the glowing timestamp in the corner of the nearest monitor. 11:58 p.m. Only 2 minutes until midnight. Still nothing, he muttered with a disappointed laugh while cycling through the camera feeds. No ghosts. No moving statues. No cursed spirits. Mia didn't answer immediately. She was staring toward the security room doorway where darkness pooled heavily beyond the weak flashlight glow. "This place feels different now," she whispered quietly. Daniel smirked without looking away from the screens. "That's because it's almost midnight and your brain wants something creepy to happen." Yet even as he said it, he found himself glancing toward the doorway too. The museum no longer felt merely abandoned. The silence had changed somehow. Earlier, the building creaked and groaned naturally with age and storm winds. Now those sounds had faded almost completely. The absence of noise itself felt wrong. Daniel switched to camera 3 overlooking the west corridor. Empty. Camera 5 showed the medieval gallery. Empty. Camera 6 captured the main entrance hall where dust drifted slowly through flashlight beams like floating ash. Empty. Then camera 4 flickered violently. Daniel froze. Static exploded across the monitor screen with a loud burst of distorted crackling that filled the security room. White interference lines ripped across the image for several seconds before suddenly stabilizing again. Daniel frowned immediately and leaned closer to the monitor. "What the?" Camera 4 overlooked the Egyptian exhibit on the museum's eastern wing. The room appeared dimly lit by emergency lanterns they had placed earlier, casting long distorted shadows across rows of ancient artifacts and broken display cases. At first everything seemed normal. Then Daniel's expression slowly changed. His eyes narrowed. No. He grabbed the monitor controls and rewound the footage several seconds before pausing the frame. Mia stepped beside him. "What?" Daniel pointed silently toward the center of the screen. At the far end of the Egyptian exhibit stood a massive black sarcophagus decorated with faded gold markings and cracked hieroglyphics. But something about its position felt wrong. Daniel quickly pulled up earlier footage from less than an hour ago. The difference was immediate. Before, the sarcophagus had rested against the far left wall beside 2 damaged stone pillars exactly where museum records indicated it had remained for decades. Now it stood nearly 15 feet away in the center of the room, facing directly toward the camera. Daniel stared at the screen in silence for several long seconds. "No way," he whispered under his breath. Mia leaned closer over his shoulder, her face slowly draining of color. "Wasn't that near the wall before?" "Yeah." Daniel zoomed the footage tighter. The sarcophagus dominated the screen now, standing upright beneath weak emergency light. Thick layers of dust coated its cracked surface, but strange scrape marks were now visible across the floor behind it. Long deep grooves carved through the dust as though something unimaginably heavy had been dragged slowly across the room. Daniel swallowed hard. The camera audio hissed softly through the speakers while the sarcophagus sat motionless in the darkness. Yet the longer they stared at it, the more it seemed aware of them somehow. Waiting. Mia folded her arms uneasily. Maybe Walter moved it. Daniel forced a quiet laugh, though it sounded thin and uncertain now. Yeah. That's probably it. He leaned back in his chair, trying to regain control of the mood. He's probably messing with us to make the documentary more interesting. Mia kept staring at the monitor. You really think a 70-year-old man dragged that thing across the room by himself? Daniel opened his mouth to answer, then stopped. Because he knew exactly how heavy the artifact was. Earlier that evening he had read the exhibit plaque while filming B-roll footage. The sarcophagus weighed nearly 900 pounds. It would have required multiple people and specialized lifting equipment just to move it a few inches safely. Yet according to the footage, sometime within the last 20 minutes, it had crossed the entire room silently on its own. A low crackle of static suddenly hissed through the monitor speakers again. Both of them flinched slightly. The image flickered once more, then stabilized. Daniel's stomach tightened instantly. The sarcophagus was no longer fully visible on the screen. Mia's breathing caught. Daniel. He stared at the monitor in confusion. The camera angle hadn't changed. Yet somehow the sarcophagus now stood closer than before, partially blocking the frame like it had moved several feet toward the camera during the brief static interruption. Neither of them spoke. The room suddenly felt freezing cold. Then slowly, almost too slowly to notice at first, the heavy stone lid of the sarcophagus shifted open by itself with a faint grinding sound that crackled softly through the monitor speakers. Daniel's pulse spiked violently. That's not funny, he whispered instinctively, though nobody else should have been inside the exhibit. The lid stopped moving after opening only a few inches, leaving a narrow black gap visible inside the ancient coffin. Darkness filled the opening completely. Nothing could be seen within it. Then the camera audio picked up something else. A sound so faint Daniel almost thought it was interference at first. Breathing. Slow. Wet. Human breathing coming from inside the sarcophagus. Mia stepped backward immediately. Turn that off. Daniel didn't move. His eyes remained locked on the monitor while static slowly crawled across the screen again. And just before the image distorted completely, something pale appeared briefly inside the narrow darkness between the lid and the coffin. A face. Watching the camera from inside. The monitor suddenly went black. Silence filled the security room once more except for the storm outside and the faint crackling hiss still coming from the dead speakers. Daniel stared at the screen without blinking. Then somewhere deep inside the museum, metal clanged loudly in the darkness, as if something enormous had just moved. Midnight arrived with a deafening explosion of thunder that shook the entire museum like the impact of something colossal striking the roof from above. The sound was so violent it rattled the glass display cases, trembled through the stone floors beneath their feet, and sent dust raining softly from the ceiling of the security room. For one blinding instant, lightning illuminated the entire museum through the tall stained glass windows, flooding the corridors outside with stark white light and revealing endless hallways lined with motionless exhibits and towering shadows stretching unnaturally across the walls. Then every light inside Ashcroft Museum died at once. Not gradually, not with the flicker of faulty wiring. Instantly. 1 second the monitors glowed softly around them. The next, absolute darkness swallowed everything. The security screens went black. The weak overhead lamps vanished. Even the distant emergency lights throughout the hallways disappeared as though something had ripped the power directly out of the building itself. The darkness that followed felt unnatural. Thick. Suffocating. Alive. Mia gasped sharply somewhere beside Daniel, the sound trembling with sudden panic. Daniel? Her voice sounded small now, swallowed by the enormous darkness surrounding them. Daniel immediately grabbed for his flashlight, nearly knocking equipment onto the floor in the process. I'm here. His flashlight beam suddenly burst to life, cutting a narrow tunnel through the blackness. Mia's flashlight clicked on moments later, though both beams seemed strangely weak now, as if the darkness itself were consuming the light before it could fully spread. Dust drifted through the pale beams like ash floating underwater. Beyond the edges of the flashlights, the museum remained completely black. Endless. Silent. Daniel forced himself to breathe steadily. Probably an old generator failure, he muttered automatically, though his voice lacked conviction. Mia didn't answer. She was staring toward the open security room doorway leading into the corridor outside. Daniel slowly turned his flashlight toward it as well. The hallway beyond looked wrong somehow. Too dark. Their flashlight beams barely reached a few feet past the doorway before dissolving into thick shadows. It felt less like looking into a corridor, and more like staring into something bottomless. Then they heard it. Clink. The sound echoed faintly somewhere far inside the museum. Metallic. Hollow. Clink. Daniel froze instantly. Clink. The noise came again. Slow. Rhythmic. Deliberate. Metal scraping against stone floors deep within the darkness beyond the security room. Mia's breathing became shallow. What is that? She whispered. Neither of them moved. The sound continued echoing through the museum's corridors. Clink. 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 Like heavy chains being dragged slowly across ancient stone. The noise seemed impossibly distant one moment, then strangely closer the next, bouncing unnaturally through the endless hallways in ways that made it impossible to tell where it was coming from. Daniel swallowed hard and forced out a nervous laugh that sounded painfully fake even to himself. Okay. He muttered weakly. That's definitely new. The chain-dragging sound stopped instantly. Silence crashed down over the museum so completely it made Daniel's ears ring. No thunder outside. No creaking pipes. No rain against the windows. Nothing. It felt as though the entire building had suddenly become aware of them listening. Mia slowly stepped closer to Daniel. I don't like this. Daniel opened his mouth to respond. Then a voice whispered through the darkness. 3. Both of them froze. The whisper had not come from the hallway, or the security room, or any direction at all. It sounded impossibly close, soft and raspy, like someone leaning directly beside their ears inside the darkness. Mia's fingers tightened painfully around Daniel's arm. Daniel's forced smile disappeared instantly. Did you hear that? He whispered. Mia nodded slowly without taking her eyes off the corridor ahead. Her face had gone pale beneath the flashlight glow. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then the whisper returned. Closer this time. Clearer. 3. The word stretched unnaturally through the darkness like breath escaping from a dying throat. At the exact same moment, the temperature inside the museum dropped violently. Daniel inhaled sharply as freezing air flooded the security room. Frost instantly crept across the edges of the monitor screens. Their flashlight beams flickered weakly. Mia's breath suddenly fogged visibly in front of her face. Daniel could see his own now too. The cold didn't feel natural. It felt invasive. As though something enormous had just entered the building with them. Mia grabbed Daniel's sleeve tightly, her voice barely audible. "Who's there?" No answer came. Only silence. But it no longer felt empty. The darkness outside the room now carried a terrible sensation of presence. Like something standing just beyond the reach of the flashlight beams, watching them patiently without moving. Daniel slowly aimed his flashlight deeper into the hallway. The beam trembled slightly in his hand. Empty corridor. Dust-covered floor. Old paintings hanging crooked against cracked walls. Nothing there. Yet every instinct in his body screamed that they were no longer alone. Then somewhere deep inside the museum, the chains began moving again. Clink. 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 This time the sound was louder. Closer. Slowly approaching through the darkness, one deliberate step at a time. And beneath the metallic scraping noise, Daniel thought he heard something else now. Breathing. Deep. Slow. Inhuman breathing echoing faintly somewhere between the chains. Mia stepped backward instinctively. Daniel. The flashlight beams flickered again. And for a split second, only a split second, Daniel thought he saw a tall silhouette standing motionless at the far end of the hallway beyond the darkness. Far too tall to be human. Then the light steadied. The corridor was empty again. But the chains kept coming closer. Clink. 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 They followed the sound deeper into the west corridor, moving slowly through the suffocating darkness while the echo of dragging chains continued somewhere ahead of them. The hallway stretched endlessly beneath towering Gothic arches lined with ancient paintings, broken statues, and long-abandoned display cases coated in decades of dust. Their footsteps sounded unnaturally loud against the cracked marble floor, each echo returning from distant parts of the museum seconds too late, as though something else were walking beside them just out of sight. The deeper they went, the colder the air became. Daniel tightened his grip on the flashlight as frost slowly crept along the edges of nearby glass displays. Every breath now escaped in pale clouds that drifted through the darkness like smoke. Even stranger, the flashlight beams no longer behaved normally. Earlier, the light had reached halfway down the corridors. Now the darkness ahead seemed to absorb it. The beam stretched only a few feet forward before dissolving into thick blackness that looked almost liquid, as if the museum itself were swallowing the light before it could touch the walls. Daniel tried not to think about it. Tried not to think about the whisper. Or the impossible cold. Or the growing feeling crawling beneath his skin that something ahead of them knew exactly where they were. Beside him, Mia stayed close enough that her shoulder occasionally brushed against his arm. He could hear the nervous trembling in her breathing now. The chain-dragging sound continued intermittently somewhere farther down the corridor. Clink. 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 Slow. Patient. Like something enormous dragging metal restraints behind it while walking through the darkness. Daniel forced himself to raise the camera again, clinging desperately to the familiar comfort of narration. If he kept talking, maybe things would still feel normal. Maybe this could still be explained. He swallowed and spoke quietly into the microphone. For the record, he whispered with a strained, nervous smile, there's probably some kind of hidden speaker system in the museum or, bang. The sound exploded through the hallway like a gunshot. Mia screamed instantly. Daniel nearly dropped both the flashlight and the camera as the deafening crash echoed violently around them. Glass shattered somewhere ahead, spraying across the floor with a sharp metallic rain of fragments. Daniel spun his flashlight toward the source of the noise, his pulse hammering violently in his chest. At the far end of the corridor, one of the old exhibit cases had completely exploded outward. Jagged shards of glass littered the marble floor while the cracked wooden frame still trembled slightly from the impact. The flashlight beam swept shakily across the display. Empty. Daniel slowed. His stomach tightened immediately. Moments earlier, the exhibit had contained an artifact, an ancient medieval iron mask displayed on a black velvet stand behind the glass. Daniel remembered it clearly because the object itself had unsettled him during setup earlier that evening. The mask had been crudely forged from dark iron centuries ago, shaped vaguely like a human face stretched unnaturally thin. Rusted spikes protruded inward from the inside surface where they would have pressed directly into the wearer's flesh. The exhibit plaque claimed it had once belonged to an execution cult operating somewhere in Eastern Europe during the 15th century. Now the stand sat completely empty beneath the shattered glass. The mask was gone. Mia stared at the destroyed case in horror. Daniel. Before he could answer, something moved in the darkness ahead. Fast. So fast Daniel almost doubted he had seen it at all. A figure crossed the far end of the corridor in complete silence before vanishing around a distant corner. Daniel instinctively snapped the flashlight beam toward it, but the corridor beyond stood empty again. His heart slammed violently against his ribs. "Did you see that?" Mia whispered shakily. Daniel didn't answer immediately. Because he had seen it. And what he saw made absolutely no sense. The figure had been human-shaped. But wrong in ways the brain struggled to process. It was far too tall. Its arms hung unnaturally low, nearly reaching its knees as it moved. Its body looked painfully thin beneath the darkness, its limbs bending at angles that didn't look natural. Worst of all was its neck. Daniel could still picture it clearly for that split second when the flashlight beam caught its silhouette. The figure's neck bent sharply sideways, twisted almost 90 degrees as though its head had been violently broken yet still remained upright. The thing had moved with terrifying speed despite the unnatural distortion of its body. And it had made absolutely no sound. Mia's breathing had become shallow and uneven now. "Daniel." She whispered again, her voice trembling harder this time. He still didn't answer. Because something inside him had finally changed. Until now, some part of Daniel had still been trying to rationalize everything, the moving sarcophagus. The whispers, the chains, the darkness. Hidden mechanisms. Hallucinations. Elaborate tricks. But standing there in the freezing corridor staring into the endless blackness where the figure had disappeared. He felt it for the first time. Real fear. Not the excitement of filming creepy content. Not nervousness. Something far older and deeper. The crushing primal terror of realizing you are no longer alone with something you understand. The hallway suddenly felt crowded despite being empty. Every shadow seemed heavier now, Every dark corner carried the unbearable sensation that eyes were fixed upon them from just beyond the reach of the flashlight beams. Watching silently. Waiting patiently. Daniel slowly turned in place, sweeping the trembling flashlight across the corridor around them. Empty display cases. Torn paintings. Marble pillars. Darkness. Yet the feeling only grew stronger. Something was nearby. He could feel it breathing somewhere beyond the blackness. Not hiding from them. Studying them. Then the chain-dragging sound came again. Clink. 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 This time it echoed from directly behind them. Mia gasped sharply. Daniel spun around instantly, flashlight beam jerking violently through the darkness. The corridor behind them stretched empty for several long seconds. Then his light landed on the shattered exhibit case once more. Daniel froze. Resting carefully atop the broken glass inside the empty display was the iron mask. Neither of them had seen it return. Yet there it sat silently beneath the flashlight beam, facing directly toward them now. And beneath the rusted eye holes, fresh wet fingerprints slowly dripped down the iron surface like something had just placed it there moments ago. The whispers began only moments later. At first, Daniel thought it was the storm outside forcing wind through cracks in the old walls. A faint murmur hidden beneath the distant thunder. But as he stood frozen in the west corridor staring at the iron mask resting inside the shattered display case, the sound slowly became clearer. Voices. Soft. Human. Whispering from somewhere deep within the museum's darkness. Daniel slowly turned his flashlight toward the hallway ahead, his pulse hammering violently in his chest. The beam cut through drifting dust and endless shadows, but revealed nothing. Yet the whispers continued. More voices joined in. Then more. Soon dozens of faint overlapping whispers surrounded them from every direction at once. Echoing softly through the corridors and exhibit halls like invisible crowds speaking directly into their ears. Some sounded distant. Others impossibly close. Some whispered too quietly to understand. Others spoke in broken fragments just clear enough to send cold terror crawling beneath the skin. Daniel heard crying somewhere behind him. A woman sobbing softly in the darkness like someone grieving beside a grave. Then came laughter, low, breathless laughter echoing from somewhere above the ceiling. Another voice whispered urgently beside his ear, begging for something he couldn't fully understand. A man's voice muttered repeatedly in a language Daniel didn't recognize. Somewhere farther away. A child giggled softly before dissolving into static like hissing. The voices layered together unnaturally, overlapping and weaving through each other until the entire museum seemed alive with whispering. Mia grabbed Daniel's sleeve tightly. "Do you hear that?" she whispered shakily. Daniel didn't answer. His flashlight beam swung wildly across the corridor while panic slowly tightened around his chest. The whispers were everywhere now. Behind them. Ahead of them. Above them. Inside the walls. Some sounded frightened. Others sounded excited. And a few sounded hungry. Then Daniel realized something far worse. The whispers were slowly getting louder. Not because they were approaching. Because more voices were joining in. He spun around again, flashlight trembling violently in his grip. "Who's there?" he shouted suddenly, his voice echoing harshly through the museum. The whispers stopped instantly. Every single one. Silence crashed over the corridor so abruptly it felt violent. Daniel could suddenly hear only his own breathing and the frantic pounding of blood in his ears. The flashlight beams flickered weakly again. Mia slowly covered her mouth with trembling fingers, staring into the darkness ahead as though she expected something to emerge from it. Then came a new voice. A child's voice. Very close. 2. The word echoed softly through the corridor like breath passing through dead lungs. Mia's eyes widened with horror. No. She whispered. Daniel's stomach dropped violently. The countdown. His mind immediately flashed back to the whisper they had heard earlier in the security room. 3. Now this. 2. His heartbeat pounded so hard he could feel it in his throat. 2 what? 2 minutes. 2 people. 2 steps before something happened. He opened his mouth to speak, but before he could say anything, a deafening metallic clang exploded somewhere directly above them. The sound echoed through the entire museum like massive iron doors slamming shut. Both Daniel and Mia flinched violently as dust drifted from the ceiling overhead. Then came footsteps. Heavy footsteps. Slow. Deliberate. Walking directly across the 3rd floor above them. Thud. Silence. Thud. Silence. Thud. The floorboards overhead groaned beneath each step like ancient wood straining under enormous weight. Daniel's entire body went cold. That was impossible. The 3rd floor had been sealed shut for years after the 1974 fire. Walter himself had locked the staircase gate earlier that evening. Daniel remembered hearing the rusted chains being wrapped around it. Nobody should have been up there. Yet the footsteps continued pacing slowly overhead with unnatural precision. Not random wandering. Purposeful movement. As though something was carefully walking above them while listening. Daniel slowly raised the flashlight toward the ceiling instinctively. Though the beam revealed only cracked plaster and darkness between old support beams. Thud. Another step directly overhead. Mia's breathing became shaky and uneven beside him. Daniel. She whispered. The footsteps stopped. Silence swallowed the museum once more. Daniel stared upward, barely breathing now. Every instinct in his body screamed at him to run. Then came the sound. A deep creaking noise echoed through the ceiling above them. Slow. Wet. Horribly organic. At first it resembled old wood bending beneath pressure. But within seconds Daniel realized it sounded far worse than that. It sounded like joints. Hundreds of joints bending all at once. The sound spread slowly across the ceiling overhead, crackling. Popping, twisting noises layered together like gigantic bones being forced into unnatural positions. Mia whimpered softly. Daniel felt every hair rise along his arms. The creaking grew louder. Closer. Something enormous was moving above them. Crawling perhaps. The ceiling groaned again. Dust began drifting steadily downward now. Then came another noise hidden beneath the cracking joints. Breathing. Deep. Slow. Inhuman breathing directly above their heads. Daniel's flashlight trembled violently as he stared upward into the darkness. And then, very slowly, something pressed against the ceiling above them from the other side. The plaster bulged downward slightly between the wooden beams. Long shapes slowly dragged across it overhead. like massive fingers crawling inside the floorboards. Mia suddenly gasped and pointed toward the far end of the corridor. Daniel turned instantly. At the very edge of the flashlight beam, barely visible within the darkness, stood a small figure. A child. Motionless. Its head tilted unnaturally sideways. Its face hidden completely in shadow. And from somewhere inside that darkness, the child's voice whispered softly one more time. 1. Then the lights in both flashlights dimmed simultaneously, and the thing above them began moving fast. The elevator at the far end of the corridor suddenly dinged. The sound echoed through the darkness with horrifying clarity, sharp and metallic, completely out of place inside the dead silence consuming the museum. Both Daniel and Mia jumped violently. The noise had come without warning, cutting through the suffocating stillness just moments after the child's whisper vanished into the shadows. Daniel slowly turned his flashlight toward the elevator at the end of the hall. The beam trembled in his hand now. The old elevator stood beneath a flickering red emergency light mounted above rusted iron doors stained dark with age and moisture. Daniel remembered seeing the elevator earlier that evening during setup. Walter had specifically told them it no longer worked. The power system connected to it had been dead for years. Yet now, the floor indicator above the doors glowed faintly in the darkness. A single red number flickered weakly behind cracked glass. 3. Mia's voice shook beside him. That thing shouldn't even have power. Before Daniel could answer, the elevator doors slowly began to slide open. Metal scraped heavily against metal with a long agonizing groan that echoed through the corridor like something ancient being forced awake. The flashlight beam stretched toward the widening gap. Darkness waited inside. Not normal darkness. This looked deeper somehow. Thick. Endless. The interior of the elevator appeared completely black beyond the doorway, as though the light itself refused to enter. Daniel instinctively took a step backward. The freezing air around them suddenly grew colder still. Their breath fogged violently now. The chain-dragging sound had stopped completely. Everything inside the museum felt like it was listening. Then something moved inside the elevator. A figure slowly stepped forward out of the darkness. Mia gasped sharply. Walter. The old caretaker emerged into the weak flashlight glow one slow step at a time. But something was horribly wrong with him. Walter no longer looked merely old. He looked dead. His skin had turned an unnatural pale gray color, stretched tightly across his face like damp paper over bone. Deep veins darkened beneath the skin around his neck and temples. His eyes no longer focused properly, drifting slightly as though struggling to see them through something far away. And blood. Dark, thick blood trickled steadily from one nostril, running down across his mouth and chin before dripping silently onto the floor. His soaked coat hung unnaturally still around his thin body despite the cold wind moving through the corridor. Walter stared at them with hollow, exhausted eyes filled with absolute terror. Then he spoke. "Leave," he whispered weakly. His voice sounded wrong too. Faint. Wet. Like someone speaking through damaged lungs. Daniel immediately rushed toward him despite the fear clawing through his chest. "Walter, what happened?" Walter suddenly grabbed Daniel's jacket with terrifying force. Daniel gasped sharply as the old man's fingers tightened like iron around the fabric, far stronger than they should have been. Walter pulled him closer violently. Daniel nearly stumbled into him. Up close, Walter smelled like wet earth and something rotten buried underground for too long. His bloodshot eyes locked onto Daniel's with desperate intensity. "It woke up," he whispered. Daniel stared at him in confusion. "What woke up?" Walter's entire body trembled now. His mouth twitched slightly as though he was struggling to force the words out. Then finally, barely above a whisper, he answered, "The Watcher." The moment he spoke the name, every light in the corridor flickered violently. The flashlight beams pulsed weakly. The emergency light above the elevator flashed on and off repeatedly, bathing the hallway in brief bursts of red illumination and darkness. And in one of those flickers, Walter disappeared. Gone. Completely gone. Daniel stumbled backward in shock so violently he nearly fell. 1 second Walter stood directly in front of him gripping his jacket. The next, nothing remained there at all. The corridor stood empty. The elevator interior was empty. There had been no movement. No sound. No footsteps retreating into darkness. He had simply vanished. Mia screamed. The sound echoed through the museum like breaking glass. Daniel stared wildly at the empty elevator, his breathing becoming ragged with panic. No, 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 no. His flashlight beam jerked frantically across the hallway searching for Walter, but there was nowhere he could have gone. The elevator doors suddenly slammed shut with a deafening metallic crash that shook the corridor. Both Daniel and Mia jumped violently again. The old machinery inside the walls groaned loudly. Then the elevator began moving. Slowly at first. Descending. The red floor indicator above the doors flickered weakly. 2. The elevator continued downward. 1. Daniel's stomach tightened. The museum officially only had 3 floors and a basement level. Nothing below that existed on the building maps. Yet the elevator kept descending. Then the display flickered strangely. The basement indicator vanished. The elevator continued moving downward beneath it. A new symbol appeared on the cracked screen. A single horizontal line. Then another. The old machinery groaned louder now, deeper beneath the floor as though the elevator were descending impossibly far underground. Mia backed away slowly from the doors. "Daniel." Her voice barely trembled above a whisper now. "Where is it going?" Daniel couldn't answer. Because he noticed something far worse. The elevator cables above the doors should have been visible through the small maintenance grate in the wall beside them. But as the elevator descended farther and farther below the museum, the cables kept going. Endless. Stretching downward into complete blackness far beyond where the building's foundations should have ended. Then from somewhere deep below them, impossibly far underground, came a sound. Clink. 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 Chains dragging slowly through darkness beneath the earth. The elevator suddenly stopped moving. Silence returned. Both of them stared at the floor indicator above the doors. The display had gone completely black. Then slowly, very slowly, a new symbol appeared glowing faint red through the cracked glass. An eye. Watching them. And from inside the elevator shaft beneath their feet, something exhaled. Panic finally shattered whatever remained of Daniel Mercer's skepticism. The calm confidence he had carried into Ashcroft Museum, the smug certainty that every haunting had a rational explanation waiting beneath it, was gone now, stripped away piece by the darkness surrounding them. His breathing had become uneven. His flashlight trembled visibly in his hand. Every instinct in his body screamed at him that something inside the museum was deeply, impossibly wrong. "This isn't funny anymore," he shouted suddenly into the darkness. His voice exploded through the corridor and echoed wildly across the empty halls, bouncing from distant walls and returning distorted seconds later like other voices whispering the words back to him. "Do you hear me?" Silence answered him. No footsteps. No laughter. No sign of Walter. Only the faint sound of whispers drifting somewhere far away in the museum's endless corridors. Soft voices muttering beneath the storm outside like invisible crowds speaking through walls. Daniel's chest tightened harder. The museum no longer felt abandoned. It felt occupied. Watching. Listening. Waiting. Beside him, Mia suddenly froze, staring toward one of the portable monitor screens still connected to the museum cameras through backup battery power. Her face drained of color instantly beneath the flashlight glow. "Oh my God," she whispered. Something in her voice made Daniel turn immediately. The small monitor flickered with static and interference, but Camera 4's live feed was still active. The Egyptian exhibit appeared on screen beneath dim emergency lighting. The room stood eerily silent and completely empty. The shattered display cases remained exactly where they had been earlier. Dust drifted slowly through weak flickering light. But one thing had changed. Daniel felt his stomach twist violently. The sarcophagus was open now. Its massive stone lid lay partially pushed aside on the floor beside it, exposing complete darkness inside the ancient coffin. The interior looked impossibly black, darker than the surrounding room somehow, as if the opening descended into something far deeper than the sarcophagus itself. And standing beside it was Daniel. Mia slowly stepped backward from the monitor. No. Daniel stared at the screen without blinking. The figure on the camera looked exactly like him. Same height. Same dark jacket. Same flashlight clipped to his belt. Same camera harness hanging across his chest. Every detail perfectly identical. The duplicate stood motionless beside the open sarcophagus facing directly toward Camera 4. Completely still. Daniel looked from the screen to himself in stunned disbelief, his mind struggling to process what he was seeing. "What the hell?" he whispered. His own voice sounded distant to him now. The figure on the monitor remained perfectly motionless for several long seconds. Then very slowly, it smiled. Daniel's blood turned ice cold. Because he wasn't smiling. Yet the thing on the screen stretched its lips upward into a grin far wider than his face should have been capable of making. The smile looked unnatural. Wrong. Too slow. Too deliberate. Its mouth spread wider and wider until the corners of its lips nearly touched its cheeks, revealing darkness inside instead of teeth. Mia covered her mouth in horror. "Daniel." The fake Daniel tilted its head slightly while continuing to stare directly into the camera. Its eyes looked empty somehow now. Hollow. As though something else were wearing Daniel's skin like a disguise. Then it raised one finger slowly, pointing directly toward the camera lens. Toward them. Daniel felt every muscle in his body lock instantly. The thing wasn't randomly staring into the feed. It knew where they were watching from. It was looking at them. The monitor suddenly crackled violently with static. The fake Daniel's grin widened impossibly further for one final frame before the entire screen went black. Complete darkness swallowed the feed. Silence filled the corridor again. Then from somewhere nearby, very close, came the sound of footsteps. Slow footsteps approaching through the darkness behind them. Daniel and Mia turned instantly, flashlight beams jerking wildly through the corridor. Empty hallway. Nothing there. But the footsteps continued anyway. Thud. 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 Getting closer. Daniel's breathing became ragged now. His flashlight beam trembled violently across the walls. "Who's there?" he shouted again. No answer came. Only whispers. Hundreds of faint overlapping whispers rising softly from the darkness around them once more. And among those voices, Daniel suddenly heard his own voice whispering from somewhere deep inside the museum. "Found you." The museum began changing after that. Not gradually. Not in ways the human mind could easily explain away as panic or exhaustion. Ashcroft Museum itself seemed to come alive around them, twisting and reshaping its endless corridors the deeper Daniel and Mia moved through the darkness. The building no longer obeyed logic. Every hallway they entered felt wrong now, stretching unnaturally far beyond where the walls should have ended. Corridors that had once connected to nearby exhibit rooms now extended endlessly into blackness like tunnels descending through the earth. Their flashlight beams could no longer reach the far ends. Sometimes Daniel would glance behind him only to discover the path they had just walked through looked completely different than before. Doorways shifted positions. Staircases appeared where solid walls had once stood. Entire sections of the museum no longer matched the layout maps Daniel had studied earlier that evening. It felt less like wandering through a building, and more like being trapped inside something dreaming. They turned one corner and found themselves standing inside a room neither of them had ever seen before. Ancient chandeliers hung overhead covered in thick webs of dust, swaying slightly despite the complete absence of wind. The walls were lined with enormous oil paintings depicting faceless crowds gathered around a black stone figure beneath a crimson sky. Another doorway led into what appeared to be a child's exhibit filled with rotting dolls sitting silently inside broken glass cases. One doll slowly tipped its head toward them the moment Daniel's flashlight touched it. He yanked the beam away instantly. "This wasn't here before," Mia whispered shakily. Daniel couldn't answer anymore. His mind was beginning to fracture beneath the impossible reality surrounding them. Every few minutes they would pass the same objects again in different places. A marble statue previously standing beside the west staircase now appeared at the opposite end of the museum facing directly toward them. Paintings changed positions between glances. Entire exhibits rearranged themselves silently whenever they looked away for too long. One hallway contained dozens of display mannequins dressed in ancient funeral garments. When Daniel turned around moments later, all of them faced the opposite direction. Toward him. The deeper they moved through the museum, the more oppressive the darkness became. It no longer felt empty. It felt inhabited. The shadows between exhibits seemed heavier now, almost breathing as they shifted along the walls. Sometimes Daniel thought he saw shapes moving just beyond the flashlight beams, tall figures standing motionless in the corners of rooms until the light reached them and revealed only empty darkness again. The air itself felt wrong. Thick. Heavy. Wet with the smell of mildew, rotting paper, cold stone, and something faintly organic hidden beneath it all. Something decaying somewhere inside the walls. And everywhere they went, the counting followed them. At first it remained distant. barely audible whispers hidden beneath the storm outside. Then it began emerging closer. Louder. More voices joining in each time. 1. The whisper drifted softly from somewhere above the ceiling. 1. Another voice echoed from inside the walls beside them. 1. A child's voice whispered directly behind Daniel's ear. He spun around instantly with the flashlight. Empty corridor. But the whispers continued. 1. 1. 1. The word no longer sounded human. It echoed unnaturally through the museum in layered overlapping voices, old men, women, children, dozens of whispering mouths repeating the number together like part of some ritual hidden within the darkness. The sound crawled through the walls and ceilings, through the floors beneath their feet, through the endless halls stretching around them. And worst of all, Daniel could hear it inside his own head now. Not through his ears. Inside him. The whisper slithered through his thoughts softly and patiently like something breathing beneath his skull. 1. Mia pressed trembling hands against her ears, tears forming in her eyes. Make it stop, she whispered. But the counting only grew louder. Daniel suddenly stopped walking. His entire body went cold as the horrifying realization finally struck him. The countdown. It had never been random whispers. Never random numbers hidden in the dark. 3. 2. 1. His breathing slowed painfully. The museum had been counting down to something. And now it had reached 1. Silence fell instantly. Every whisper vanished at once. The sudden absence of sound felt worse than the voices themselves. Daniel slowly looked around the corridor, his flashlight beam trembling violently across cracked walls and abandoned exhibits. The museum had gone completely still. No footsteps. No whispers. No chains. Even the storm outside seemed distant now. The entire building felt frozen in anticipation. Waiting. Mia stared at him with terrified eyes. Daniel. Then somewhere deep inside the museum, something enormous moved. A deep groaning sound echoed through the walls around them, like ancient stone grinding against stone far below the earth. Dust drifted steadily from the ceiling overhead. The floor beneath their feet trembled faintly. Daniel felt his pulse spike violently. Because suddenly, he understood the truth. The museum had not been trying to scare them. It had been preparing itself. And whatever the countdown had been leading toward, it had finally arrived. Then from somewhere far away in the darkness ahead, came the sound of heavy stone footsteps. Slow. Deliberate. Approaching. Then the screaming began. Not one scream. Not even dozens. Hundreds. The sound erupted throughout Ashcroft Museum all at once with such sudden violence that Daniel physically recoiled as if struck. Agonized human screams exploded from every corridor, every exhibit hall, every ventilation shaft and stairwell simultaneously, echoing through the building in a tidal wave of terror so overwhelming it no longer sounded entirely human. Men screamed. Women screamed. Children wailed in terror somewhere deep inside the darkness. Beneath them came the horrifying shrieks of animals, distorted howls, dying cries, wet choking noises, things screaming that Daniel couldn't even identify. All of it layered together into one unbearable chorus of suffering that shook the museum to its foundations. Mia dropped instantly to her knees, clutching both hands over her ears as tears streamed down her face. "Make it stop!" she screamed, though her voice vanished beneath the endless wall of noise. Daniel staggered backward into a display case, nearly collapsing as the sound tore through him. It felt less like hearing screams and more like drowning inside them. Every cry carried raw agony inside it: terror, grief, rage, despair, decades of suffering erupting at once from somewhere hidden deep within the museum walls. The corridor around them began trembling violently. The walls themselves vibrated beneath the force of the screams. Paintings rattled wildly against their hooks while cracks spread across the old plaster overhead. Glass display cases exploded one after another down the hallway in rapid succession, showering the marble floor with thousands of glittering shards. Dust and debris poured from the ceiling like ash. Daniel struggled to stay standing while the flashlight beam jerked wildly through the chaos around him. Then he saw movement inside the occult exhibit room ahead. His entire body froze. The watcher had moved. Not imagined. Not distorted by shadows or lightning. Daniel saw it clearly now. The enormous faceless statue standing at the center of the exhibit slowly lifted its head upward for the first time. Stone groaned loudly as centuries of stillness broke apart. Dust cascaded from its massive body while its blank, featureless face turned slowly toward him. The thing had no eyes. No mouth. No expression whatsoever. Yet the moment its head faced him, Daniel felt it staring directly into him. Not at him. Into him. The folded stone hands pressed against its chest slowly separated with a deafening crack. The sound echoed through the exhibit hall like gigantic bones snapping after centuries locked in place. More cracks spread across the statue's body, splitting through the dark stone surface in long jagged lines while ancient dust poured from within. The screaming throughout the museum grew louder still. Daniel stumbled backward in horror while Mia sobbed uncontrollably beside him. "No," she whispered through tears. "No, no, no." The watcher slowly stepped forward off its pedestal. The impact shook the floor beneath them hard enough to knock broken glass across the corridor. Thud. The stone beneath its feet cracked instantly. The creature stood impossibly tall now, its robes hanging unnaturally still around its elongated body. The cracks running across its surface glowed faintly with darkness deeper than shadow itself. Not blackness. Absence. Like holes torn into reality hidden beneath the stone shell. Another massive step shook the museum again. Thud. Daniel's breathing became ragged with terror. Every instinct screamed at him to run, but his legs refused to move. The thing before him did not feel like a ghost or a monster. It felt ancient. Vast. Like something humanity had never been meant to see. Mia stared upward at the towering figure, shaking uncontrollably. "That's impossible." The watcher tilted its head slowly sideways. The movement looked horribly wrong, almost curious, as though it were examining them the way a scientist might study insects trapped beneath glass. Then suddenly, all the screaming stopped. Instantly. Total silence crashed down over the museum with such abruptness it made Daniel's ears ring painfully. No echoes remained. No distant cries. Nothing. The entire building stood motionless beneath absolute silence. Daniel could hear only his own frantic heartbeat pounding inside his skull. The watcher stood completely still in the center of the exhibit hall facing them. And then it spoke. Not aloud. Its faceless head never moved. No mouth opened. Yet a voice suddenly appeared inside Daniel's mind so violently it nearly drove him to his knees. "You looked." The words did not sound human. They carried no emotion, no age, no gender. The voice felt enormous, ancient and endless, like hearing mountains speak beneath the earth. Daniel gasped sharply, clutching his head as the words echoed through his thoughts. Mia cried out beside him, clearly hearing it too. The voice continued. Slow. Patient. Certain. And now. The museum around them creaked softly, almost like breathing. The museum remembers you. The moment the words ended, every painting in the corridor slowly turned toward them at once. Hundreds of painted eyes locking onto Daniel and Mia simultaneously from every wall. Then somewhere deep inside the museum, chains began dragging across stone again. Clink. 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 Only now. They sounded much closer. The shadows around the room began moving on their own, not swaying naturally with the flashlight beams, not shifting from changing angles or flickering light. They moved independently, crawling slowly across the walls and ceiling like living stains spreading through the darkness. Daniel froze as he watched human-shaped silhouettes twist unnaturally inside the shadows surrounding the exhibit hall. Some appeared stretched impossibly thin, their limbs bending at wrong angles while they clawed silently against the walls as though trapped beneath the surface of reality itself. Others looked half-formed, emerging briefly from the darkness before sinking back into it again like drowning bodies beneath black water. One shape crawled upside down across the ceiling directly above them, its long arms dragging behind it like broken branches. Another stood motionless in the corner of the room with its head twitching violently from side to side until the flashlight beam touched it and it vanished instantly. Daniel grabbed Mia's wrist hard enough to hurt. "We need to get out now." His voice cracked with real terror for the first time that night. They ran. Their footsteps thundered wildly through the museum while the darkness behind them seemed to shift and chase them through the halls. They sprinted past shattered exhibits and overturned display cases, past ancient artifacts scattered across cracked marble floors, past emergency lights flickering violently overhead like dying stars. Every corridor looked different now. Paintings hanging on the walls no longer displayed the same faces they had earlier. Daniel nearly stumbled when his flashlight passed over one portrait and the painted woman inside it slowly turned her eyes toward him. Another portrait now showed empty black sockets where faces had once been. One painting appeared to depict Daniel and Mia themselves standing inside the museum, their bodies distorted and half-submerged in darkness. The entire building no longer felt abandoned. It felt alive. Hungry. Like the museum itself had awakened and was slowly closing around them like the inside of some gigantic living thing. They rounded another corner and finally saw the main entrance ahead. Relief surged violently through Daniel's chest. There. They ran toward it desperately. But the moment their flashlight beams reached the doorway, Daniel stopped dead. The doors were gone. In their place stood a solid brick wall stretching from floor to ceiling. Old wet bricks covered in black mildew and dripping water as though they had been there for decades. Mia stared in disbelief, breathing hard. No. Daniel rushed forward immediately and slammed both hands against the wall. Solid. Cold. Real. It was right here. He shouted frantically. The doors were right here. The whispers returned instantly. Much closer now. Surrounding them from every direction in the darkness. Stay. Don't leave. You belong here. The voices overlapped in dozens of broken whispers, old and young, male and female, all speaking at once inside the museum walls. Mia backed away from the brick wall, trembling violently. Then suddenly something grabbed her ankle. Mia screamed. Daniel spun around just in time to see a pale human arm stretching unnaturally far across the floor from beneath a nearby display case. The skin looked gray and waterlogged, the fingers thin and skeletal as they wrapped tightly around Mia's leg. Daniel grabbed her shoulders and pulled hard, dragging her backward while the arm resisted with terrifying strength. Then the rest of the thing crawled into view. Daniel nearly vomited. It had once been a woman. Or something resembling one. Her lower jaw was completely missing, leaving her mouth hanging open in a grotesque black hole dripping dark fluid onto the floor. Her eyes rolled upward unnaturally until only the whites remained visible while she dragged herself across the marble using limbs bent backward at impossible angles. Wet hair clung to her ruined face as she whispered through the torn cavity where her jaw should have been. "It keeps us forever." Daniel ripped Mia free just as the creature lunged forward with a shriek so distorted it barely sounded human anymore. They ran again while the thing screeched behind them somewhere inside the darkness. But now more shapes were emerging. Pale hands stretched from cracks beneath exhibits. Decayed faces slowly formed inside the shadows lining the walls. Some appeared burned black by fire. Others looked waterlogged and swollen. All of them stared at Daniel and Mia with empty, desperate eyes filled with eternal terror. The museum wasn't haunted by ghosts. It was full of prisoners. They finally stumbled into a small archives room hidden behind a narrow hallway lined with ancient records. Daniel slammed the heavy wooden door shut behind them and shoved a rusted filing cabinet against it while Mia collapsed into the corner sobbing quietly into her hands. The tiny room smelled of dust, mold, and old paper slowly rotting with age. Shelves filled with brittle museum records lined the walls while hundreds of yellowed photographs lay scattered across desks and filing cabinets as though someone had abandoned their work decades earlier and never returned. Daniel tried forcing his breathing under control while listening to the sounds outside. Silence. For the moment. Then something on the desk caught his eye. A photograph lying face up beneath a layer of dust. Daniel picked it up slowly. It showed a group of museum staff standing together inside Ashcroft Museum in 1974. The night of the fire. Smoke stains darkened the edges of the photograph while several workers stared blankly toward the camera with exhausted, hollow expressions. Daniel's eyes scanned across the group. Then his blood went cold. Walter stood among them. Exactly the same. Same face. Same gray coat. Same hollow eyes. Not older. Not younger. Identical. As though the photograph had been taken yesterday instead of over 50 years ago. That's impossible. Mia looked up shakily from the corner. What? Daniel silently handed her the photo. The color drained from her face instantly. Then he turned the photograph over. Written across the back in faded black ink were the words, "The museum does not collect objects. It collects people." A sudden pounding slammed against the archive room door so violently both of them jumped. Bang. Silence. Bang. The old wood trembled inside the frame. Then nothing. Daniel slowly backed away from the door while Mia stared at it in horror. The handle began turning very slowly. Carefully. Like someone trying not to make noise while entering a child's bedroom at night. Then Walter's voice came softly from the other side. Daniel. Weak. Trembling. Broken. Don't let it see you. Daniel stepped closer instinctively. Walter. Please. Mia immediately grabbed Daniel's arm. Don't open it. Walter's voice cracked painfully outside the door like he was struggling to breathe. It wears faces now. Suddenly the pounding became violent. The entire door shook inside its frame while something slammed against it from the hallway outside. Then another voice spoke. Daniel's voice. Open the door. Mia began crying harder immediately. No, no, no. Soft laughter echoed from the hallway outside. Daniel's own laugh. But wrong somehow. Hollow. Wet. Then dozens of voices joined in together. All using Daniel's voice. Open the door. Open the door. Open the door. The walls began trembling violently around them. Dust drifted steadily from the ceiling. And beneath the pounding, they heard footsteps approaching through the corridor outside. Heavy stone footsteps. Slow. Deliberate. Thud. 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 The Watcher had found them. Daniel spun desperately through the archive shelves searching for anything useful while the door groaned louder beneath the impacts outside. Papers scattered everywhere as he ripped through old records and journals until finally he found a thick black leather book hidden beneath collapsed files. Edgar Ashcroft's journal. The final pages were filled with frantic, uneven handwriting smeared with old water stains and dried blood. October 13, 1912. We unearthed the statue beneath the ruins of Vesker. The workers claimed they heard voices below the earth. 3 men disappeared during transport. At night the statue changes position. I fear we brought back something ancient. Something that feeds on observation itself. It grows stronger when seen. Stronger when remembered. Daniel flipped desperately to the final page. Then froze completely. Written across the paper in huge jagged letters were the words, "The only way to escape is to forget." The pounding outside suddenly stopped. Silence returned instantly. Then came a massive crash. The archive room door exploded inward in a storm of splintered wood and dust. The Watcher ducked slowly through the ruined doorway. Towering. Faceless. Its cracked stone body shifted unnaturally like living rock grinding against itself beneath the skin of the statue. Darkness leaked from the fractures spreading across its body like smoke escaping from something trapped inside. The air around it bent strangely, distorting the room itself as though reality struggled to exist near it. And behind the creature stood dozens of people. Or what remained of them. Victims trapped inside the museum for decades. Burned figures. Hollow-eyed children. Twisted bodies wearing museum uniforms blackened by age and decay. All staring silently toward Daniel and Mia with expressions of eternal hopelessness. The Watcher slowly raised one enormous hand and pointed directly at Daniel. Then the voice filled their minds again. You showed them. Daniel's stomach dropped. The live stream. The cameras. Millions of viewers watching from outside. He had spread it beyond the museum. The more people who saw the Watcher, the stronger it became. Mia grabbed the journal tightly. The only way to escape is to forget. How? Daniel shouted desperately. I don't know. The Watcher stepped closer. Thud. Stone cracked beneath its weight. The trapped souls behind it began whispering faster now. Stay. Join us. Be remembered. Then Daniel finally understood the horrible truth. The museum fed on memory, on recognition, on observation. That was why the legend survived. Why the entity counted down. Every fearful glance. Every story told. Every person who witnessed it made it stronger. Daniel slowly looked toward the live-stream monitor still attached to his camera rig. Thousands of viewers were still watching. Comments flooded the screen endlessly. Is this real? What is that thing? Keep filming. The watcher slowly turned its faceless head toward the camera. Almost lovingly. Daniel made his decision instantly. He lifted the camera and smashed it violently against the floor. The live stream died. At that exact moment the watcher shrieked. Not aloud. Inside their minds. A psychic scream exploded through the room so violently Daniel collapsed to one knee, clutching his skull while blood trickled from his nose. The trapped souls convulsed horribly behind the creature, twitching and screaming silently while darkness poured from their mouths. Mia covered her ears and screamed. Daniel grabbed every hard drive and memory card from his equipment bag with shaking hands and threw them into a nearby furnace used for preserving old documents. Flames erupted instantly around the recordings. The watcher staggered backward. Cracks spread rapidly across its massive stone body now, splitting wider with each second. The museum itself began shaking violently around them. Walls split open. Shelves collapsed. Ancient exhibits crashed somewhere beyond the archive room while the trapped souls slowly began fading apart like smoke dissolving into darkness. Among them, Walter appeared one final time. No longer terrified. No longer hollow. Just tired. For the first time since Daniel met him. The old man smiled sadly. Then he whispered softly through the collapsing darkness around them. Now run. Daniel and Mia ran for their lives through the collapsing corridors of Ashcroft Museum while the building died around them. The entire structure groaned like some gigantic wounded creature tearing itself apart from the inside. Walls cracked open beside them with explosive bursts of dust and stone. Ancient support beams splintered overhead. Floors trembled violently beneath their feet while deep thunderous groans echoed through the museum's endless halls as though something enormous buried beneath the foundation was trying to claw its way upward. They sprinted through clouds of dust and darkness while the flashlight beams shook wildly in their trembling hands. Paintings lining the corridors suddenly burst into flames one after another as they passed, igniting without warning in violent flashes of orange fire. Burning faces inside the portraits seemed to writhe and scream silently beneath the flames before the canvases blackened into ash. Glass display cases exploded throughout the museum with deafening cracks, showering the marble floors with glittering shards while ancient artifacts crashed and shattered in the darkness behind them. The screams of the trapped souls echoed everywhere now. Not just whispers anymore. Full agonized screams pouring from the walls, the ceilings, the floors beneath their feet. Daniel heard men begging for help somewhere behind the collapsing corridors. Children crying. Voices screaming names lost to time. And beneath all of it, he could still hear the chains dragging slowly through the darkness. Clink. 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 Like something wounded but not dead was still moving somewhere inside the collapsing museum. Mia nearly slipped on broken glass as another section of ceiling crashed down behind them in a storm of stone and sparks. Daniel grabbed her arm and pulled her forward desperately. Every hallway twisted strangely around them now, the museum reshaping itself even while collapsing. Corridors bent unnaturally. Doorways appeared and vanished between blinks. Shadows moved wildly across burning walls like crowds of people trapped behind the plaster trying to escape. Then suddenly, they saw it. The main entrance. Real this time. Massive iron doors standing wide open at the far end of the corridor while violent rain poured down outside beneath flashes of lightning. Freedom. Daniel felt raw, desperate relief explode through him. Go. They sprinted toward the doorway while the museum screamed around them. Literally screamed. The entire building released one final monstrous groan behind them, like the dying roar of some ancient living thing collapsing into itself. Daniel and Mia burst through the entrance doors just as the west wing of Ashcroft Museum imploded inward behind them with a deafening roar. Stone walls folded violently into clouds of dust and fire. Windows shattered outward in every direction while gargoyle statues broke loose from the rooftop and smashed into the flooded street below. The ground itself shook beneath their feet hard enough to knock them both into the rain-soaked pavement outside. Daniel rolled onto his back, gasping for breath while freezing rain hammered his face. For several seconds neither of them moved. They simply lay there trembling violently beneath the storm while the museum collapsed behind them in clouds of dust and darkness. Then lightning split the sky one final time. The white-blue flash illuminated the entire museum for a single horrifying heartbeat. And standing in the highest window overlooking the street, Daniel saw the Watcher. The creature stood perfectly still inside the broken tower window high above the collapsing building. Its massive faceless body was cracked from head to foot now. Fractures spreading through the black stone like wounds splitting open across flesh. Darkness leaked slowly from inside those cracks like smoke pouring from a furnace. Parts of its body appeared broken, damaged. Yet despite everything, it still stood watching him. No eyes. No face. Yet Daniel felt the thing staring directly into him from across the storm. Waiting. Remembering. Then the lightning vanished. And Ashcroft Museum went completely dark. Not abandoned dark. Not powerless dark. Something deeper. As though the entire building had simply disappeared into the night. Authorities arrived before dawn after terrified residents reported explosions and partial collapse at the abandoned museum. But when emergency crews entered the ruins, nothing they found made sense. No bodies were ever recovered from inside Ashcroft Museum. Not Walter. Not the trapped victims. Nothing. Entire sections of the museum Daniel and Mia clearly remembered exploring no longer existed at all. There was no evidence of any underground level beneath the building despite the elevator descending impossibly far below the basement earlier that night. Structural engineers later claimed the building's original blueprints showed no such space had ever been constructed. Most of Daniel's footage had been destroyed in the fire and collapse. The few surviving fragments were heavily corrupted with static and unexplained distortions. Official reports blamed the incident on structural instability, electrical failure, smoke inhalation, and mass hysteria caused by panic during the collapse. Nobody believed Daniel's story. Nobody except the workers who entered the ruins afterward. Demolition crews refused to continue clearing the site after only 2 days. Several workers claimed they heard whispering beneath the rubble while operating heavy machinery at night. One man reportedly suffered a breakdown after insisting he saw figures moving behind the collapsed windows after midnight. Another quit after hearing chains dragging beneath the concrete foundations long after everyone else had gone home. Eventually the city permanently sealed off Ashcroft Museum behind steel fencing and concrete barriers. The site was declared unsafe for public access. But even years later, people in Blackmere still avoided the street after dark, especially during storms. And Daniel Mercer, he never uploaded another paranormal investigation again. His channel slowly died over the following months as viewers demanded explanations he refused to give. He stopped answering interviews, stopped attending conventions, stopped sleeping properly. Because no matter how far he traveled from Blackmere, the museum followed him. The nightmares began almost immediately after the incident. Endless dreams of wandering through dark corridors that stretched forever beneath flickering lights. Dreams where every doorway led deeper underground. Dreams of faceless statues standing silently at the foot of his bed watching him sleep. Sometimes he woke hearing whispers counting backwards softly from somewhere inside his apartment walls. 3, 2, 1. Other nights he dreamed of trapped souls clawing at glass display cases while the watcher stood motionless in the distance observing everything with patient hunger. But the worst part came 3 months later. It arrived on a rainy Thursday evening in a plain black package left outside his apartment door with no return address. Daniel stared at it for several minutes before finally opening it with shaking hands. Inside was a single photograph. Old, yellowed, slightly burned at the edges. His blood went cold the moment he saw it. The photograph showed Daniel and Mia standing together inside the occult exhibit room of Ashcroft Museum. Daniel recognized the exact moment immediately, the flashlight in his hand, Mia holding the audio equipment beside him, the towering statue visible in the background darkness behind them. But the timestamp printed along the bottom made his stomach twist violently. 11:43 p.m. For minutes before they had even entered the building, Daniel's hands began trembling uncontrollably. Then he noticed the figure standing behind them, barely visible inside the shadows near the statue. The Watcher, motionless, waiting in the darkness long before they arrived, watching them before they had even crossed the museum doors. Daniel slowly turned the photograph over. Written across the back in jagged black handwriting were only 4 words. "We remember you too." After that, the apartment changed. Small things at first. Easy things to dismiss. A chair slightly moved from where he remembered leaving it. Kitchen cabinets found open in the middle of the night. Photographs turned upside down while he slept. Doors standing ajar after he distinctly remembered locking them. Then came the sounds. Always during storms. Always after midnight. Rain hammering violently against the windows while thunder rolled outside. And somewhere beyond the apartment walls, chains dragging slowly through the darkness. Clink. 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 Sometimes the sound came from the hallway outside his apartment. Other times from inside the walls themselves. Daniel would lie frozen in bed listening while the chain-dragging noise moved slowly through the darkness room by room. Closer each night. And occasionally, just before the sound stopped, he heard the whisper again. Soft. Patient. Close enough to feel against his skin. 3. Daniel no longer checks behind him when he hears footsteps late at night. He no longer looks directly into dark windows after sunset. And he never speaks about Ashcroft Museum aloud anymore. Because deep down, he understands the truth now. Some places do not stay buried. Some things do not need to chase you. They simply wait quietly in the darkness for you to remember them again. For you to look back. And once you do, they never truly let you leave. Some people believe objects can carry memories, a wedding ring touched by love, a battlefield soaked in blood, a photograph frozen in time. But what if a place itself could remember? What if every fear, every scream, every terrified soul that entered a building remained trapped there forever? Maybe that's why abandoned places feel wrong. Maybe that's why certain rooms make your skin crawl even when they're empty. Or maybe they're not empty at all. And if you ever find yourself standing inside an old museum late at night, and you hear chains dragging somewhere in the dark, listen carefully. If a voice begins counting backward, leave immediately. Because once the counting ends, it may already remember you. Story 3. Unsolved Mysteries of the Moonlit Graveyard. The moon hung over the cemetery like a dead, unblinking eye suspended in the sky. Pale, swollen, and cold enough to make the entire graveyard look drowned in silver decay. Its ghostly light spilled across rows of crooked gravestones that jutted from the earth like broken teeth, casting long twisted shadows that seemed to move even when the wind stopped breathing. The smell of wet soil, rotting flowers, and ancient stone lingered heavily in the air, thick enough to taste with every breath. Somewhere deep within the darkness, an old iron gate creaked open slowly, then slammed shut with a violent metallic groan that echoed across the graves like a warning meant for the living. No one stood near it. No footsteps disturbed the mud. No cars had passed the cemetery road in hours. Yet the gate continued to move on its own. Back and forth. Back and forth. As though something invisible had just entered the graveyard. The trees surrounding the cemetery swayed unnaturally despite the still night, their skeletal branches scratching against one another with sounds disturbingly similar to whispers. And according to the terrified people who lived near that place, the movement of the gate was never the beginning. It was the sign that something inside the cemetery had finally awakened. Tonight's story is not about imaginary monsters hiding beneath beds or cheap ghost tales invented for entertainment. These are stories whispered in trembling voices by exhausted gravediggers who refused to work after sunset. By priests who abandoned midnight funerals halfway through prayer. By night watchmen who resigned without explanation. And by families who entered the graveyard grieving for the dead, only to leave believing something inside the cemetery had watched them back. These are stories buried by newspapers, erased from official records, and spoken about only behind locked doors after midnight. Stories connected to one cursed place forgotten by maps, abandoned by churches, and feared by entire generations. A place locals came to call the Moonlit Graveyard. Far beyond the last flickering streetlights of a small forgotten town, deep within the northern hills where fog clung to the earth like funeral cloth, stood a cemetery so old that even the oldest residents could not remember when it first appeared. The graveyard existed long before the town had roads, before electricity reached the valley, before churches were built and abandoned, before names were written into history books and eventually forgotten. Locals believed the cemetery had stood there for nearly 300 years, though no official document could prove it. Town archives contained missing pages. Church records ended abruptly in the late 1800s. Old maps showed the graveyard in different places each decade. As though the cemetery itself had slowly shifted through the hills over time. Ownership changed repeatedly. Priests came and vanished. Caretakers disappeared without explanation. One church near the cemetery burned to the ground under mysterious circumstances, and another was abandoned after locals claimed screams could be heard beneath the floorboards during midnight prayers. Yet through every fire, every storm, every death, and every generation, the cemetery remained untouched. Waiting. Watching. Enduring. The first thing visitors noticed was the silence. Not ordinary silence, but something deeper. Wrong. The kind of silence that pressed painfully against the ears and swallowed every sound too quickly. Birds never sang near the cemetery walls. Crickets stopped chirping the moment night approached. Even the wind seemed reluctant to pass through the graveyard for long. Massive iron gates marked the entrance, their rusted bars twisted with age and coated in dark stains no rain could wash away. Beyond those gates stretched rows upon rows of graves disappearing into thick silver fog beneath the moonlight. Ancient stone angels stood among the tombstones with faces worn smooth by time, their cracked wings blackened with moss and rainwater. Some statues were missing heads entirely. Others appeared to be weeping dark streaks down their weathered cheeks whenever the moonlight touched them. The pathways winding through the cemetery had long ago fractured apart, swallowed by roots and thorn-covered vines that curled around graves like skeletal fingers refusing to let go. Entire burial sites vanished beneath overgrown bushes. Some tombstones leaned at impossible angles, half sunken into the earth as though the ground beneath them had softened from years of decay. But the oldest graves were the worst. Their names had faded completely, erased by centuries of rain and neglect, leaving behind only blank stones jutting from the soil like rotten teeth. And according to the locals, there was a reason many of those graves no longer had names. Children in the town grew up hearing warnings about the cemetery before they were old enough to understand death itself. Parents locked doors before sunset and demanded their children return home before darkness touched the hills. Grandmothers whispered that spirits wandered freely there after midnight. Older men sitting outside tea stalls refused to even look toward the graveyard when speaking about it. Taxi drivers would drive miles out of their way rather than pass the cemetery road after dark. Delivery workers avoided the northern hills entirely at night. Stray dogs that roamed fearlessly through every alley in town suddenly whimpered and turned back whenever they neared the cemetery gates. Some nights, residents claimed they saw entire packs of animals standing silently at the edge of the road staring toward the graveyard as though listening to something hidden within the fog. The cemetery earned its horrifying reputation because of three mysteries no one had ever managed to explain. The first was known as the vanishing mourners. Over the decades, several people visiting funerals or grave sites reportedly disappeared without leaving behind a single trace. Not bodies. Not footprints. Not evidence of struggle. Some vanished in broad daylight. Others disappeared moments after being seen by family members. Police investigations led nowhere. Search parties found nothing except abandoned flowers, overturned lanterns, and occasionally strange muddy footprints leading deeper into the cemetery before abruptly stopping. The second mystery was the woman in white. Witnesses spanning nearly a century described seeing the same figure wandering between graves during full moons. A pale woman dressed in burial garments stained with dirt and rainwater. Long black hair hanging over her face. Bare feet blackened with mud. Some claimed she cried softly while standing among the tombstones. Others said she simply watched silently from a distance before disappearing into the fog. But every witness agreed on one detail that made their blood run cold afterward: her eyes were completely black. The final mystery was the most feared of all. The midnight bell. At exactly 12:17 a.m. on certain nights, residents throughout the hills heard church bells ringing from somewhere beneath the cemetery. The sound echoed through the valley with unnatural depth, loud enough to rattle windows and wake entire households. Yet there had been no functioning church near the graveyard for more than 100 years. The original chapel connected to the cemetery had burned down long ago, its bell tower collapsing into ashes decades before most residents were born. Investigators searched the area repeatedly, but no bells were ever found. Still, the ringing continued. Some nights faint and distant. Other nights violent enough to shake the walls of nearby homes. And according to terrified locals, the bell was never random. Within days of hearing it, someone in town usually died. Sometimes from illness. Sometimes from accidents. Sometimes under circumstances far too disturbing to explain publicly. No one knew whether the three legends were connected. Maybe they were separate stories twisted together by fear over generations. Maybe grief and superstition created monsters where none existed. But there was one detail no one could ignore. Every few years, another person disappeared near the cemetery. Another witness reported seeing the pale woman between graves. Another family claimed to hear bells beneath the earth after midnight. And every single terrifying incident began the same way. With moonlight spilling across the cemetery like cold silver blood while something unseen moved slowly between the graves. The first officially documented incident connected to the Moonlit Graveyard occurred during the freezing autumn of 1974, though many locals insisted darker things had happened there long before records were ever kept. The case began with 3 university students from a nearby city who arrived in town hoping to expose the cemetery legends as nothing more than rural superstition. Their names were Daniel Mercer, Peter Holloway, and Alina Voss. All 3 studied folklore and psychology, and according to classmates, they were fascinated by stories involving mass hysteria, paranormal sightings, and urban legends. They believed fear created ghosts. They believed isolated communities invented monsters to explain grief, tragedy, and death. And they believed the Moonlit Graveyard was simply another example of fear infecting people's minds. On the evening of October 14th, the 3 students checked into a roadside motel less than 5 miles from the cemetery. Witnesses later remembered them laughing openly at the warnings locals gave them. One waitress claimed Alina jokingly asked whether the ghost woman charged rent for haunting the place. An elderly man sitting nearby reportedly stood up immediately and left without finishing his meal after hearing them mock the cemetery. Before midnight, the students purchased extra flashlight batteries, several rolls of camera film, cigarettes, and a portable tape recorder. According to recovered police notes, they planned to spend the entire night inside the graveyard documenting every sound and disproving the stories once and for all. At approximately 12:32 a.m., a gas station worker near the northern road saw their car pass toward the cemetery hills. It was the last confirmed sighting of Daniel and Alina alive. The night itself was unnaturally cold for autumn. Thick fog rolled down from the hills, swallowing entire sections of road. Residents later claimed the moon appeared unusually bright that night, hanging enormous and pale above the cemetery like a spotlight shining directly onto the graves. Around 1:13 a.m., people living near the hills began hearing screams echoing through the valley. Not human screams. At least not entirely. Witnesses later described the sounds as animal-like, distorted with raw terror and agony. One resident said it sounded as though several voices were screaming at once from underground. Another claimed the screams rose suddenly before cutting off mid-breath, replaced by absolute silence so heavy it woke sleeping dogs throughout the town. Then came the bells. Deep metallic tolls rolling through the darkness from somewhere beneath the cemetery earth. Loud enough to vibrate windows. Loud enough to shake dust from ceilings. One woman later told investigators she heard 12 bells followed by what sounded like distant crying carried by the wind. Terrified residents called police, but no officers immediately entered the graveyard because of the dense fog covering the hills. Search teams waited until dawn. At first light, officers entered the cemetery expecting to find injured trespassers or evidence of an attack. Instead, they discovered something far worse. Peter Holloway was found sitting motionless beside a crumbling grave near the center of the cemetery. His clothes were soaked with mud. Dirt packed beneath his fingernails so deeply it appeared he had clawed desperately at the earth for hours. Blood trickled slowly from both ears. His flashlight lay nearby shattered into pieces despite showing no signs of impact. Officers later reported Peter appeared completely detached from reality. His pupils were severely dilated. His skin felt ice cold despite the mild morning temperature. And worst of all, he would not stop whispering the same sentence repeatedly in a trembling voice barely above a breath. She was looking for her child. Over and over. She was looking for her child. Medical staff initially believed Peter suffered a severe psychological breakdown caused by fear or possible drug use. But doctors quickly became disturbed by his condition. His hearing had been partially damaged as though he had been exposed to an impossibly loud sound at close range. Strange bruising appeared around his wrists and ankles resembling fingerprints, though no signs of assault were found elsewhere on his body. During early interrogation, Peter refused to answer basic questions. He stared silently toward windows whenever moonlight entered the room and became violently distressed whenever anyone mentioned the cemetery. Eventually, after hours of questioning, he described what happened inside the graveyard that night. And according to the officers present, his story terrified everyone in the room. Peter claimed everything felt normal when they first entered the cemetery. Daniel joked constantly while Alina photographed graves and statues. They recorded themselves mocking the legends while wandering deeper between the tombstones. But shortly after 1 a.m., the atmosphere changed. The fog thickened unnaturally fast until their flashlights barely illuminated a few feet ahead. Then the cemetery became silent. Completely silent. No wind. No insects. No distant traffic. Nothing. Peter said even their own footsteps sounded wrong, muffled as though the ground beneath them had softened. Then Alina noticed the moonlight. At first she thought dawn was approaching because the cemetery suddenly became brighter. But according to Peter, the light was not natural. The moon itself appeared to grow larger overhead, flooding the graveyard with pale silver illumination so intense it cast sharp shadows across every grave despite there being no visible source for the brightness. Peter repeatedly insisted the cemetery became brighter than daylight but colder than winter. Then came the bells. Not from above. From below. Peter described hearing enormous church bells tolling somewhere beneath the cemetery grounds, vibrating upward through the soil itself. The graves around them began trembling slightly with each metallic boom. Daniel tried joking about hidden tunnels beneath the graveyard, but Peter claimed his voice sounded frightened now. Then they heard crying. Soft at first. The sound of a woman sobbing somewhere deep within the fog. Peter said the crying moved unnaturally fast between graves, circling them from different directions without footsteps. Then Alina screamed. Peter turned and saw a pale figure standing several yards away between two gravestones. A woman wearing what looked like old burial clothing hanging loosely from her thin body. Mud covered her bare feet. Long black hair concealed most of her face. But her eyes. Peter said her eyes looked like empty black holes staring directly into them. Daniel raised the camera and took a photograph. The instant the flash illuminated the graveyard, the woman's face changed. Peter later struggled to describe exactly what he saw. He claimed her mouth stretched unnaturally wide. Her neck appeared too long. And her expression became something no human face should ever become. Then the screaming began. Peter remembered Daniel running. Alina dropping the flashlight. Bells ringing violently beneath the earth. Graves shaking around them. The fog moving like living smoke between tombstones. After that, his memory fractured completely. Search teams spent weeks combing the cemetery and surrounding woods for Daniel and Alina. No bodies were ever recovered. No footprints led away from the graveyard. No blood. No evidence of animal attacks. Nothing. It was as though both students had simply ceased to exist beneath the moonlight. Only one item connected to them was ever recovered. Daniel's camera. Officers found it lying beside an open patch of disturbed soil near the northern graves. Most of the film inside had been destroyed by severe light damage, every image burned white beyond recognition. Except for one photograph. A blurry black and white image showing a pale female figure standing motionless between rows of graves beneath the moonlight. Her body appeared distorted by the camera flash. Her face stretched unnaturally long. And where her eyes should have been, there were only two deep black voids staring directly into the lens. The photograph was never publicly released. But copies allegedly leaked years later among paranormal investigators. And according to those who claimed to have seen it in person, the longer you stared at the woman in the image, the more it looked as though she was slowly smiling. Every haunted cemetery carries stories of wandering spirits and grieving apparitions, but the legend of the woman in white was different from ordinary ghost tales whispered to frighten children. Most ghost stories changed over time. Details shifted from generation to generation. Faces became distorted through rumor. Witnesses contradicted one another. But the descriptions of the woman in white remained horrifyingly identical for decades, as though every person who claimed to see her had witnessed the exact same thing standing beneath the moonlight. Elderly residents described her the same way teenagers did. Drunken travelers who had never heard the legend gave the same details as lifelong townspeople. Even police reports written years apart repeated identical descriptions with disturbing precision. Witnesses consistently described a tall, pale woman standing silently between graves wearing long white burial garments stained dark at the bottom with mud and decayed earth. Her bare feet appeared filthy, as though she had walked through wet graves for miles. Long black hair hung over half her face, moving slightly even when the wind remained completely still. Her skin looked unnaturally pale beneath moonlight, almost translucent, stretched tightly across sharp features like waterlogged flesh pulled from a river. But the eyes were always what terrified people most. Witnesses struggled to describe them properly. Some said her eyes looked completely black. Others claimed they were empty sockets filled with darkness deeper than shadow itself. One man later told police her eyes looked too dark to belong to a living person. Another insisted staring into them felt like looking down an endless hole beneath the earth. Yet perhaps the most horrifying detail repeated by witnesses was not how she looked, but how she behaved. The woman in white was never seen walking. Not once. No witness ever described seeing her move naturally through the cemetery. People turned corners and found her suddenly standing there. Drivers passing the graveyard saw her motionless between tombstones before she vanished when headlights returned moments later. Visitors claimed she appeared farther away 1 second and impossibly close the next without crossing the distance between them. She simply stood there among the graves. Silent. Unmoving. Watching as though waiting for something beneath the moonlight. And almost every witness reported hearing the same sound shortly before seeing her. Crying. Soft, distant sobbing echoing through the cemetery fog without any visible source. Not loud. Not dramatic. Just quiet, hopeless weeping drifting between graves like a sound carried upward from underground. Some described it as the cry of a grieving mother. Others said it sounded too hollow to be human at all. One retired police officer later admitted the crying haunted him more than the sightings themselves because it never sounded close or far away. It sounded everywhere at once. The most infamous encounter involving the woman in white occurred during the winter of 1982 and remains one of the most chilling incidents ever officially connected to the cemetery. The witness was Father Marcus Vale, a respected priest who had served the town church for nearly 15 years. Unlike many locals, Father Marcus openly dismissed paranormal stories surrounding the graveyard. He believed grief and fear created superstition. According to church records, he had performed dozens of funerals within the cemetery without incident. That changed on the night of December 11th. Heavy fog covered the northern hills after sunset, and freezing rain had left the cemetery paths slick with mud. Father Marcus remained late after overseeing a burial service for an elderly woman whose family requested a private nighttime prayer beside the grave. By the time the priest prepared to leave, the cemetery stood almost completely swallowed by darkness and fog. The moon occasionally appeared through gaps in the clouds, washing the graves in pale silver light before disappearing again behind drifting mist. Father Marcus carried only an old lantern to guide himself toward the cemetery gates. As he walked between rows of tombstones, he noticed movement near one of the older burial sections deeper within the graveyard. At first he assumed a mourner had returned alone to grieve. A woman dressed in white knelt silently beside an unmarked grave partially hidden beneath dead thorn bushes. Her head remained lowered. Long black hair draped forward over her face. Thinking she might be emotionally distressed, Father Marcus approached carefully while calling out to her. He later stated the atmosphere around the graveyard changed the closer he came to the woman. The temperature dropped sharply. His lantern flame flickered violently despite there being no wind. And the silence became unbearable. No rain. No insects. No distant sounds from town. Only the soft crunch of his boots against wet gravel. The woman never acknowledged him. She remained perfectly still kneeling beside the grave. Father Marcus reportedly stopped several feet away and gently asked if she needed assistance. Then the woman slowly lifted her head. What Father Marcus saw next haunted him for the remainder of his life. The woman's body still faced the grave in front of her. But her head had turned completely backward. Not twisted slightly. Completely reversed. Looking directly at him over her shoulder with a motion no human neck could survive. Her black hair slid away just enough for him to see her face clearly beneath the moonlight. Skin pale as funeral wax. Mouth stretched into an unnatural expression somewhere between grief and a smile. Eyes completely black. Empty. Endless. Father Marcus later confessed he felt physically unable to move for several seconds as the woman stared directly into him without blinking. Then she began crying. A low, hollow sobbing sound emerging from her unmoving mouth while her body remained frozen facing the grave. The priest dropped his lantern instantly. The glass shattered against stone, plunging the cemetery into darkness. He ran blindly through the fog toward the gates while hearing what sounded like barefoot footsteps moving rapidly behind him through the mud. Church officials discovered him collapsed outside the cemetery entrance shortly before dawn, shaking uncontrollably and unable to speak coherently. At first they believed exhaustion or shock caused his condition. But the following morning, workers inspecting the cemetery uncovered something deeply disturbing. The massive iron gates near the entrance were covered in long, deep scratch marks gouged directly into the metal. Not small scratches. Thick, violent grooves carved so deeply they bent sections of iron outward. Investigators initially assumed vandals caused the damage until they realized something horrifying. The marks had not been made from outside the cemetery. They covered the inner side of the gates. As though something trapped within the graveyard had clawed desperately trying to escape during the night. Father Marcus never publicly discussed the incident again. But according to church staff, he refused to perform funerals at the cemetery after sunset for the rest of his career. He also developed a strange habit during midnight prayers. Whenever church bells rang in the distance, he would stop speaking abruptly and glance toward the northern hills with visible fear in his eyes. Years later, shortly before his death, another priest reportedly asked him whether he truly believed he saw a ghost that night. Father Marcus answered with a sentence that still terrifies locals who remember it. He whispered, "Ghosts do not grieve like mothers searching for something they lost. Whatever I saw in that cemetery was still looking for someone." At exactly 12:17 a.m., on nights when the moon hung low and pale above the northern hills, residents near the cemetery sometimes heard church bells ringing through the darkness. Not modern bells. Not the distant chime of a town clock. These bells sounded ancient, deep, metallic, and impossibly heavy, as though enormous iron structures buried beneath the earth were tolling slowly beneath layers of stone, mud, and forgotten graves. The sound rolled through the valley with unnatural force, vibrating through walls and windows like a warning echoing from somewhere underground. People living near the cemetery claimed the bells did not simply ring in the air around them. They felt them. In their chests. In their teeth. In the floorboards beneath their feet. Children woke screaming after hearing them. Dogs howled uncontrollably toward the hills before hiding beneath beds. Elderly residents crossed themselves and locked their doors the moment the first toll echoed through town. The most terrifying part was that no church existed anywhere near the cemetery anymore. More than a century earlier, the original chapel connected to the graveyard had burned to the ground during a mysterious fire that locals still refused to discuss openly. Historical records claimed lightning caused the blaze, but older generations whispered darker explanations. Witnesses from that era allegedly described hearing screaming from inside the church long after the flames consumed the structure. Some even claimed the bells continued ringing while the tower collapsed into fire. By morning, the chapel had been reduced to blackened ruins, and the bell tower itself had crashed into the cemetery earth. No replacement church was ever built near the graveyard again. Investigators searched the area repeatedly over the decades whenever reports of the midnight bell resurfaced. Police officers walked the cemetery grounds at night listening for hidden speakers or pranksters. Historians examined maps searching for forgotten structures beneath the hills. Paranormal investigators brought audio equipment hoping to capture the phenomenon scientifically. Yet every search ended the same way. No bell tower existed. No underground machinery was found. No hidden church ruins capable of producing such enormous sound had ever been discovered. Still, the bells continued. Some nights they sounded faint and distant, barely audible beneath the wind. Other nights the tolling shook windows hard enough to wake entire households miles from the cemetery. Witnesses described hearing anywhere between 3 and 13 tolls before silence returned. But the silence afterward always felt worse. Heavier. As though the ringing itself awakened something sleeping beneath the graves. Over time, the town became obsessed with the pattern surrounding the bells because people noticed something deeply disturbing. Within days of hearing the midnight bell, someone usually died. Not always violently. Sometimes an elderly resident passed peacefully in their sleep. Sometimes a seemingly healthy person suffered sudden heart failure without warning. Car accidents occurred on empty roads. Farmers drowned in shallow creeks they had crossed safely their entire lives. One young woman reportedly collapsed dead while hanging laundry beneath a clear blue sky only 48 hours after residents heard the bells during a full moon. Doctors called the deaths coincidence. Priests urged people not to spread panic. But the pattern repeated too many times for locals to ignore. Families began marking nights when the bells rang on calendars. Shopkeepers closed businesses early whenever the sound echoed from the hills. Some residents even fled town temporarily after hearing the tolls, terrified they or someone they loved would become the next victim. The fear became so deeply rooted that people eventually stopped asking whether the bells predicted death. They simply waited to discover who would die next. One retired teacher later told reporters the most horrifying part was how the town reacted after years of hearing them. At first people prayed the bells would stop, she said. Then eventually we only prayed they weren't ringing for someone in our house. But everything changed during the winter incident of 1989, an event so terrifying it transformed the midnight bell from local superstition into something authorities could no longer easily dismiss. It began during a brutal December snowstorm that isolated much of the town beneath heavy fog and freezing rain. Power lines failed across several neighborhoods, leaving the northern hills consumed by darkness. Around midnight, dozens of residents reported hearing the bells louder than ever before. Not distant. Not faint. Deafening. Witnesses described the sound as violent metallic thunder erupting directly beneath the cemetery grounds. Entire houses trembled with each toll. Glass rattled inside cabinets. One family claimed framed photographs fell from their walls the moment the 12th bell rang. Then came the 13th toll. No one had ever heard 13 before. The sound was so loud residents covered their ears in pain. Several people later described feeling nauseous immediately afterward, as though pressure inside the air itself had shifted unnaturally. Then every dog in town began barking at once. Not toward the roads. Not toward the woods. Toward the cemetery. Police received dozens of panicked calls within minutes. Some residents claimed they saw lights moving between graves. Others reported shadowy figures standing motionless near the cemetery gates despite the freezing storm. One woman swore she saw a pale figure in white standing on top of a mausoleum while the bells rang beneath the earth. Authorities dispatched 2 officers to investigate the disturbance shortly after 12:30 a.m. Their names were Officer Raymond Hale and Deputy Curtis Vane. Radio transcripts recovered from that night remain some of the most disturbing evidence ever connected to the Moonlit Graveyard. Initially, the officers sounded calm while approaching the cemetery road. They joked about frightened townspeople and the old ghost stories. But the tone changed the closer they came to the graveyard. The recordings captured long periods of silence interrupted only by static and heavy breathing. Then Officer Hale suddenly reported hearing metallic sounds underground. Minutes later, Deputy Vane stated the cemetery gates were already open despite supposedly being locked earlier that evening. Then the transmission changed completely. Panic entered their voices. Hale reported movement among the graves. Vane repeatedly asked whether dispatch could hear the crying woman. In the background of the recording, faint bell tolls echoed beneath violent static interference. At exactly 12:47 a.m., Officer Hale screamed something unintelligible over the radio before the transmission abruptly cut off. Backup officers arrived less than 20 minutes later. They found the patrol vehicle abandoned near the cemetery entrance with both doors standing open. The headlights remained on. Snow had begun covering the tire tracks leading there. Officer Hale was discovered wandering barefoot along the roadside nearly a mile away, bleeding from deep scratches across his arms and neck. He appeared severely disoriented and repeatedly vomited whenever anyone mentioned the cemetery. Deputy Curtis Vane was never found. Search parties combed the cemetery, surrounding forests, abandoned tunnels, and nearby rivers for weeks without recovering a body. No footprints led away from the graveyard despite fresh snow covering the ground that night. Nothing explained how an experienced deputy could vanish completely within minutes. Officer Hale survived physically, but according to relatives, he never mentally recovered from whatever happened near the cemetery that night. He resigned from law enforcement within months and reportedly developed severe insomnia afterward. Years later, during a private interview shortly before his death, Hale finally admitted one detail investigators had concealed from the public. Moments before the radio transmission ended, both officers saw someone standing among the graves beneath the falling snow. A woman dressed entirely in white. Motionless. Watching them from the fog. Hale claimed the bells grew louder the moment she lifted her head toward them. And according to his final statement, Deputy Vane began walking slowly toward her before disappearing into the darkness between the graves as though hypnotized by something only he could hear. After the incident, fear of the midnight bell spread beyond the town itself. Paranormal researchers traveled from distant cities hoping to uncover the truth behind the phenomenon. Most left terrified. Some refused to discuss what they experienced near the cemetery at all. Yet even now, decades later, residents living near the northern hills still wake suddenly some nights at exactly 12:17 a.m. to the sound of bells tolling slowly beneath the earth. And whenever the ringing begins, people still check on their families the following morning, praying no one they love becomes the cemetery's next name. By 1991, the Moonlit Graveyard had already consumed decades of rumors, disappearances, unexplained deaths, and whispered encounters no one could fully explain. But among all the terrifying stories connected to the cemetery, none disturbed the town more deeply than the confession of Elias Mercer, the old gravedigger who had spent nearly 40 years burying the dead beneath those cursed hills. Elias was not a man easily frightened. He had lowered hundreds of coffins into the earth with his own hands. He had worked through storms, funerals, midnight burials, and winter nights cold enough to freeze mud solid beneath his boots. He had seen bodies destroyed by accidents, disease, violence, and decay. Death itself no longer disturbed him. But according to those who knew him, something inside Elias changed slowly over the years he worked at the cemetery. At first it was small things. He stopped speaking during funerals. Then he refused to remain in the graveyard after sunset. Eventually, locals noticed he had developed strange habits, constantly glancing toward empty sections of the cemetery while working, muttering prayers beneath his breath whenever the wind carried distant metallic sounds through the hills, and refusing to dig in certain areas no matter how much extra money families offered him. Children passing near the cemetery claimed they sometimes saw Elias standing motionless among the graves late at night, staring at the ground as though listening to something beneath the soil. By the winter of 1991, he looked like a man being slowly destroyed by exhaustion and fear. His face had become gaunt. Dark circles hung beneath his eyes. He reportedly slept only a few hours each week because of recurring nightmares involving bells ringing underground. Then, shortly before his death, Elias requested a private meeting with a local journalist named Martin Hale. According to Hale, the old gravedigger arrived trembling violently despite the warm temperature inside the room. He carried an old cassette recorder and repeatedly checked the windows while speaking, as though terrified someone, or something, might be listening outside. The interview lasted nearly 2 hours. Most of the recording was never officially released. Authorities later claimed portions of the tape were too incoherent to be credible. Yet leaked audio fragments spread online years later among paranormal researchers, and what remained on those recordings terrified anyone who heard them. Elias did not sound insane. He sounded broken, exhausted, like a man who had spent too many nights staring into darkness that stared back. His voice shook constantly throughout the recording. Several times he stopped mid-sentence after hearing noises outside the building. At one point he whispered directly into the microphone, "It knows I'm talking now." Then came the statement that changed how many people viewed the cemetery forever. Elias claimed the Moonlit Graveyard was not haunted. He insisted people misunderstood the place entirely. In the recording, his breathing became uneven before he whispered slowly, "That cemetery is wrong. Not haunted. Wrong." When the interviewer asked what he meant, Elias described years of terrifying incidents he had hidden from authorities and grieving families alike. According to him, graves sometimes appeared overnight in parts of the cemetery where no burial had taken place. Fresh graves. Perfectly dug. Fresh dirt piled neatly beside them. Sometimes flowers rested on top as though mourners had recently visited. Yet no funerals had occurred. No names appeared in church records. No coffins were delivered. Nothing explained how the graves appeared. Elias initially believed local teenagers were playing cruel pranks. He filled several of the mysterious graves himself only to discover them reappearing days later in different locations. Then came the detail that truly disturbed investigators. Elias claimed some of the graves contained footprints around them despite untouched rain or snowfall covering the rest of the cemetery. Bare footprints. Small ones sometimes. Adult ones other nights. Always leading toward the grave. Never away from it. The old gravedigger admitted he became obsessed with uncovering the truth. He began patrolling the cemetery alone at night carrying a lantern and shotgun. Several times he reportedly heard movement among the graves after midnight, slow dragging sounds beneath the earth and faint crying echoing through fog-covered pathways. Then one night in October 1987, Elias finally decided to dig up one of the unexplained graves himself. The details he described next remain among the most horrifying statements ever connected to the cemetery. According to Elias, the grave appeared near the northern burial section shortly after a full moon. Fresh flowers rested beside it despite heavy rain falling earlier that evening. No funeral had taken place. No family claimed the site. Around midnight, Elias returned alone carrying a shovel and lantern. The deeper he dug, the colder the ground became. He later described the soil beneath the grave as wrong somehow. Too soft. Almost warm. After nearly an hour of digging, his shovel struck wood. A coffin. Old-fashioned. Plain black. No markings. No nameplate. No handles. Elias claimed the cemetery became completely silent the moment he uncovered the lid. No wind. No insects. Nothing except the sound of his own breathing and the distant tolling of bells somewhere beneath the hills. Then he heard it. Breathing. Not movement inside the coffin. Not scratching. Breathing. Slow. Weak. Human. Elias reportedly froze instantly beside the grave. Through the wood of the coffin lid, he could hear faint uneven breaths as though someone buried beneath the earth was still alive. The sound stopped for several seconds before beginning again, louder this time. Wet. Labored. Desperate. Elias claimed something then tapped softly against the inside of the coffin. 3 slow knocks. The old gravedigger dropped his shovel immediately and fled the cemetery without looking back. He never opened the coffin. He never returned until sunrise. The next morning, he went back with 2 other workers intending to report the incident officially. But when they reached the site, the grave was gone. Completely vanished. No disturbed soil. No coffin. No hole. No flowers. Nothing. The ground appeared untouched as though no grave had ever existed there at all. Elias stated that was the moment he realized something impossible lived within the cemetery. But according to him, that still was not the worst thing he experienced. Near the end of the recording, his voice became quieter. Shakier. Several long periods of silence interrupted the tape while distant metallic sounds echoed faintly in the background. The interviewer later claimed those sounds were not present inside the room while recording. Elias then described hearing bells beneath the cemetery almost every night during his final years working there. Not distant church bells carried by the wind. Underground bells. Sometimes faint. Other nights so loud they vibrated through the graves beneath his feet. He believed the sound came from somewhere deep below the cemetery itself. Then the interviewer asked him directly whether he believed the dead were responsible for the haunting. Elias remained silent for several seconds before answering in a trembling whisper barely audible on the tape. Sometimes the dead ring the bell when they want company. Immediately after he spoke those words, the recording captured a sudden loud metallic sound echoing somewhere nearby. Not a normal bell chime. A violent deafening toll that distorted the tape audio completely for several seconds. Elias gasped sharply. The interviewer reportedly shouted something unintelligible. Then the recording ended abruptly. 2 days later, Elias Mercer was found dead inside his small home near the northern hills. Official reports listed the cause as heart failure. Yet several details surrounding his death disturbed investigators. His front door stood wide open despite freezing temperatures outside. Muddy footprints covered the hallway leading toward his bedroom. Neighbors claimed they heard metallic ringing coming from his house shortly before dawn the night he died. Most horrifying of all, the old cassette recorder containing his confession was discovered lying beside his body still running. The final seconds of unreleased tape allegedly captured Elias whispering one final sentence before the audio dissolved into static. According to rumors, his last words were not a prayer for himself. They were a warning. If you hear the bell answer your name, do not turn around. long before the disappearances became public knowledge. Before the midnight bell terrified the town. Before photographs of the woman in white began circulating among paranormal investigators. There was another story tied to the Moonlit Graveyard. Older. Stranger. A story so disturbing that many residents stopped speaking about it entirely, as though mentioning it aloud might awaken something buried beneath the hills. Locals eventually came to know it as the legend of the lost child of Moonlit Hill. The incident occurred sometime during the late 1950s, though exact dates remain difficult to verify because several town records from that decade mysteriously vanished years later. According to surviving accounts, a young boy named Samuel Vane disappeared during a violent thunderstorm near the cemetery outskirts. Samuel was only 8 years old. He lived with his parents in a small farmhouse less than 2 miles from the northern hills and was known throughout town as a quiet child who often wandered the woods alone collecting feathers, insects, and strange stones he claimed were lucky. On the evening he vanished, heavy black storm clouds rolled across the valley unusually fast, covering the hills in darkness hours before sunset. Residents later described the storm as unnatural. Thunder shook the ground continuously for hours. Lightning struck trees near the cemetery repeatedly despite no rain falling elsewhere in town initially. The wind carried strange sounds from the hills that several witnesses compared to distant crying. Samuel disappeared shortly before nightfall while walking home from a nearby general store. His mother initially assumed he had taken shelter from the storm somewhere nearby. But as hours passed and the rain intensified, panic spread rapidly through the town. Search parties carrying lanterns combed the forests, roads, abandoned buildings, and cemetery outskirts throughout the night. They found nothing. No footprints. No torn clothing. No evidence of animal attacks. The only thing discovered was Samuel's small wool scarf lying half buried in mud near the cemetery gate. According to witnesses present that night, the scarf was strangely dry despite the heavy rain surrounding it. The search continued for 6 days. Hundreds of volunteers from nearby towns joined the effort. Police officers searched rivers and drainage tunnels. Hunters brought tracking dogs into the forests. Church groups organized prayer circles throughout the valley. Yet no trace of the boy was found anywhere. As the days passed, hope slowly transformed into dread. Then strange rumors began spreading among the search teams. Several volunteers claimed they heard a child crying from somewhere within the cemetery after sunset. One man reportedly quit the search after insisting he saw someone small standing between graves during the storm before vanishing into fog. Another searcher later swore he heard a woman singing softly near the old mausoleum at midnight despite no one else being nearby. By the 7th night, much of the town believed Samuel was dead. His grieving parents had already begun discussing funeral arrangements. Then shortly after midnight, residents living near the cemetery heard crying echoing through the hills once again. This time louder. Clearer. A child sobbing somewhere inside the graveyard. Police officers and volunteers rushed toward the cemetery carrying lanterns and flashlights. Witnesses later described the atmosphere that night as suffocating. Thick fog rolled across the graves despite no rainfall. The air smelled strongly of wet earth and decayed flowers. Several people reportedly heard bells tolling faintly beneath the ground while searching among the tombstones. Then one officer discovered muddy footprints near the northern burial section. Small barefoot prints. Child-sized. Leading deeper into the cemetery toward an ancient collapsed mausoleum almost entirely consumed by thorn vines and moss-covered stone. The structure had partially caved inward decades earlier after repeated storms weakened its foundation. Locals avoided it completely because of persistent rumors that crying could sometimes be heard from beneath the rubble after dark. Searchers followed the footprints carefully through the mud until they reached the broken entrance. Inside the mausoleum, the darkness felt unnaturally heavy. Lantern light barely illuminated the crumbling walls covered in water stains and strange scratches. The air smelled rotten, damp, almost like something had been trapped underground for a very long time. Then they found Samuel, curled tightly in the far corner of the ruined mausoleum beneath collapsed stone beams. Alive, shivering violently. His clothes were filthy with mud and grave dirt. His fingernails were broken and packed with soil as though he had clawed desperately at the ground. Yet despite vanishing for nearly a week during freezing storms, the boy showed surprisingly little physical injury. No broken bones. No signs of starvation severe enough to explain how he survived. Most disturbing of all, medical examiners later noted Samuel's body temperature was abnormally cold, as though he had spent days somewhere far below freezing. But the true horror began after he returned home. Samuel refused to speak. Completely. For nearly a year, the boy never uttered a single sentence. Doctors diagnosed severe psychological trauma. Priests attempted blessings. Psychologists from nearby cities conducted interviews. Nothing worked. Samuel spent most of his days staring silently toward windows after sunset or drawing strange pictures repeatedly with charcoal and crayons. His drawings terrified his parents. Nearly all of them depicted the cemetery. Long rows of graves beneath enormous moons. Black tunnels underground filled with faceless figures. And always the same woman standing near the center of the images wearing white burial clothing with dark hollow eyes. Sometimes she held the hand of a small child beside her. Other times she stood alone watching from between tombstones. Samuel reportedly became hysterical whenever anyone tried burning the drawings. Eventually, nearly 11 months after being found, Samuel finally spoke during a violent thunderstorm almost identical to the one that occurred the night he vanished. His mother later described waking around midnight to the sound of him singing softly inside his bedroom. Not a children's song. A slow, unfamiliar lullaby she had never heard before. When she entered the room, Samuel sat awake on the floor staring toward the window where moonlight spilled across the walls. Then he quietly said, "She misses her child." Over the following weeks, fragments of Samuel's memories slowly emerged during interviews. And what he described horrified everyone who heard it. Samuel claimed a woman found him near the cemetery during the storm after he became lost in the woods. He described her as pale, barefoot, and dressed in white. Her hair covered most of her face. He said she spoke softly and sang to him while leading him beneath the graves. Investigators initially assumed the child invented fantasies to cope with trauma. But certain details in his statements deeply unsettled authorities. Samuel insisted the woman did not live in the cemetery itself. She lived underneath it. He described tunnels stretching endlessly beneath the hills filled with old coffins, flooded chambers, and narrow passageways where the walls sounded alive. He claimed the woman kept him hidden there for days while singing lullabies at night. Then came the statement investigators never publicly explained. During one interview, Samuel suddenly became visibly frightened and whispered that the underground tunnels were not empty. According to him, there were other people beneath the cemetery. Not ghosts. People. Crawling through the darkness below the graves. Listening from behind walls. watching silently from tunnels whenever moonlight reached the cemetery above. Samuel claimed he heard them moving constantly at night, slow dragging sounds beneath the earth accompanied by whispering voices he could never fully understand. When questioned further, the boy began crying uncontrollably and refused to continue speaking. Investigators officially dismissed most of Samuel's story as trauma-induced hallucinations. But several details surrounding the case remained impossible to explain. Search teams later discovered hidden underground passages beneath sections of the collapsed mausoleum exactly where Samuel claimed the tunnels existed. Yet many of the passageways appeared far older than the cemetery itself and extended too deep beneath the hills to explore safely. Some were eventually sealed by authorities without public explanation. Samuel grew older and eventually moved away from the town entirely. Yet according to relatives, he never fully escaped whatever happened beneath the cemetery. Throughout adulthood he reportedly suffered recurring nightmares involving bells ringing underground and pale figures standing beside his bed at night. During full moons, neighbors claimed they sometimes heard him singing the same strange lullaby from childhood while sleepwalking outside his home. But perhaps the most terrifying detail emerged decades later shortly after Samuel's death. Among his belongings, relatives discovered dozens of notebooks filled with sketches and writings about the Moonlit Graveyard. One page contained a sentence repeated over and over in trembling handwriting until the paper itself tore beneath the pressure of the pen. "They are still moving under the graves." By the early 2000s, the Moonlit Graveyard had become more than just a source of local fear. The cemetery had attracted thrill-seekers, vandals, amateur paranormal investigators, and reckless teenagers hoping to capture evidence of ghosts on cheap handheld cameras. Graves were damaged repeatedly. Statues were spray-painted. Several mausoleums were broken into by people searching for hidden tunnels rumored to exist beneath the cemetery grounds. After years of pressure from town officials and church authorities, security cameras were finally installed throughout the graveyard in the autumn of 2003. Motion sensors were placed near the gates. Floodlights were mounted along the main pathways. And for the first time in decades, someone was hired specifically to patrol the cemetery after dark. His name was Ravi Deshmukh. Ravi was 34 years old, former military, disciplined, practical, and deeply skeptical of anything paranormal. Unlike most locals, he openly laughed at the stories surrounding the cemetery. According to co-workers, Ravi believed the legends existed only because isolated townspeople needed supernatural explanations for ordinary tragedies. During his first shift, he reportedly joked that the woman in white probably needed therapy, not an exorcism. Several older residents warned him not to mock the cemetery. Ravi ignored them completely. For 2 nights, nothing unusual occurred. Ravi completed his patrols without incident and filed routine reports mentioning only damaged gravestones and broken fencing near the northern hill entrance. But on the 3rd night, everything changed. The date was November 18, 2003. The weather conditions that evening were strange from the beginning. Heavy fog rolled across the hills unusually early, swallowing the cemetery pathways long before midnight. Temperatures dropped sharply despite forecasts predicting clear skies. Residents later claimed the moon looked unnaturally large above the graveyard that night, its pale light turning the fog silver as it drifted between the graves like moving smoke. Ravi began his shift shortly before 10 p.m. carrying a flashlight, portable radio, and access monitor connected to the cemetery cameras. Initial patrol logs showed nothing abnormal. Around 11:40 p.m., however, Ravi radioed dispatch for the first time sounding mildly irritated. He reported several cameras briefly malfunctioning near the children's burial section despite technicians inspecting the system earlier that day. Dispatch advised him to continue patrol while they attempted remote diagnostics. At 12:11 a.m., Ravi radioed again. This time his tone had changed noticeably. The transmission captured heavy static crackling beneath his voice while he described unusual fog movement near the northern graves. According to the audio logs, Ravi sounded confused more than frightened. He stated the fog appeared to be moving against the wind and gathering unnaturally thick around the older burial sections despite calm weather conditions. Dispatch operators later admitted hearing faint metallic sounds in the background during the transmission. Bells. Distant at first. Barely audible beneath the static. Ravi reportedly stopped speaking several times as though listening to something nearby before continuing his patrol. Then at exactly 12:16 a.m., the final transmission began. Everything about Ravi's voice had changed. His breathing sounded rapid, uneven, panicked. The radio recording captured him whispering into the microphone while footsteps crunched quickly through gravel beneath him. Dispatch repeatedly asked him to clarify his location, but Ravi ignored the questions completely. In the background, the bells had become louder now. Violent metallic tolls echoing through the transmission with such force that the audio distorted repeatedly. Then Ravi suddenly screamed. A raw, terrified scream unlike anything heard in his earlier communications. "There's someone standing by the children's graves." Dispatch operators later stated Ravi sounded genuinely horrified, not startled, not confused, but terrified in a way they had never heard from another human being. His breathing grew frantic. Gravel shifted rapidly beneath his feet as though he had begun backing away from something. Then Ravi shouted another sentence investigators concealed from the public for years. "It's too tall." Seconds later the transmission dissolved into violent static mixed with deafening bell sounds before cutting off entirely. Police officers stationed nearby arrived at the cemetery within minutes. What they discovered only deepened the horror surrounding the incident. Ravi was found unconscious near the cemetery entrance lying face down in wet grass several yards from the main gate. His flashlight had shattered nearby. Deep scratches covered both his forearms as though he had fallen through thorn bushes while fleeing. Medical reports later revealed his pulse remained dangerously elevated even while unconscious. And blood vessels had burst visibly inside both eyes due to extreme stress. Yet the most disturbing evidence came from the security cameras. Every single camera feed inside the cemetery malfunctioned simultaneously at approximately 12:16 a.m. Monitors filled with static. Screens flickered violently. Several systems shut down entirely despite showing no technical faults afterward. Except for one camera. Camera 4 remained partially operational for 11 seconds longer than the others. The footage captured during those final seconds became one of the most controversial pieces of evidence ever connected to the Moonlit Graveyard. According to police descriptions leaked years later, the video initially showed Ravi stumbling backward near the children's graves while shining his flashlight desperately into thick fog. He appeared terrified of something directly in front of him, though nothing visible initially appeared on screen. Then Ravi suddenly froze. The flashlight beam shook violently in his hand. And just before the camera feed dissolved into static, a figure appeared behind him. Investigators who viewed the footage described the figure as vaguely human but impossibly distorted. Pale. Extremely tall. Its limbs appeared unnaturally elongated, particularly the arms, which hung almost to its knees. the figure's head tilted sharply sideways at an angle no human neck could survive. Its body remained perfectly still while Ravi stumbled backward directly toward it without realizing it stood there. Some officers later claimed the footage showed the figure slowly leaning closer toward Ravi moments before the static consumed the screen completely. Others insisted its face could not be clearly seen at all because the image distorted violently whenever the camera attempted focusing on it. Officially, authorities blamed the incident on psychological stress combined with poor visibility conditions. Ravi himself initially refused to discuss what happened inside the cemetery. He resigned from his position the following morning without collecting his remaining pay. Friends later claimed he stopped sleeping properly afterward and developed severe anxiety whenever hearing church bells. He reportedly kept every window in his home covered at night and refused to go outdoors during full moons. For years, Ravi rejected interview requests entirely. Then nearly a decade later, during a rare private conversation with a paranormal researcher, he finally admitted one terrifying detail police had deliberately withheld from the public. According to Ravi, the figure captured on camera 4 was not alone. Moments before collapsing near the cemetery gates, Ravi turned briefly toward the graves behind the tall pale figure. And standing silently between the tombstones were dozens more shapes. Dark human silhouettes motionless beneath the moonlight. Men, women, children, some tall, some unnaturally thin, all standing completely still among the graves as though watching him. Ravi claimed none of the figures moved or made a sound. They simply stared toward him from the fog-covered cemetery in absolute silence. Then the bells began ringing louder beneath the ground. And according to Ravi's final statement before ending the interview, the crowd of shadowy figures looked less like ghosts haunting a graveyard, and more like mourners gathering patiently for something waiting to rise from beneath it. Deep within the oldest section of the Moonlit Graveyard, far beyond the broken angel statues and collapsed burial paths where even caretakers refused to work after sunset, stood a stone mausoleum almost completely consumed by darkness, ivy, and time. Unlike the other crypts scattered throughout the cemetery, this structure carried no family crest, no engraved scripture, no names carved into the weathered stone. It looked less like a tomb built to honor the dead and more like something constructed to keep something trapped beneath the earth. The mausoleum sat partially sunken into the ground at the edge of the northern hill where thick fog gathered unnaturally every evening. Its stone walls were blackened by decades of rain and rot. Thorn-covered vines twisted across the entrance like veins crawling over a corpse. The heavy iron door sealing the crypt had rusted almost entirely shut, its surface covered in deep scratches that locals swore had not been there years earlier. No official records explained who built the structure. Old church documents referred to it only once in fragmented writing from the late 1800s before the page abruptly ended mid-sentence. Several historians later attempted tracing ownership of the mausoleum but found nothing. No burial records. No maps identifying the crypt. No evidence anyone had ever officially been interred there at all. Yet according to local legend, the entrance had supposedly been sealed shut since the late 19th century after a series of unexplained deaths connected to the cemetery. Some stories claimed an entire family vanished there overnight. Others insisted the mausoleum led into tunnels beneath the graveyard that church authorities deliberately buried from public knowledge. But one detail appeared consistently in every version of the legend. People heard things from inside, especially after midnight. Residents living near the northern hills reported hearing crying echoing faintly from the mausoleum during full moons. Some described it as the sobbing of a woman. Others claimed it sounded like several voices whispering over one another beneath layers of stone. Gravediggers working nearby occasionally heard scratching noises from inside the crypt despite the entrance remaining sealed for decades. One groundskeeper reportedly quit after hearing someone knocking slowly from the other side of the iron door late one evening. 3 knocks. Silence. Then 3 more. Paranormal investigators became obsessed with the mausoleum after repeated stories surfaced online during the early 2000s. Amateur ghost hunters trespassed repeatedly trying to enter the crypt, but most abandoned the attempt after reporting overwhelming feelings of dread near the structure. Several claimed electronic equipment malfunctioned whenever they approached the entrance. Cameras died unexpectedly. Batteries drained within minutes. Audio recordings captured unexplained whispering too faint to fully understand. Then in October 2012, a well-known paranormal investigation group called Black Hollow Archives decided to live-stream an overnight exploration inside the mausoleum. Unlike previous investigators, the team obtained illegal access to cemetery maintenance records suggesting hidden tunnels existed beneath the northern burial grounds. Their goal was simple: document the interior of the crypt and finally uncover whether the legend surrounding it held any truth. The livestream began shortly after 11 p.m. and initially attracted only a few hundred viewers online. The investigation team consisted of 4 members carrying infrared cameras, audio equipment, motion detectors, and powerful floodlights. At first, the exploration appeared uneventful. Thick fog surrounded the mausoleum. The team joked nervously while forcing open the rusted iron entrance with crowbars and bolt cutters. But viewers immediately noticed something unsettling once the crypt door opened. The darkness inside looked unnatural. Not ordinary darkness caused by lack of light. Their flashlights barely penetrated more than a few feet beyond the entrance despite functioning normally outside. Several viewers later claimed the darkness inside the mausoleum looked almost liquid on camera, shifting subtly between frames. As the investigators entered, audio equipment began capturing strange sounds immediately. Soft scraping noises echoed somewhere deeper underground. At one point, one investigator paused after hearing what sounded like faint crying behind the walls. Another member dismissed it as wind moving through cracks beneath the crypt. But the atmosphere inside grew increasingly disturbing as minutes passed. The interior of the mausoleum appeared far larger than expected. Narrow stone corridors extended downward beneath the cemetery through crumbling archways covered in water stains and black mold. The air reportedly smelled damp and rotten, like decayed flowers left sealed underground for years. Viewers noticed condensation forming rapidly on camera lenses despite mild temperatures outside. Several times investigators stopped speaking entirely after hearing distant metallic sounds resembling faint bells echoing somewhere below them. Then came the carvings. Approximately 37 minutes into the live stream, the team leader swept his flashlight across one of the deeper stone chambers and revealed something horrifying etched into the walls. Names. Hundreds of them. Carved into the stone so densely they overlapped one another. Some names appeared old and faded while others looked freshly scratched into the walls recently enough that dust still clung to the grooves. Many repeated over and over across different sections of the chamber as though someone had carved them obsessively for years. Several were violently crossed out with deep gouges that cracked the stone itself. Others ended abruptly mid-word. Investigators later confirmed some names matched people who had disappeared near the cemetery over several decades. As the team examined the carvings, viewers noticed their behavior changing noticeably. They became quieter, more anxious. One investigator repeatedly glanced behind the group into the darkness while insisting he heard breathing nearby. Another claimed someone whispered directly beside him despite no one standing there. Then, at approximately 45 minutes into the stream, one team member discovered a narrow staircase descending even deeper underground beneath the crypt. The walls surrounding the staircase were covered in long scratch marks stretching downward into darkness. The investigators debated whether to continue. Several viewers in the live stream chat begged them to leave immediately after hearing faint whispering through the audio feed. Then came the final moments of the broadcast. The team stood together near the staircase entrance while strange static interference distorted the cameras intermittently. The air inside the mausoleum had reportedly become freezing cold. One investigator later admitted they all felt an overwhelming sensation that something stood nearby watching them from the darkness below. Nervously attempting humor, one of the investigators called into the crypt. "Do you want us here?" For 1 second, absolute silence filled the mausoleum. Then a voice answered immediately from somewhere behind them. Not through equipment. Not distorted by static. Not a radio malfunction. A clear female whisper. Cold. Calm. Close enough to sound directly beside the microphone. No. Every investigator froze instantly. The live stream camera jerked violently toward the darkness behind them, but nothing visible appeared on screen except shifting shadows between stone pillars. Then the audio erupted into deafening static mixed with what sounded like distant bells ringing underground. The video feed cut out completely seconds later. The live stream never returned. According to reports later released online, emergency responders arrived at the cemetery shortly before dawn after family members lost contact with the investigation group. They found all 4 team members outside the mausoleum near the cemetery gates in severe psychological distress. None suffered major physical injuries, but all reportedly showed signs of extreme shock. One investigator was discovered vomiting uncontrollably in the mud while repeating the phrase "It followed us up." Another refused to stop staring toward the mausoleum entrance even after sunrise. The group publicly canceled all future investigations and refused nearly every interview request afterward. Privately, rumors surrounding their experience became even darker. One member reportedly disappeared 6 months later without explanation. His abandoned apartment contained walls covered in sketches of underground tunnels and repeated drawings of a pale woman standing beneath the earth. Another investigator entered long-term psychiatric care after suffering recurring hallucinations involving bells ringing beneath hospital floors at night. Officially, authorities blamed the incident on panic caused by confined spaces and psychological suggestion. The mausoleum entrance was resealed shortly afterward using welded steel reinforcement and concrete barriers. Yet locals still claim the crypt never truly remains closed. During certain full moons, residents passing near the northern hills swear the mausoleum door appears slightly open again despite the heavy seals placed around it. Some report hearing whispering drifting from inside accompanied by faint scratching beneath the stone floor. Others claim pale figures can occasionally be seen standing near the entrance after midnight before vanishing into the fog. But perhaps the most terrifying rumor surrounding the mausoleum emerged from viewers who recorded fragments of the original livestream before it disappeared from the internet entirely. According to those who slowed down the footage frame by frame, something stood behind the investigators moments before the female voice answered them from the darkness. A tall pale figure partially visible at the bottom of the staircase. Motionless. Watching silently from beneath the cemetery as though waiting for them to come closer. By 2015, most people connected to the Moonlit Graveyard had either disappeared, died, or abandoned the cemetery entirely. Priests refused nighttime funerals. Security guards quit after a single shift. Historians stopped investigating the tunnels beneath the hills after too many records vanished mysteriously from archives. Eventually, only one official caretaker remained responsible for maintaining the graveyard grounds. His name was Arun Mehta, a quiet widower in his early 40s who lived in a small stone cottage near the cemetery entrance with his 6-year-old daughter, Mira. Unlike many locals, Arun did not fear the cemetery at first. He had worked there for nearly 8 years without witnessing anything supernatural. He viewed the legends as exaggerated stories created by generations of fear and grief. The graveyard was simply old, isolated, sad. Nothing more. During daylight hours, the cemetery almost appeared peaceful. Arun spent his mornings trimming overgrown hedges, cleaning moss from old gravestones, and repairing damaged pathways swallowed by roots and weeds. Mira often followed him through the cemetery carrying flowers she picked from nearby fields, placing them gently on forgotten graves with no visitors left alive to remember them. The child seemed strangely comfortable among the tombstones. Too comfortable, according to some townspeople. Older residents occasionally warned Arun not to let Mira wander the cemetery alone, especially near the northern burial sections. Arun ignored them. For years, nothing unusual happened. Then the sleepwalking began. It started subtly during the summer after Mira turned 7. Arun occasionally woke during the night to find her bedroom door standing open and muddy footprints crossing the hallway floor. At first he assumed she had wandered outside half asleep. But the incidents grew stranger quickly. Mira began disappearing from her room entirely during nights when the moon was full. Arun repeatedly found her standing alone inside the cemetery around midnight barefoot in the cold grass, staring silently toward the northern graves. Each time he called her name, she seemed dazed and confused as though waking from a dream. Yet there was one detail that disturbed him more than anything else. Mira always stood before the same grave. An old unmarked grave partially sunken into the earth beneath dead thorn bushes near the cemetery's oldest section. No name appeared on the stone because there was no stone at all. Just a patch of earth surrounded by twisted roots and cracked ground where no official burial records existed. Arun searched church archives repeatedly trying to identify the grave but found nothing. According to cemetery documents, no one had ever been buried there. Yet the soil always appeared freshly disturbed after full moons. When Arun questioned Mira about why she kept going there, the little girl answered calmly in ways that chilled him deeply. She claimed she was speaking to the lonely lady. At first Arun dismissed the explanation as childhood imagination fueled by local ghost stories. But Mira continued describing the woman in disturbing detail despite never being told the legend of the woman in white. She said the lady wore old white clothes stained with mud. She had long black hair covering her face. And she cried constantly because she was still looking for someone. Arun became increasingly unsettled after realizing Mira always spoke about the woman as though she were real. Not imaginary. Real. The child claimed the lady stood beside her bed at night whispering lullabies. She said the woman hated loud noises and didn't like the bells anymore. Once, while drawing at the kitchen table, Mira casually asked her father why the cemetery woman's eyes were all dark inside. Arun reportedly stopped letting her play near the northern graves after that. But the worst incident occurred during a full moon in October. Unable to sleep, Arun noticed Mira leaving the house shortly after midnight wearing only her thin white nightgown despite freezing temperatures outside. This time he decided not to stop her immediately. Instead, he followed silently through the darkness, hoping to finally understand what was happening. Thick fog covered the cemetery pathways that night, glowing silver beneath the moonlight. Arun later described the atmosphere as unnaturally silent. No insects. No wind. Not even distant traffic from town. Only the soft sound of Mira's bare feet moving through wet grass ahead of him. Hidden behind rows of crooked gravestones, Arun watched his daughter walk directly toward the unmarked grave once again. She stopped beside it and stood perfectly still for several seconds. Then she began speaking softly to someone standing in front of her. At first Arun thought she was talking to herself. But the child paused repeatedly as though listening to responses. Her voice sounded calm. Familiar. Like she was speaking to someone she knew well. Arun strained to see through the fog but could make out no one near the grave except Mira. Then suddenly the little girl stopped speaking. Slowly. She tilted her head toward the darkness where her father hid behind the tombstones. And in a voice barely above a whisper, she said, "She sees you." The moment those words left her mouth, Arun later swore the temperature around him dropped instantly. Not gradually. Instantly. His breath fogged violently before his face. Frost spread across nearby gravestones despite it not being cold enough for ice. Then he heard it. Footsteps. Moving slowly through the darkness behind him. Barefoot footsteps. Wet. Heavy. Circling him between the graves. Crunching softly against mud and dead leaves while something unseen moved closer in the fog. Arun spun around repeatedly but saw nothing except shifting moonlit mist weaving between tombstones. Yet the footsteps continued. Slow. Patient. Always just beyond sight. Then came the crying. A woman sobbing softly somewhere behind him. Close enough to sound directly beside his ear one moment. Distant the next. Arun later admitted he felt completely frozen with terror for several seconds because deep inside he knew something was standing nearby watching both him and his daughter from the darkness. Then Mira suddenly looked upward into empty space beside the grave and smiled faintly as though someone stood directly beside her. That broke him completely. Arun ran forward, grabbed his daughter violently into his arms, and sprinted toward the cemetery gates while the barefoot footsteps followed rapidly behind them through the fog. He later claimed he heard breathing directly over his shoulder several times during the run despite no one visible behind him. After reaching the house, Arun locked every door and window before carrying Mira back to bed. The child reportedly fell asleep almost instantly while softly humming an unfamiliar lullaby. Arun remained awake the entire night gripping a kitchen knife while listening to faint scratching sounds moving slowly around the outside walls of the cottage. At sunrise, he finally gathered enough courage to inspect the house exterior. What he discovered convinced him to leave the cemetery forever. Muddy footprints covered the walls inside the cottage. Not outside. Inside. Bare human footprints streaked across hallways, ceilings, and bedroom walls as though someone dripping wet mud had walked throughout the house during the night. The prints were small and barefoot. Some even crossed directly above Mira's bed. Yet no doors or windows had been opened. No signs of forced entry existed anywhere. The final set of footprints ended abruptly beside Mira's bedroom closet. Then vanished completely. Arun resigned from his caretaker position the same day. He and Mira moved away from the northern hills within a week without informing most residents where they were going. But according to relatives who remained in contact with the family, the cemetery never truly released Mira completely. Even years later, she reportedly still talks in her sleep during full moons. Sometimes she whispers to someone unseen standing near her bed. Other nights she softly sings the same strange lullaby her father heard inside the cemetery. And according to one terrified family member who stayed overnight during a visit, Mira once woke suddenly at exactly 12:17 a.m. and asked a question that chilled everyone in the room. Why doesn't the cemetery woman visit me anymore? By 2018, the Moonlit Graveyard had evolved from a forgotten local legend into something darker on the internet, a place surrounded by conspiracy theories, paranormal forums, grainy footage compilations, and whispered rumors shared across thousands of late-night live streams. Most people who discussed the cemetery online had never actually visited it. They treated the stories like entertainment. Creepy folklore. A mystery to dissect from the safety of glowing computer screens. But one man decided to walk directly into the graveyard during the worst possible night imaginable. His name was Aaron Blake, a well-known urban explorer and photographer whose online following had exploded because of his willingness to enter abandoned buildings, tunnels, ruins, and supposedly haunted locations completely alone. Aaron was charismatic, fearless, and openly skeptical of paranormal claims. He specialized in capturing cinematic footage of forgotten places and mocking ghost stories while doing it. His followers loved him for that reason. He turned fear into entertainment. So when news spread online that a rare lunar eclipse would coincide with a full moon over the northern hills, Aaron announced he would live-stream himself spending the night inside the Moonlit Graveyard. Thousands tuned in immediately. Some viewers warned him not to go. Others begged him to explore the mausoleum connected to earlier disappearances. Aaron laughed at the warnings throughout the drive toward the cemetery. The live stream began shortly before midnight from the gravel road leading into the hills. Fog drifted low across the cemetery entrance while the moon above slowly darkened beneath the eclipse, bathing the entire graveyard in dim reddish light. Aaron joked constantly while walking through the rusted gates carrying a powerful flashlight and handheld camera rig. At first, everything appeared normal. Old graves stretched endlessly through silver fog. Broken angel statues leaned sideways beneath dead vines. Cracked tombstones emerged from the earth like rotten teeth beneath the moonlight. Aaron occasionally paused to photograph unusually old graves while speaking casually to viewers. He mocked the legend surrounding the cemetery openly, joking that the woman in white clearly needed better hiding spots. But as the live stream continued deeper into the cemetery, viewers began noticing something Aaron didn't. A figure. At first it appeared only briefly in the background whenever Aaron turned his camera too quickly between graves. A pale shape standing motionless near the fog-covered pathways. Some viewers assumed it was a visual glitch caused by the poor lighting conditions. Others spammed the live stream comments warning Aaron someone appeared to be following him. Aaron ignored them entirely. But the figure kept appearing. Every few minutes viewers spotted it again somewhere behind him. Standing between tombstones. Near broken statues. Beside dead trees. Always motionless. Never walking. And each time it appeared, it looked closer than before. The comments exploded with panic. Thousands of viewers begged Aaron to leave immediately. Some clipped screenshots from the stream showing what appeared to be a tall pale figure partially hidden behind graves. Others noticed something even more disturbing. The figure's position changed impossibly fast between camera angles without ever being seen moving. At one point, Viewers captured a frame showing it standing nearly 20 feet behind Aaron beside a crooked gravestone. Less than 3 minutes later, another screenshot showed the same figure directly behind him near the cemetery path despite Aaron never passing anyone. Still, Aaron laughed it off. "You guys are seeing ghosts in fog," he joked while adjusting his flashlight. Then the bells began ringing. The sound echoed through the live stream audio so clearly that thousands of viewers heard it simultaneously. Deep metallic tolls rolled through the cemetery with unnatural force. Ancient. Heavy. Like massive iron bells ringing somewhere far beneath the earth itself. Aaron stopped speaking instantly. For the first time during the live stream, genuine fear crossed his face. The bells continued tolling slowly through the fog while the camera trembled slightly in his hands. Even through compressed live stream audio, viewers later described the sound as physically disturbing, low enough to vibrate speakers and headphones unnaturally. Aaron whispered, "What the hell is that?" before slowly turning toward the northern section of the cemetery. That was when he saw the mausoleum. The massive iron door stood open. Aaron froze completely. According to later investigations, authorities had sealed the mausoleum months earlier using welded steel barriers after repeated trespassing incidents. Yet there it stood beneath the eclipse-darkened moonlight. Wide open. Complete darkness filled the entrance beyond the broken doorway. Not ordinary darkness. Something deeper. The flashlight beam barely penetrated inside more than a few feet before vanishing into blackness. Then viewers heard it. Crying. Soft. Faint. A child sobbing somewhere inside the mausoleum. The live stream chat erupted instantly. Thousands begged Aaron not to approach. Others insisted the audio was fake. But Aaron slowly began walking toward the crypt anyway, his flashlight shaking visibly now. The closer he moved toward the entrance, the worse the live stream quality became. Static flickered across the screen. Audio distorted violently between the tolling bells and the sound of the crying child. Aaron repeatedly whispered hello into the darkness while approaching the open doorway. Then the live stream glitched completely. For approximately 3 seconds, the screen displayed an image so horrifying that fragments of the footage still circulate online among paranormal forums today. Inside the mausoleum stood dozens of pale human faces staring outward from the darkness. Not floating. Not transparent. Packed tightly together unnaturally as though pressed shoulder to shoulder within the crypt. Men. Women. Children. Their skin appeared deathly white beneath the flashlight glare. Their mouths stretched into silent smiles too wide to look human. Some faces looked partially decayed. Others appeared wet with mud and black soil. One viewer later described the image as looking like a crowd trying to climb out of the darkness. Then the screen shifted again. And for a single frame, viewers noticed one face standing higher behind the others. A woman with long black hair partially covering hollow black eyes. The stream disconnected immediately afterward. Thousands remained online waiting for Aaron to reconnect. He never did. At first viewers assumed technical issues caused the interruption. But hours passed with no updates. Eventually, concerned followers contacted local authorities, who entered the cemetery shortly after dawn. What investigators discovered only intensified the horror surrounding the Moonlit Graveyard. Aaron's camera equipment was found abandoned near the northern burial section beside the mausoleum entrance. His flashlight still flickered weakly in the wet grass nearby. Deep drag marks disturbed the mud surrounding the area as though something heavy had been pulled across the ground during the night. But the most disturbing discovery lay only a few feet away from the equipment. An open grave. Freshly dug. The soil around it appeared damp and newly turned despite no rain falling overnight. Yet according to cemetery records and maintenance reports, no grave had existed there the previous day. Witnesses assisting investigators later claimed the grave looked old and new at the same time, the dirt fresh, but the coffin beneath appearing ancient and partially rotted. Aaron himself was never found. Search teams combed the cemetery, nearby forests, drainage tunnels, and underground passages for weeks without recovering a body. No footprints led away from the graveyard. No evidence suggested kidnapping or animal attack. It was as though Aaron vanished completely beneath the eclipse-darkened moonlight. Online communities still debate the authenticity of the footage today. Skeptics insist the stream was an elaborate hoax designed to boost Aaron's popularity. Paranormal investigators argue the final frames contain visual anomalies impossible to fake convincingly in real time. But locals near the cemetery rarely discuss the footage itself. They focus instead on one horrifying detail investigators tried keeping quiet. The grave discovered beside Aaron's camera did not appear on any cemetery map. No burial permit existed for it. No funeral had taken place there. Yet by the time authorities returned later that evening to examine the site further, the grave had vanished completely. As though the cemetery itself had opened briefly beneath the moonlight to take something inside, before sealing itself shut again. As decades passed and the stories surrounding the Moonlit Graveyard continued growing darker, investigators from every background attempted explaining the horrors connected to the cemetery through logic rather than fear. Psychologists blamed mass suggestion and local superstition amplified over generations. Environmental researchers proposed toxic gases leaking from underground pockets beneath the hills causing hallucinations and paranoia. Historians searched for evidence of forgotten cult rituals once practiced in isolated burial grounds during the 18th century. Skeptics insisted the disappearances, strange sightings, and stories of the woman in white were nothing more than coincidences woven together by frightened minds desperate for meaning. But no theory explained everything. None explained why so many witnesses who never knew the legends described identical details. None explained the impossible graves appearing overnight. None explained the voices recorded beneath the cemetery or the bells heard by hundreds of people simultaneously across decades. And most disturbingly of all, none explained the sounds coming from underground. Because for generations, workers connected to the cemetery reported hearing movement beneath the graves at night. Not imagination. Not distant echoes. Movement. The reports came from gravediggers, maintenance crews, security guards, and even contractors hired briefly to repair damaged pathways before refusing to return. Some described hearing slow knocking beneath the earth while digging graves after sunset. Others heard dragging sounds moving below the soil as though something heavy crawled through underground tunnels. Several workers claimed chains rattled faintly beneath the cemetery during full moons despite no machinery existing anywhere nearby. One former groundskeeper later admitted he occasionally felt vibrations beneath his boots near the northern burial sections, as though something massive shifted deep underground beneath the graves. At first authorities dismissed these stories as fear and exhaustion, until multiple incidents forced them to investigate further. In 2020, a maintenance crew hired to restore collapsed cemetery walls abandoned the project entirely after only 4 nights working near the northern hills. According to official reports, the workers became increasingly disturbed by unexplained sounds beneath the ground during evening shifts. One man reportedly quit after hearing whispering directly below his feet while laying new stone pathways. Another refused to continue after hearing what sounded like fingernails scraping slowly against wood somewhere beneath the soil. But the final incident terrified the entire crew. Shortly after midnight, several workers heard voices whispering beneath the cemetery ground near the old mausoleum. Not above them. Below them. Human voices murmuring softly beneath layers of dirt and stone. One witness later claimed the whispers sounded like multiple people speaking over one another in a language he could not understand. Another insisted he heard someone beneath the ground say his name clearly. The crew left their equipment behind and never returned. Following repeated reports, local authorities finally approved a limited geological survey of the cemetery using ground-penetrating radar technology. Officially, the survey aimed to identify unstable burial sections and possible sinkholes beneath the older graves. Unofficially, many investigators hoped the scans might finally explain the strange legends surrounding the Moonlit Graveyard once and for all. The survey began quietly during early autumn under heavy security to avoid public attention. Initial results appeared normal near the cemetery entrance. But as technicians scanned deeper into the northern sections, the radar images became increasingly disturbing. Beneath the cemetery existed enormous hollow spaces far larger than anyone expected. Tunnels, chambers. Entire underground structures extending deep below the hills in patterns far too organized to be natural formations. Some tunnels connected directly beneath old burial sections. Others stretched outward far beyond the cemetery boundaries, disappearing beneath forests and abandoned church ruins nearby. Several chambers appeared enormous, large enough to hold dozens of people underground simultaneously. Even more disturbing, some structures seemed older than the cemetery itself. Lead surveyor Dr. Nathan Ellery reportedly became obsessed with the findings almost immediately. According to leaked internal notes, he believed portions of the underground network predated all known town records by centuries. Several chambers displayed architectural patterns inconsistent with modern burial construction. Narrow corridors intersected beneath graves in maze-like formations resembling catacombs or ritual passageways. One radar image reportedly showed what appeared to be a massive circular chamber directly beneath the old mausoleum. Yet the chamber's depth made excavation extremely dangerous. Workers also discovered something else investigators never publicly explained. Certain underground sections produced irregular movement patterns during repeated scans. At first, technicians assumed equipment malfunction. But according to one anonymous employee, radar images occasionally showed shifting shapes within the tunnels between scans taken only minutes apart. Shapes that should not have moved at all. The deeper the survey progressed, the stranger the atmosphere around the cemetery became. Workers reported hearing bells underground even during daylight hours. Equipment malfunctioned repeatedly near the mausoleum. One technician allegedly quit after claiming he heard children laughing beneath the earth while operating radar equipment alone at dusk. Then came the decision that fueled conspiracy theories for years afterward. Excavation of the underground structures was officially proposed. Plans were drafted. Funding discussions began. Archaeologists prepared equipment to enter the tunnels beneath the cemetery for the first time in recorded history. Then suddenly, everything stopped. The excavation project was cancelled without warning. No official explanation was ever given publicly. Survey data vanished from local archives. Several involved researchers refused interviews afterward. Some claimed government agencies intervened privately demanding silence regarding the findings. Others insisted the cancellation occurred because the underground chambers were too unstable to explore safely. But those involved privately whispered darker reasons. Rumors spread online that workers uncovered evidence of human remains far older than the cemetery itself beneath the tunnels. Some conspiracy theories claimed ancient occult rituals once took place under the northern hills long before the town existed. Others believed plague victims had been secretly buried alive beneath the cemetery centuries earlier and the tunnels were forgotten catacombs sealed away from history. Yet the most terrifying rumor emerged from leaked statements allegedly connected to Dr. Ellery himself. According to anonymous reports, the lead surveyor became increasingly paranoid after reviewing the radar scans repeatedly. He reportedly insisted the underground structures did not resemble burial chambers at all. They resembled containment systems. Then, less than 3 weeks after the excavation was cancelled, Dr. Nathan Ellery died in a violent car accident while driving home alone late at night. Official reports stated his vehicle lost control during heavy rain before crashing into a roadside barrier. But investigators later noted strange inconsistencies surrounding the incident. The road had been dry. No skid marks appeared at the scene. And according to the coroner's report, Ellery's expression at the moment of death showed what one officer described as extreme terror. The accident fueled even more theories online. Paranormal forums exploded with speculation. Some believed Ellery had discovered evidence too dangerous to release publicly. Others claimed he had entered the tunnels secretly before his death and encountered something beneath the cemetery that followed him back out. One disturbing rumor insisted his final voicemail to a colleague contained only heavy breathing followed by a sentence whispered repeatedly in panic. "They are not buried down there." Years later, despite official silence, fragments of the radar survey still circulate across obscure paranormal websites. Most viewers dismiss them as fake. But a few investigators who analyzed the leaked images noticed something deeply unsettling hidden within the scans. Some of the underground chambers appeared packed tightly with irregular shapes positioned unnaturally close together beneath the earth. Human-shaped forms. Motionless. Clustered within the darkness beneath the cemetery like crowds waiting silently underground. And among all the theories surrounding the Moonlit Graveyard, one possibility terrifies people more than any ghost story ever could. That the cemetery was never truly built to bury the dead. It was built to contain something beneath the hills. Something old. Something waiting. Something that occasionally rings the bells when it wants to be heard. By the time the latest incidents surrounding the Moonlit Graveyard began spreading online, most people in town had stopped searching for answers entirely. Too many investigators had disappeared. Too many witnesses had broken psychologically after spending nights near the cemetery. The northern hills became a place locals passed quickly without looking toward after dark. Parents warned children never to speak about the woman in white aloud during full moons. Even mentioning the midnight bell after sunset made older residents visibly uncomfortable. Yet despite decades of fear, one man became obsessed with uncovering the truth behind the cemetery once and for all. His name was Dev Malhotra. Dev was a local historian in his late 30s known for researching forgotten folklore, abandoned settlements, and historical mysteries surrounding the region. Unlike paranormal investigators chasing ghosts for entertainment, Dev approached the Moonlit Graveyard academically at first. He believed every legend, no matter how terrifying, began somewhere in reality. He spent months buried inside church archives, abandoned municipal records, handwritten journals, and decaying newspaper clippings connected to the cemetery. The deeper he dug into the history of the northern hills, the stranger the records became. Entire sections of town archives vanished inexplicably. Funeral logs ended abruptly for several years during the late 18th century. Old church records referenced the woman beneath the graves before pages were violently torn from the documents. Then Dev discovered something that changed everything. Hidden within damaged manuscripts stored beneath an abandoned chapel, he uncovered fragmented references to a woman accused of witchcraft sometime during the early 1700s. Most of the records were incomplete, stained by age and water damage, but enough survived to form a horrifying picture. According to the surviving accounts, villagers believed the woman possessed unnatural abilities connected to death itself. She allegedly communicated with the dead through dreams and wandering spirits. Some claimed she could hear voices beneath the earth at night. Others believed she lured grieving families into the cemetery by promising they could speak to lost loved ones again. Her real name had been erased from nearly every surviving document, replaced only with titles like the Mourning Woman or the Listener Beneath. Then children in the village began disappearing. No bodies were found. No signs of violence appeared anywhere. Fear spread rapidly through the settlement until local church authorities accused the woman of sacrificing the missing children through occult rituals connected to the graveyard. Whether the accusations were true remained impossible to verify centuries later. But according to the fragmented records, the villagers dragged her into the cemetery during a full moon and executed her publicly before burying her alive somewhere beneath the northern burial grounds. Yet the most disturbing detail appeared in a surviving priest's handwritten account describing the moments before her death. Witnesses claimed the woman never screamed while being buried. She laughed, even as dirt filled the grave around her body, even as the villagers sealed the earth above her. And before the grave finally closed, she allegedly whispered a curse that haunted the town for centuries afterward. When the moon watches the graves, the forgotten will rise seeking names. Dev became consumed by the discovery. Friends later claimed he stopped sleeping properly after uncovering the records. He covered entire walls of his office with maps of the cemetery, photographs of old graves, transcripts of witness interviews, and diagrams of underground tunnels discovered beneath the hills. He became convinced the woman in white, the midnight bell, the disappearances, and the underground chambers were all connected to the buried woman from the 1700s. Against repeated warnings from locals, Dev decided to enter the cemetery alone during the next full moon and document everything personally. He believed the truth still existed beneath the graveyard waiting to be uncovered. On the night of October 27th last year, Dev drove toward the northern hills carrying professional audio equipment, infrared cameras, old survey maps showing underground tunnel systems, and copies of the ancient records he had discovered. According to phone logs recovered later, several friends begged him not to go. Dev ignored every warning. The moon that night appeared enormous above the cemetery, glowing pale silver through thick rolling fog. Witnesses later described the atmosphere around the graveyard as unnaturally still. No wind moved through the trees. No animals approached the northern roads. Even the air itself reportedly felt colder near the cemetery gates. Dev began recording shortly before midnight while walking deeper between the graves. His recovered audio files later revealed he sounded calm initially, almost excited. He described broken statues, fresh mud around unmarked graves, and strange carvings near the mausoleum entrance. But shortly after 12 a.m., his tone changed. Heavy static interference began distorting the recordings. Dev repeatedly mentioned hearing movement somewhere beyond the fog. At exactly 12:17 a.m., the bells began ringing. The audio captured them perfectly. Deep metallic tolls echoing beneath the cemetery with such force that the recording equipment vibrated violently. Dev stopped speaking completely for nearly 30 seconds while the bells rang through the darkness around him. Then another sound emerged on the recording. Footsteps. Slow barefoot footsteps moving through wet grass nearby. Circling him. Crunching softly against mud and dead leaves. Dev whispered nervously into the recorder, asking whether someone else was inside the cemetery. No answer came initially. Only the footsteps continuing somewhere beyond sight. Then faint humming drifted through the fog. A woman humming softly. The melody sounded old. Slow. Almost like a lullaby carried on distant wind. Dev later identified it as matching descriptions of the same song heard by witnesses throughout multiple incidents connected to the graveyard. His breathing became rapid on the recording. One camera apparently fell into the mud during the next several moments because the audio filled with distorted movement and static. Then Dev whispered shakily into the darkness. "Who's there?" For several seconds, nothing answered except the bells tolling beneath the earth. Then a voice spoke from somewhere nearby. A woman's voice. Soft. Calm. Close enough to sound directly behind him. "Still looking for my child." Dev gasped sharply on the recording. The footsteps stopped completely. Then the audio erupted into violent interference mixed with a deafening metallic sound like chains dragging underground. The final clear sound captured before the recording ended was Dev screaming. Police discovered him nearly 4 hours later wandering barefoot along the highway several miles from the cemetery. He was covered in mud and scratches, his feet bleeding badly from cuts caused by broken stones and gravel. Witnesses described him as completely incoherent. He repeatedly whispered fragmented phrases about voices beneath the graves and people standing under the moonlight. Most disturbing of all, Dev clutched one of the old cemetery maps so tightly in his hands that officers reportedly struggled to remove it from his grip. The map itself had been altered somehow during the night. New tunnels appeared sketched across the paper in dark with handwriting not matching Dev's own. The tunnels all converged toward one location beneath the northern graves where someone had written a single sentence repeatedly across the map margins. "She is still waiting." Dev survived physically, but according to relatives, something inside him changed permanently after that night. He stopped researching the cemetery entirely and refused to discuss what happened beyond fragmented, terrified statements. He developed severe insomnia and reportedly sleeps only during daylight hours now. Every curtain inside his home remains permanently closed regardless of weather. Friends claim he becomes visibly panicked whenever moonlight enters a room. He also refuses to go near churches after sunset because hearing bells sends him into violent panic attacks. Yet the most disturbing detail emerged during recent interviews with relatives who still care for him. During full moons, Dev claims he continues hearing bells ringing somewhere far away even when no one else hears anything at all. Sometimes the sound wakes him shortly after midnight. Other times he hears faint humming moving slowly through the hallway outside his bedroom door. According to one family member, Dev once woke screaming after hearing barefoot footsteps stop outside his room during a thunderstorm. When relatives entered to calm him, they found him staring toward the dark corner of the ceiling whispering the same sentence repeatedly through tears. "She finally remembered my name." To this day, despite decades of disappearances, disturbing recordings, unexplained deaths, and terrifying witness accounts, the Moonlit Graveyard still remains officially open to the public during daylight hours. Rusted iron gates still creak open every morning beneath the northern hills. Maintenance workers occasionally trim overgrown weeds near the entrance. Tourists fascinated by paranormal legends sometimes travel from distant cities hoping to photograph the cemetery for social media or online horror channels. During the afternoon, under pale sunlight and drifting mountain wind, the graveyard almost appears ordinary from a distance. Old stone angels stand frozen among crooked graves. Moss-covered pathways crack beneath dead leaves. Wildflowers grow through forgotten burial plots untouched for decades. But even during daylight, visitors often describe a strange heaviness hanging over the cemetery. An unnatural silence that seems to swallow sound too quickly. Many report feeling watched the deeper they walk into the northern sections. Some claim their phones suddenly stop working near the mausoleum. Others leave after hearing faint crying carried through the fog despite no one else nearby. And almost everyone notices the same unsettling detail before sunset arrives. The cemetery feels different once the moon begins rising above the hills. Most tourists leave before darkness falls completely. Even skeptical visitors rarely stay after twilight reaches the graves. The atmosphere changes too suddenly. Fog gathers unnaturally between tombstones. Temperatures drop without warning. Shadows stretch strangely beneath the moonlight. Locals never need signs warning them to leave after dark because generations of fear already taught them the rule long ago. Once night falls over the moonlit graveyard, you do not remain there willingly. The town itself rarely speaks openly about the cemetery anymore. Older residents lower their voices whenever the subject arises. Parents still warn children never to enter the northern hills during full moons. Taxi drivers continue refusing late-night routes near the cemetery road. And despite official denials, people still report seeing fresh graves appear overnight in sections where no burials have occurred for decades. Some vanish by morning. Others remain permanently despite no names existing in church records to explain them. One local groundskeeper allegedly quit last year after discovering fresh flowers resting atop a grave that did not exist the previous evening. The flowers were dead and blackened by dawn. No one truly knows what exists beneath the cemetery hills. Authorities officially deny evidence of underground structures beyond natural erosion chambers. Yet workers continue hearing sounds below the graves after midnight. Bells. Whispering. Knocking beneath the earth. Some believe the old tunnels still stretch deep beneath the cemetery untouched and unexplored. Others insist the underground chambers are sealed for reasons the public was never meant to discover. Even now, decades after the first disappearances, the central mysteries surrounding the Moonlit Graveyard remain completely unsolved. Why do so many unrelated witnesses describe hearing church bells at exactly 12:17 a.m. despite no bell tower existing anywhere nearby? Who, or what, is repeatedly seen standing motionless among the graves during full moons? Why have multiple visitors vanished inside the cemetery without leaving behind bodies, footprints, or evidence of escape? What truly exists beneath the underground tunnels discovered below the northern hills? And perhaps most disturbing of all, why do witnesses across generations continue describing the same pale woman wandering endlessly through the cemetery searching for her lost child? Skeptics insist there must be rational explanations. Psychological suggestion. Shared urban legends influencing memory. Mass hysteria fueled by fear and isolation. Perhaps every witness simply saw what they expected to see after hearing the stories surrounding the cemetery. Perhaps grief itself distorted reality for those who entered the graveyard already frightened. Others believe coincidence built the legend over time. Strange accidents. Old disappearances. Decaying graves and centuries of superstition blending together until the cemetery transformed into something larger than truth itself. But even the most skeptical investigators struggle explaining certain details. The identical witness descriptions spanning decades. The underground radar scans. The unexplained recordings. The people who entered the cemetery healthy and rational before leaving terrified. Or never leaving at all. Because maybe the truth behind the Moonlit Graveyard is not as simple as ghosts haunting old graves. Maybe some places absorb suffering so deeply that the pain never truly fades away. Maybe fear, grief, loneliness, and death leave scars on certain places strong enough to become something almost alive. Something that lingers beneath the earth long after names vanish from gravestones. Something patient enough to wait through generations while people slowly forget what was buried beneath the hills in the first place. And perhaps that is what still moves through the cemetery after midnight. Not a ghost. Not a demon. But the weight of countless forgotten deaths gathering silently beneath moonlit soil until the graveyard itself became aware. Watching from between broken tombstones with hollow eyes and endless hunger for remembrance. Because according to the oldest surviving legends, the dead inside the moonlit graveyard do not want revenge. They do not want freedom. They want to be remembered. They want names. They want company beneath the earth. And on certain nights, when the moon hangs low and silver above the graves and the bells begin tolling somewhere deep underground, some residents swear the cemetery almost feels awake. The fog moves too slowly between the tombstones. Shadows stand where no people exist. Barefoot footsteps circle unseen through the darkness. And somewhere beyond the graves, a woman softly hums an ancient lullaby while searching endlessly for the child she lost centuries ago. Perhaps the stories are only legends. Perhaps every terrifying event connected to the cemetery has a logical explanation waiting to be uncovered someday. Or perhaps some mysteries survive because they were never meant to be solved at all. Perhaps the moonlit graveyard remains silent because whatever lies beneath it is still there. Waiting patiently beneath layers of stone, roots, and forgotten graves while the world above slowly forgets. Watching silently through the fog from behind cracked angel statues and unmarked graves. Waiting for moonlight. Waiting for footsteps on the old cemetery path. Waiting for another visitor curious enough to enter after dark. Waiting for someone foolish enough to answer when the bells begin ringing beneath the earth. And maybe tonight, somewhere far beyond the safety of your room, beneath cold moonlight shining over forgotten hills, the woman in white is still standing motionless between the graves. Watching. Listening. Waiting for someone new to remember her. Waiting. For you. So if you ever find yourself standing near an old cemetery long after midnight, when the world has gone silent and the moon hangs cold and pale above rows of forgotten graves, pay attention to the darkness around you. Listen carefully. Because some places remember death too well. And according to the oldest stories surrounding the moonlit graveyard, the cemetery is never truly empty after the bells begin ringing. If you hear deep metallic tolls echoing through the fog where no church has stood for more than a century, do not follow the sound. No matter how distant it seems. No matter how much it feels like someone calling gently from beyond the graves. And if the wind suddenly carries the sound of crying through the cemetery paths, soft sobbing drifting between tombstones where no living person stands, do not answer it. Do not call out into the darkness. Do not search for the voice no matter how human it sounds. Because some witnesses claimed the crying changes once you get closer. They said it slowly stops sounding like grief and starts sounding like hunger. And if you ever see a pale woman standing motionless between the graves beneath the moonlight, barefoot in the mud, dressed in white burial cloth stained dark with earth and rainwater, do not stare into her face. Do not acknowledge her presence. And above all else, do not let her know you can see her. Because according to the oldest surviving legend connected to the Moonlit Graveyard, the woman in white does not wander the cemetery searching for random victims. She appears only to those she chooses to remember. Some believe she searches endlessly for her lost child beneath the graves. Others believe she searches for new names to take down into the darkness with her. But every version of the legend ends the same way. Once the woman in white remembers your face, strange things begin happening. You start hearing bells in places where no bells exist. Footsteps follow behind you at night when no one is there. Wet muddy footprints appear outside your bedroom door after midnight. And eventually, during some cold sleepless hour beneath a full moon, you begin hearing her humming softly somewhere nearby. Closer each night. Because according to the people who survived encounters with the cemetery, the most terrifying thing about the Moonlit Graveyard is not that something haunts it. It is that whatever lives beneath those graves does not stay there forever. Sometimes it follows people home. And once it does, it never truly leaves. So tonight, before you turn off the lights, before your room falls silent, listen carefully. If you hear faint bells ringing somewhere far away in the darkness, do not look outside your window. And if you wake suddenly after midnight feeling like someone is standing quietly beside your bed watching you breathe, whatever you do, do not open your eyes. Because somewhere beneath the cold moonlight shining over forgotten graves and rotting stone, the woman in white may still be searching through the fog for another name to remember. And once she remembers you, she never forgets. Story 4. The eerie legend of the Headless Nun in New Brunswick. The rain had not stopped for 3 endless days. Not gentle rain. Not the kind that taps softly against windows and fades by morning. This rain felt ancient, heavy, merciless. It poured over the black forests of New Brunswick like something alive, cold enough to numb the skin, loud enough to swallow every sound, every prayer, every desperate cry for help. The trees groaned beneath the storm winds while thick fog crawled low across the roads like pale fingers searching for something hidden in the dark. Locals whispered that storms in those woods were never natural. They believed the rain carried memories. That on certain nights, if you listened carefully beneath the thunder, you could hear voices trapped inside it. Crying. Begging. Praying for mercy that never came. And on nights exactly like these, people vanished. Not criminals fleeing their pasts. Not reckless hikers lost in the wilderness. Ordinary people. A truck driver who stopped after seeing a woman standing alone beside the highway at midnight. A schoolteacher who claimed she heard church bells ringing deep in the woods where no church had stood for nearly a century. A teenage boy who filmed a pale figure wandering through the trees behind his house before his recording dissolved into static, screams, and a final frame that police refused to release to the public. Some were found days later wandering barefoot through the rain, unable to speak. Their eyes hollow with terror as though they had seen something the human mind was never meant to survive. Others were never found at all. But every story, every single one, ended with the same horrifying detail. A woman dressed in the black robes of an old nun, standing motionless in the storm, her long habit swaying gently in the wind, her pale hands folded calmly before her, and above her shoulders, nothing. No face, no eyes, no mouth, only darkness where her head should have been. Tonight's story is not simply about a ghost. It is about guilt buried so deep that even time could not erase it. It is about faith twisted into cruelty, about punishment disguised as righteousness, about sins committed behind holy walls while the world outside remained blind. Because hidden somewhere deep within the forests of New Brunswick lies the forgotten ruin of St. Mercy Convent, a place abandoned by history itself. A place erased from maps, burned from church records. A place so feared that even locals refused to speak its name after sunset. Travelers who pass too close to the forest claim they hear bells ringing through the storm long after midnight. Slow, hollow, mournful bells echoing from a chapel that collapsed decades ago. Some say they have seen candlelight flickering behind broken stained glass windows where no living soul could possibly remain. Others swear they have heard women singing hymns in the darkness between the trees, voices trembling with sorrow, as though something beneath the earth is still mourning the dead. But the oldest legend is the one people fear most. According to whispered stories passed down through generations, if the headless nun ever appears before you, you must never answer her. No matter how softly she calls your name, no matter how human her voice sounds, no matter how much pity you feel for the thing wandering those woods alone in the rain. Because she is searching for something that was stolen from her long ago. Something taken in violence. Something hidden before the flames consumed St. Mercy Convent and everyone trapped inside it. Her head. And according to the legend, if she cannot find her own, she may decide to take yours instead. October, 1997. The storm began just after sunset, but by midnight it had become something far worse than weather. Rain lashed violently across the empty highways of New Brunswick, turning the roads into rivers of black glass that reflected the occasional flash of lightning like broken mirrors. The forest surrounding Blackwood Highway seemed endless at night, towering walls of pine and dead maple trees stretching for miles beneath a sky so dark it looked hollow. 28-year-old Daniel Mercer had driven these roads for nearly 6 years as a late-night delivery driver, hauling supplies between isolated towns scattered across eastern Canada. He was used to long silences, to endless stretches of highway where the only sound was the growl of his engine and the rain against the windshield. He had driven through snowstorms, blizzards, even landslides. But this night felt wrong from the moment he entered Blackwood Forest. It was not fear at first. It was something subtler. A pressure in the air. A feeling that the forest itself was watching him. His headlights barely pierced the thick fog coiling between the trees like pale smoke. The rain came down so heavily that entire sections of road disappeared beneath sheets of water. The windshield wipers moved furiously back and forth, yet visibility remained terrible. Every few minutes, lightning illuminated the forest beside the highway, revealing twisted trunks and hanging branches that looked disturbingly human for just a second before darkness swallowed them again. Daniel turned the heater higher and rubbed his tired eyes. Just another delivery, he muttered to himself. But even his own voice sounded strangely small inside the truck. The radio crackled loudly. He reached over and adjusted the dial. Static hissed through the speakers. Then came a sound that made his stomach tighten instantly. whispering, very faint, almost hidden beneath the static. Daniel frowned and turned the volume higher. Forgive us. The voice sounded female. Weak. Trembling. As though someone were speaking from very far away. Daniel stared at the radio. What the hell? Another violent burst of static erupted. Then the whisper returned. Closer this time. She's still looking. Daniel felt coldness spread slowly through his chest. The voice did not sound like a normal transmission. It sounded broken. Distorted. Wet somehow. Like someone whispering underwater. He glanced at the rearview mirror instinctively. Nothing behind him except darkness and rain. The radio screeched sharply. Then silence. Daniel forced a nervous laugh and shut it off completely. Perfect, he muttered. Exactly what I needed tonight. Thunder exploded overhead hard enough to shake the truck. For a split second, lightning illuminated the road ahead, and Daniel's hands tightened around the steering wheel. Someone was standing beside the highway. He slammed the brakes instinctively. The truck skidded violently across the wet asphalt. Tires screeching as the back end fishtailed dangerously close to the ditch. Cargo boxes crashed somewhere behind him. The vehicle finally stopped sideways across the road with a horrible grinding sound. Daniel's heart hammered painfully against his ribs. Rain pounded the windshield so heavily he could barely see. Then another flash of lightning illuminated the figure standing ahead of him. A woman. Tall. Completely motionless. Dressed in long black robes that swayed gently despite the storm. Daniel's breathing slowed. A nun. The habit looked old-fashioned, almost antique. Her dark robes were soaked by rainwater that dripped steadily onto the pavement beneath her feet. Her pale hands rested calmly in front of her as though she had been standing there for hours waiting for him. Daniel swallowed hard. Jesus Christ. The headlights flickered weakly. That was when he noticed something wrong. Something horribly wrong. The woman had no face. No head. Daniel froze completely. Where her neck should have been, there was only darkness, a hollow absence disappearing into the storm. Rainwater poured down the empty collar of her robes. His body went numb. For several endless seconds, neither moved. The storm seemed quieter suddenly. Even the rain sounded distant. Then slowly, unnaturally slowly, the figure lifted one pale hand. Her fingers bent stiffly, jerking slightly like broken joints. And she pointed toward the forest beside the highway. Daniel felt every muscle in his body lock with terror. The woods behind her looked wrong now. Too dark. Too deep. The spaces between the trees no longer looked natural. They resembled openings. Vast black spaces stretching far beyond the forest itself. Like something inside the woods was waiting just beyond the reach of the headlights. The nun remained motionless, her hand still pointing. Then the truck's headlights flickered once. Darkness swallowed the road for barely a second. But when the lights returned, she was gone. Daniel gasped loudly. Empty road. No figure. No movement. Nothing except pouring rain and fog rolling across the asphalt. No. He whispered. No, no, no. He grabbed the flashlight from the passenger seat with shaking hands and stepped out into the storm. Freezing rain instantly soaked through his jacket. The wind howled through the trees with a sound almost like distant screaming. Daniel swept the flashlight wildly across the road. "Hello." His voice vanished into the storm. No footprints marked the wet pavement. No sign anyone had been standing there at all. Thunder cracked overhead again, brighter this time, and for the briefest moment Daniel thought he saw black robes moving between the trees. He spun around. Nothing. Only forest. Endless rows of dripping trees disappearing into thick fog. Then he heard it. A bell. Deep. Hollow. Metallic. One slow ring echoing faintly through the woods. Daniel's blood turned cold. He stared into the darkness beyond the highway. Another bell rang. Then another. Slow and deliberate. A church bell. But that was impossible. Daniel knew these roads well. There were no churches anywhere near Blackwood Forest. Especially not deep enough in the woods for bells to sound like that. Yet the ringing continued. Low. Mournful. Almost funeral-like. The sound drifted through the trees along with something else now, faint voices carried by the wind. Singing. Daniel could not make out the words, but the melody sounded old. Religious perhaps. Like a hymn sung at a burial. His instincts screamed at him to get back into the truck and drive away immediately. Every nerve in his body told him something was deeply wrong here. But another feeling began growing beneath the fear. Curiosity. Strange. Unnatural curiosity. The bells rang again. Closer now. Calling to him. Daniel stared into the woods for a long moment while rainwater streamed down his face. Then, against every instinct begging him to leave, he stepped off the road and walked into the forest. The forest swallowed sound the deeper Daniel walked. Within minutes, the highway behind him no longer existed. The storm still raged overhead, but beneath the suffocating canopy of Blackwood Forest, the rain became strangely muted, reduced to distant whispers dripping through tangled branches high above. Thick fog curled between the trees like living breath, sliding silently across the ground and wrapping itself around Daniel's legs as though trying to pull him deeper into the woods. Every step felt wrong. Wet leaves crunched beneath his boots with unnatural sharpness while twisted branches clawed at his jacket and scraped softly against his flashlight like fingernails against glass. The air smelled damp and rotten, thick with mildew, pine sap, and something older beneath it all, something faintly metallic that reminded him disturbingly of dried blood. Daniel's flashlight trembled violently in his hand. Its weak beam barely pierced the darkness ahead. The trees here looked ancient. Massive trunks rose from the earth like black pillars while their branches intertwined high above, blocking almost every trace of moonlight. In several places, the bark appeared warped into shapes resembling screaming faces frozen inside the wood. Daniel kept telling himself it was exhaustion. Stress. Nothing more. Yet the bell continued ringing somewhere ahead of him. Slow. Hollow. Patient. Each deep metallic toll echoed through the forest with impossible clarity. Not loud enough to pinpoint exactly where it came from, but close enough to lure him forward. Calling him deeper. Guiding him. Daniel should have turned back. Every instinct begged him to. But something about the sound pulled at him in ways he could not explain. It felt less like hearing a bell and more like remembering one. As though some forgotten part of his mind already knew where it was leading him. 15 minutes passed. Or perhaps longer. Time itself felt strange inside Blackwood Forest. The fog thickened until Daniel could barely see more than a few feet ahead. Then suddenly he noticed light between the trees. Warm yellow light flickering softly through the darkness. Candlelight. Daniel slowed immediately. His heartbeat pounded harder against his ribs as he moved carefully toward it. The trees began thinning. The bell rang again. Closer now. And then the building emerged from the fog. Daniel stopped dead in his tracks. A massive stone convent stood hidden deep within the wilderness like something buried by time itself. It rose from the forest in silence, enormous and unnatural against the endless sea of trees surrounding it. Gothic towers stretched into the storm-dark sky while narrow stained-glass windows glimmered faintly with candlelight behind cracked and broken panes. Rainwater streamed down weathered stone walls blackened by age and moisture. Massive iron crosses crowned the highest spires, their rusted silhouettes vanishing into drifting fog. The convent looked ancient, far older than any structure Daniel had ever seen in the region. It did not belong there. It looked like something dragged from another century and abandoned to rot in the wilderness. Lightning flashed overhead, illuminating the entire structure for a single terrifying second. Daniel noticed scorch marks running up sections of the walls. Burn damage. The sight made his stomach tighten. Near the rusted front gates stood an old wooden sign hanging crookedly from rusted chains. Daniel brushed away moss and rainwater with trembling fingers. St. Mercy Convent. The paint had almost completely faded. The wood beneath it was cracked and rotten, as though it had stood there untouched for decades. Daniel frowned deeply. That was impossible. He had driven these highways for years. He knew every town, every gas station, every abandoned building for miles. No map had ever mentioned a convent hidden in Blackwood Forest. The bell rang again. This time it came from inside the building. Daniel looked toward the massive entrance doors. They were slightly open now. He was certain they had been closed moments earlier. A cold wind drifted from inside carrying the unmistakable smell of mildew, candle wax, wet wood, and incense. Old incense. Like a forgotten church left to decay for generations. Daniel took one cautious step toward the entrance. The doors creaked wider on their own. The sound echoed unnaturally through the forest. "Nope," Daniel whispered under his breath. "Absolutely not." Yet he kept walking. The moment he crossed the threshold, the temperature dropped sharply. The air inside felt damp and freezing, heavy enough to make breathing uncomfortable. Endless hallways stretched into darkness on both sides of him, lined with flickering candles placed inside rusted holders along the walls. Their flames danced violently despite the complete absence of wind. Water dripped steadily from the ceiling somewhere in the distance. The floorboards beneath Daniel's boots groaned softly with every step. And then he heard the singing. Soft female voices drifting through the convent like ghosts carried by the dark. A hymn. Slow. Mournful. Beautiful in a deeply unsettling way. Daniel could not understand the words. The voices echoed from somewhere deep inside the building, layered together in eerie harmony as though dozens of women were singing at once. He swept the flashlight nervously across the hallway. No movement. No shadows. Nothing except endless corridors lined with faded religious paintings warped by moisture and time. Many of the portraits had been damaged. Faces scratched away. Eyes blackened out. Daniel swallowed hard. Nobody better be messing with me. The singing stopped instantly. Silence crashed over the convent with suffocating force. Daniel froze. The sudden absence of sound felt worse than the hymn itself. Then came a noise from upstairs. Thud. Daniel jumped violently. The sound was heavy, wet, like something large falling onto wood. He slowly aimed his flashlight toward the staircase at the far end of the hall. Another thud echoed above him. Then came a dragging sound. Slow, uneven, as though something heavy was being pulled across the floor upstairs. Daniel's mouth went dry. Every part of him screamed to leave immediately. But curiosity, and something darker, kept pulling him forward. He approached the staircase carefully. Each step groaned loudly beneath his weight as he climbed. The air grew colder the higher he went. By the time he reached the second floor, his breath had begun fogging in front of him. The hallway upstairs stretched endlessly into darkness. Dozens of doors lined both sides, most hanging partially open. Daniel shined the flashlight inside the nearest room. Rusted metal bed frames, rotting mattresses, mold-covered walls peeling apart from moisture. Dust coated everything so heavily it looked untouched for decades. Another room contained collapsed furniture and religious statues warped beyond recognition. One statue of the Virgin Mary had cracked directly down the face, leaving the empty eyes hollow and black. Every room was abandoned. Empty. Dead. So where were the candles coming from? Daniel stepped farther down the hallway. The floorboards creaked softly beneath him. Water dripped somewhere nearby. Then he noticed something else. Wet footprints. Bare human footprints glistening on the wooden floor ahead of him. Fresh. Daniel's flashlight trembled harder. He followed the footprints slowly around the corner. And froze completely. At the far end of the hallway stood the headless nun. Closer now. Much closer. Rainwater dripped steadily from her black robes onto the floorboards below. Her pale hands hung loosely at her sides. Motionless. Silent. Daniel could not breathe. The hallway suddenly felt impossibly narrow. The nun stood perfectly still for several seconds while candle flames flickered violently around her. Then slowly, she began walking toward him. One step. Then another. Her movements were horribly unnatural. Jerking slightly with each motion, like a puppet controlled by invisible strings. Bones cracked softly beneath the fabric as she moved. The wet dragging sound Daniel had heard upstairs suddenly made sense. Daniel stumbled backward in terror. "What do you want?" The nun stopped moving. Silence returned. Then a voice whispered through the darkness. Not from her body. From everywhere. From the walls. From the ceiling. From the floor beneath his feet. The convent itself was speaking. Find it. The voice sounded layered, dozens of female whispers speaking together through rotting lungs. Daniel's flashlight flickered violently. Shadows stretched unnaturally across the hallway walls. Find it. Boom. A door slammed shut behind him. Daniel spun around. Boom. Another door slammed shut farther down the hall. Then every single door upstairs exploded shut at once. Boom. 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 The entire convent shook violently as the deafening sound echoed through the halls like gunshots. Daniel screamed. The candles extinguished instantly. Darkness flooded the hallway. Then the headless nun moved. Fast. Far faster than before. One moment she stood across the corridor. The next she was rushing toward him with impossible speed, black robes whipping violently through the darkness while broken footsteps thundered against the floorboards. Daniel turned and ran. Daniel ran blindly through the convent while something chased him through the darkness behind him. Heavy footsteps thundered across the rotting floorboards with impossible speed, echoing through the endless corridors like the pounding of a giant heartbeat. The sound was wrong. Uneven. Wet. Accompanied by the sickening scrape of fabric dragging across old wood. Daniel's lungs burned as he sprinted through the narrow hallways, his flashlight beam shaking wildly across cracked walls and flickering religious paintings whose faces seemed to change every time the light passed over them. The convent no longer looked the same. The hallway stretched impossibly long ahead of him, far longer than it should have been. Doors appeared where none had existed moments earlier. Some were old and wooden. Others were iron. A few looked freshly painted despite the decay surrounding them. Several began creaking open slowly as Daniel passed, revealing only darkness inside. He could feel eyes watching him from within those rooms. The whispers returned, flooding the hallway from every direction at once. Female voices. Weak. Trembling. Layered over one another until they sounded less like people and more like a single suffering thing speaking through many mouths. Confess. She knows. Don't let her touch you. Run. Daniel clutched the flashlight tighter and kept running. The air had become freezing cold now. Cold enough that every breath tore painfully through his chest. Behind him came another violent thud. Closer. The thing chasing him was gaining ground. Then he heard it. The dragging sound again. Wet cloth scraping against wood accompanied by a soft cracking noise like breaking bones. Daniel glanced back over his shoulder for one horrifying second. The headless nun was at the far end of the corridor, rushing toward him unnaturally fast. Her black robes twisted violently around her body as though caught in underwater currents while her pale hands jerked stiffly at her sides. Where her neck ended, darkness spilled upward like smoke. Daniel screamed and threw himself through the nearest doorway. He crashed hard onto cold stone flooring and rolled forward, nearly dropping the flashlight. The door behind him slammed shut violently on its own. Silence followed instantly. Daniel lay there gasping for air while his pulse thundered inside his skull. Then slowly, shakily, he raised the flashlight. He had stumbled into a chapel. The room was enormous. Ancient. Moonlight streamed weakly through shattered stained glass windows high above, spilling pale colors across the ruined floor like pools of blood and bruises. Rotting wooden pews stood in crooked rows stretching toward a massive altar at the far end of the chamber. Many of the benches had collapsed completely, their wood warped by moisture and age. The smell inside the chapel was unbearable, a mixture of mildew, old incense, wet ash, and something faintly rotten beneath it all. Daniel slowly rose to his feet. Water dripped steadily somewhere in the darkness overhead. The chapel's ceiling disappeared into shadows far above him where long black stains spread across the stone like burned flesh. Then lightning flashed outside. Daniel looked toward the altar, and froze in horror. A massive wooden crucifix towered behind it. But the figure nailed to the cross had no head. Jagged splinters protruded from the neck where the head should have been, as though it had been violently torn away. Dried black stains covered the wooden torso beneath it. Daniel stared at the crucifix with growing dread. The expressionless body hanging there somehow looked recent despite its age. Another flash of lightning illuminated the walls surrounding the chapel. That was when Daniel noticed the scratches. Thousands of them. Deep claw marks carved violently into the stone from floor to ceiling. Some looked fresh. Others ancient. Words had been scratched into nearly every surface with desperate force. Over and over. Repeated endlessly in dozens of different handwritings. She is still searching. Daniel turned slowly, sweeping the flashlight across the walls. Every corner of the chapel bore the same message. Some were carved neatly. Others looked frantic, as though written by bleeding fingers moments before death. She is still searching. She is still searching. She is still searching. A cold voice suddenly spoke behind him. You should not have come here. Daniel spun around violently, nearly slipping on the damp stone floor. An elderly nun stood near the chapel doorway. Unlike the others, she looked alive. At least at first glance. She wore faded gray robes instead of black, and her wrinkled face appeared pale beneath strands of thin white hair escaping her veil. Her eyes were sunken deeply into her skull, dark with exhaustion and fear. But what disturbed Daniel most was the expression on her face. She looked terrified. Not of him. Of something else. Something nearby. Daniel backed away instinctively. Please. He whispered hoarsely. What is this place? The old nun stared at him silently for several seconds before crossing herself with trembling hands. She was never meant to wake. Her voice sounded brittle and weak, like dry paper tearing. Thunder exploded outside the chapel. Lightning illuminated the room again, and for one horrifying instant, the old woman's shadow on the wall appeared headless. Daniel nearly screamed. The shadow returned to normal the moment darkness fell again, but his entire body had already gone cold. Who are you? He asked shakily. The nun ignored the question. Her eyes drifted toward the ruined crucifix behind the altar. She was Sister Agnes, the old woman whispered softly. Before the fire. Before the punishment. Daniel swallowed hard. What punishment? The old nun's face twisted painfully, as though the memory itself physically hurt her. Her trembling hands tightened around the rosary hanging from her waist. They accused her of witchcraft. Another violent crash of thunder shook the convent. The chapel windows rattled loudly. In 1883, girls from nearby villages began disappearing, the nun continued. Some ran away. Some died. Some were hidden here. Her voice cracked slightly on the last sentence. The church feared scandal. Fear makes people cruel, Mr. Mercer. Daniel stiffened immediately. How do you know my name? The old woman did not answer. Her hollow eyes remained fixed on the crucifix. Agnes was different, she whispered. She healed people with herbs from the forest. She spoke of dreams and visions. She warned the sisters that something evil already lived beneath this convent long before the church arrived. Lightning flashed again. The old nun's face seemed briefly skeletal beneath the white glare. The priests called her possessed. Daniel felt nausea twisting in his stomach. What did they do to her? The old woman looked toward the altar slowly. Her eyes filled with visible guilt. They dragged her into this chapel. The room seemed colder suddenly. They forced every sister to watch. Daniel listened in horrified silence while rain battered the broken windows around them. The old nun's hands shook violently now. Agnes begged them to stop. She warned them that innocent blood would curse the convent forever. Tears appeared in the corners of the old woman's eyes. But fear had already poisoned them. Daniel noticed the candle flames near the altar flickering harder now. Shadows moved strangely across the walls behind the nun. They tied her before the altar, the old woman whispered. Right beneath the crucifix. Her voice dropped lower, almost inaudible. And they cut off her head. Daniel felt physically ill. The image formed vividly in his mind against his will, the screaming chapel. Terrified nuns watching helplessly while blood flooded the stone floor beneath the altar. The old woman looked upward toward the dark ceiling above them. But Agnes did not die peacefully. Every candle inside the chapel extinguished at once. Darkness crashed over the room. Daniel gasped. The only remaining light came from occasional flashes of lightning through the shattered windows. Then came a sound from somewhere above them. Dragging footsteps. Slow. Wet. Heavy. Moving across the ceiling directly overhead. Daniel stared upward in terror as dust drifted down softly from the beams above. The footsteps stopped. Silence. Then came a soft cracking noise. Like bones bending backward. The old nun whispered into the darkness with visible terror trembling in her voice. She cursed them. A single candle suddenly reignited near the altar. Its tiny flame flickered weakly against the crushing darkness filling the chapel, casting long trembling shadows across the cracked stone walls. The faint yellow glow barely illuminated the room, yet it was enough for Daniel to see the old nun standing motionless near the doorway. Tears streamed silently down her pale, wrinkled cheeks. Her eyes looked hollow with grief, as though she had spent decades reliving the same nightmare without escape. Outside, thunder rolled across the forest like distant artillery while rain battered the shattered stained-glass windows hard enough to make the entire chapel tremble. The old nun stared toward the headless crucifix above the altar and whispered in a voice heavy with sorrow. She said God had abandoned this place. Her trembling fingers tightened around the rosary hanging from her waist. She said no prayer spoken here would ever reach heaven again. That all who participated in her execution would wander without mercy after death. Another footstep echoed overhead. Heavy. Slow. Wet. The ceiling groaned softly above them as though something massive was crawling through the darkness directly over the chapel. Dust drifted downward between the wooden beams. Daniel stared upward, frozen in terror. The footsteps sounded closer now. Closer than before. The old nun continued speaking as if she no longer noticed the sounds at all. Or perhaps she had heard them for so many years that fear no longer mattered. 3 days after Agnes died, she whispered, the convent caught fire. Lightning flashed violently outside, illuminating the chapel in cold white light for a single terrifying instant. Daniel saw scorch marks spreading across the walls like burned veins. The old woman's face looked almost skeletal in the lightning. The flames spread impossibly fast, she continued. Some said the fire began beneath the chapel itself. Others claimed they saw Agnes walking through the halls untouched by smoke while the sisters burned around her. Daniel swallowed hard. His throat felt painfully dry. Most of the sisters died that night, the old nun said quietly. Locked inside their rooms while the fire consumed the convent. Another thunderous footstep echoed above them. Closer still. Daniel could hear wood creaking directly overhead now. Something was moving slowly across the ceiling beams, dragging itself toward them. And the others? Daniel asked softly. The old nun lifted her eyes toward him. The expression on her face was far worse than fear. It was guilt. Ancient, unbearable guilt. The survivors begged for death, she whispered. Some tore out their own eyes after claiming Agnes stood beside their beds every night holding her severed head in her hands. The candle flame flickered violently. Wind howled through the broken windows, carrying freezing rain and the faint smell of smoke into the chapel. Others locked themselves inside the chapel and prayed until they starved. The old woman's voice cracked badly now. But none of them escaped her. The shadows around the altar seemed to move unnaturally, stretching slowly along the floor like black water. The survivors claimed Agnes wandered the convent after midnight, searching endlessly through the halls. The old nun's breathing became shaky, sometimes carrying her severed head. She stopped suddenly. Terror spread visibly across her face. But sometimes. The candle flame dimmed almost to nothing. Sometimes she searched without it. Daniel heard breathing directly behind him. Cold. Wet. Slow. His entire body locked instantly. The air near his neck turned freezing. He could hear the sound clearly now, ragged breathing bubbling through liquid-filled lungs. Daniel turned slowly. The headless nun stood inches away from him. Daniel screamed and stumbled backward violently, crashing hard onto the stone floor. The flashlight rolled from his hand and spun across the chapel, sending wild beams of light flashing across the walls. The creature towered above him silently. Rainwater dripped steadily from her black robes onto the floor. Her pale hands hung motionless at her sides while darkness swirled slowly above the empty space where her head should have been. The smell coming from her was unbearable now. Wet ash. Burned flesh. Rotting wood. From the darkness above her neck came whispering. Not one voice. Hundreds. Female voices layered together in horrible harmony. Weak. Broken. Agonized. Where is it? The sound did not come from a mouth. It emerged from the darkness itself. The old nun dropped to her knees immediately and began praying frantically in Latin, her voice shaking with panic. Dominus miserere. Dominus miserere. The creature twitched violently at the sound of prayer. Its body jerked unnaturally as though invisible hooks were pulling against its limbs beneath the robes. Then Daniel saw something horrifying beneath the sleeves of the nun's habit. Her hands. The flesh was burned completely black. Split open in several places, exposing charred bone beneath peeling skin. Fingers twisted backward at unnatural angles. Burn marks crawled up her wrists like cracked charcoal. The ghost slowly raised one trembling arm and pointed toward the altar. Daniel stared in confusion. Then he noticed movement near the stone floor beneath the altar itself. One of the large floor stones had shifted slightly outward. The old nun looked up instantly in terror. No. She whispered. No, no, no. The creature pointed again. Find it. Daniel crawled toward the altar instinctively, unable to resist the overwhelming feeling pulling him forward. His hands shook violently as he gripped the loose stone and pulled. It scraped loudly across the floor, revealing a hollow space beneath the chapel. Inside rested a small wooden box blackened with age and burn marks. The moment Daniel touched it, the entire chapel seemed to exhale around him. The air turned impossibly cold. The whispers stopped. Silence swallowed everything. Daniel slowly opened the box. Inside lay a human skull. Its bone had darkened yellow with age, but several sections remained stained black as though partially burned in fire. The jaw hung slightly open. Empty eye sockets stared upward into darkness. And nailed directly into the forehead was a rusted iron cross. Daniel recoiled in horror. The moment his fingers touched the skull, every candle inside the chapel exploded into flame at once. The chapel erupted with screams. Hundreds of screams. Male voices. Female voices. Children crying. People begging for mercy. The walls shook violently as the sounds flooded the room from every direction. Daniel clutched his ears in agony. Blood began dripping slowly from the ceiling above them. Thick dark drops splattering onto the pews and stone floor below. The smell of smoke filled the chapel instantly. The headless nun let out a shriek so unnatural that Daniel felt pain burst through his skull. The sound was not human. It sounded like dozens of dying people screaming together through burning lungs. The stained glass windows shattered violently inward. Wind exploded through the chapel. The old nun screamed in terror, scrambling backward across the floor. "Put it back," she cried desperately. "Don't let her remember." Too late. The skull's empty eye sockets suddenly moved. Slowly. Wetly. Daniel froze in absolute horror as the black hollows turned upward. And locked directly onto him. The ghost froze completely. The screaming stopped. The violent shaking inside the chapel ceased instantly, as though the entire convent itself had suddenly fallen silent in fear. Candle flames stood perfectly still. The blood dripping from the ceiling slowed into dark, unmoving streaks across the stone. Even the storm outside seemed distant now. Daniel knelt frozen before the altar, clutching the skull in trembling hands while the headless nun stood motionless only a few feet away. The darkness above her neck twisted slowly like smoke trapped underwater. For the first time since entering St. Mercy Convent, absolute silence filled the chapel. Not natural silence. Dead silence. The kind found deep underground where nothing living should exist. Then the skull began whispering. Not aloud. Inside Daniel's mind. The voice slipped directly into his thoughts like icy water flooding through cracks. Weak at first. Then louder. Hundreds of voices speaking together through the hollow bone. Daniel's body locked instantly as something seized his mind. And suddenly he saw everything. Not dreams. Not hallucinations. Memories. Real memories. The truth hidden beneath St. Mercy Convent for more than a century. The chapel vanished around him. Daniel found himself standing in the convent as it once was in 1883. Candlelight illuminated long polished hallways untouched by decay. Young women moved silently between rooms wearing gray habits. Their faces pale and exhausted. But something was horribly wrong. Iron bars covered many of the windows. Heavy locks sealed the doors from the outside. Daniel walked through the convent unseen while the memories unfolded around him like living nightmares. St. Mercy Convent was never a sanctuary. It was a prison. Wealthy families, corrupt priests, and powerful men secretly sent unwanted girls there from nearby villages across New Brunswick. Young women accused of madness, sin, disobedience. Some had simply embarrassed their families. Others had become pregnant outside marriage. A few had questioned the church itself. They were brought to St. Mercy and never spoken of again. Daniel saw starving girls locked inside cramped rooms praying desperately for release. He saw bruises hidden beneath long sleeves. Saw terrified women dragged screaming down hallways by priests while nuns looked away in silence. Some girls vanished completely after entering the lower levels beneath the convent. No one ever explained where they went. Then Daniel saw Agnes. Sister Agnes stood inside a candlelit office writing furiously into a journal while tears streamed down her face. Unlike the others, her eyes still carried defiance. She had discovered everything. The beatings, the starvation, the disappearances, the hidden graves beneath the convent grounds. Daniel watched Agnes secretly tending to wounded girls late at night, using herbs and medicine gathered from the forest. She whispered promises to frightened women that she would expose the truth, that she would stop the cruelty. But someone overheard her. The memory shifted violently. Daniel now stood inside a gathering hall filled with priests and terrified nuns. Agnes knelt before them in chains. Her face bruised. Blood stained her lips. Church officials towered above her while thunder shook the convent outside. Daniel could feel their fear. Not fear of Agnes herself. Fear of what she knew. Fear that the truth would destroy them all. So they called her a witch. Easier to condemn her than confess their own sins. Daniel watched helplessly as they dragged Agnes into the chapel. The same chapel where he now knelt more than a century later. The sisters were forced to watch. Some cried openly. Others stared at the floor too terrified to intervene. Agnes remained strangely calm despite the chains around her wrists. Then she spoke words Daniel would never forget. God abandoned this place long before I did. The execution began. Daniel tried to look away. He could not. He saw the blade rise beneath candlelight. Heard the terrified prayers echoing through the chapel. Heard Agnes scream once, only once, before blood flooded across the altar stones. The memory shattered violently. Darkness flooded Daniel's vision. Then came the fire. Women screaming through smoke-filled corridors. Flames racing impossibly fast through the convent walls. Locked doors trapping girls inside burning rooms. Daniel saw terrified sisters clawing at windows while fire consumed them alive. But beneath the horror came another truth. The fire had not been accidental. The imprisoned women had started it themselves. They chose death over remaining trapped inside St. Mercy Convent. They burned the building knowing they would die with it. And as the convent collapsed into flames, something terrible awakened. Daniel felt it rising from beneath the chapel itself. Not a demon. Not truly. Something older. Formed from agony. Fed by cruelty. Every scream inside St. Mercy became part of Agnes after death. Every betrayal. Every act of violence. Every innocent soul abandoned inside those walls. The suffering fused with her. bound her spirit to the convent forever. The memory shifted one final time. Daniel saw blackened bodies buried secretly beneath the ruins after the fire. No prayers spoken. No names recorded. Hidden mass graves beneath the forest soil. Erased from history completely. Then the skull whispered one final sentence inside his mind. They never buried us. Daniel gasped violently as the visions ended. He collapsed forward onto the chapel floor, struggling to breathe while cold sweat poured down his face. The chapel had returned. Darkness filled the room once more. The candles burned low now, their flames weak and trembling. The blood on the walls had vanished. Only silence remained. The headless nun stood motionless before him. Her black robes hung still in the darkness while rainwater dripped softly from the fabric onto the stone floor. Then slowly, she extended her hands toward him. Not threatening. Not violent. Begging. Daniel stared at her trembling hands and suddenly understood the truth. She did not want revenge anymore. Not truly. She wanted release. Peace. She wanted the truth uncovered so the dead beneath the convent could finally be remembered. But before Daniel could speak, the old nun lunged forward screaming. No. Her voice no longer sounded weak or frightened. It exploded through the chapel with desperate fury. She snatched the skull violently from Daniel's hands and stumbled backward, clutching it tightly against her chest. Candle flames surged higher instantly. Daniel stared at her in shock. The old woman's face twisted horribly. The sorrow vanished completely. What remained was hatred. Pure, venomous hatred. You cannot free her. She screamed. Her voice echoed unnaturally through the chapel walls. You don't understand what she is. Daniel slowly rose to his feet. Realization spread coldly through his chest. You were there. The old nun smiled weakly. A horrible smile filled with guilt and madness. Yes, she whispered. I helped them. Lightning exploded outside the chapel windows. For one horrifying instant, the flash illuminated her true appearance. Her skin was burned black beneath the robes. Flesh hung in rotten strips from her face. One eye socket appeared empty while cracked teeth protruded through split skin. She was not alive. She had never been alive. The illusion vanished as darkness returned, but Daniel had already seen enough. The old nun backed away, clutching the skull tighter. I stayed because someone had to keep her trapped, she hissed. If Agnes leaves this place, she will never stop searching. The chapel doors slammed shut violently. Boom. The entire room shook. The old nun's body suddenly jerked unnaturally. Bones cracked loudly beneath her robes. Her spine bent backward with a sickening snap. Daniel stumbled away in horror. The woman screamed as her skin began splitting open across her arms and neck, revealing blackened flesh underneath. Her jaw stretched impossibly wide until the skin around her mouth tore apart. She must never leave this place. The candle flames exploded outward. Shadows twisted violently across the chapel walls. Then the headless nun moved. Faster than human eyes could follow. One moment she stood near the altar. The next she became a black blur crossing the chapel with terrifying speed. The old nun screamed. Blood sprayed violently across the altar and stained glass windows. Daniel heard a wet tearing sound. Then silence. The old nun's body collapsed to the floor, and her severed head rolled slowly across the stone beside Daniel's feet. He stared down in absolute horror. The eyes still moved. The mouth twitched weakly. Blood pooled beneath the decapitated head while the body convulsed nearby. The severed mouth opened one final time. She found me. Then the candle flames extinguished together. Darkness swallowed the chapel whole. Daniel awoke face down in freezing mud beneath the storm-black sky. Rain hammered relentlessly against the forest around him, soaking through his clothes and running like ice water down the back of his neck. For several long seconds he could not remember where he was. His ears rang painfully. His entire body ached as though he had been thrown violently against stone walls over and over again. Then the memories came rushing back. The chapel. The screaming. The severed head rolling across the floor. Daniel gasped sharply and pushed himself upright. The forest around him was silent except for the endless rain. No whispers. No bells. No singing. Only the distant groan of thunder rolling through the night above New Brunswick. Daniel turned slowly toward St. Mercy Convent. And froze. The building looked completely different now. Gone were the candlelit windows and looming shadows moving behind cracked glass. Gone were the towering spires that had seemed almost untouched by time hours earlier. What stood before him now was a ruin. Ancient. Broken. Dead. Large portions of the upper floors had collapsed inward decades ago, leaving massive holes exposed to the storm. The blackened stone walls were covered in vines and moss. Entire sections of the roof had caved in completely. The stained glass chapel windows were shattered beyond repair. Even the massive iron gates hung crookedly from rusted hinges as though untouched for generations. It no longer resembled a place where anyone, or anything, could still exist. Daniel stumbled backward in disbelief. No. He whispered hoarsely. That's impossible. The convent looked abandoned for nearly a century. Yet only hours earlier he had walked through candlelit halls and heard voices singing inside those walls. Had any of it been real? Had he gone insane somewhere in the forest? Then Daniel felt something cold pressed tightly inside his palm. He slowly opened his trembling fingers. A small rusted iron cross rested in his hand. Burned black around the edges. The exact same cross that had been nailed into Agnes's skull beneath the chapel altar. Daniel stared at it in silence while rainwater slid across the rusted metal. Proof. Real proof. His pulse quickened again. The storm wind shifted suddenly through the trees behind the convent. And Daniel heard something that made his blood run cold. Crying. Faint. Distant. Female voices sobbing somewhere beneath the earth itself. Daniel slowly turned toward the forest behind St. Mercy Convent. The crying continued. Weak. Broken. As though dozens of women were trapped far underground, mourning endlessly in the darkness below the ruins. Daniel followed the sound through the rain-soaked woods behind the convent grounds. Thick vines and dead branches clawed at his clothes as he pushed deeper into the overgrown forest. The earth here felt strangely soft beneath his boots. Uneven. As though something beneath the ground had shifted long ago. The crying grew louder. Then Daniel saw it. A collapsed stone well hidden beneath layers of vines and moss. Half the structure had caved inward, leaving a jagged opening descending into darkness below. The smell rising from it nearly made him gag. Rot. Wet earth. Decay trapped underground for decades. Daniel stepped closer carefully and aimed his flashlight into the opening. The beam disappeared deep into the darkness before finally illuminating something pale below. Bones. Human bones. Daniel's breath caught in his throat. Dozens of skeletons lay piled beneath the well. Some still wore fragments of decayed clothing. Others were tangled together unnaturally as though thrown into the pit carelessly one after another. Empty skulls stared upward from the darkness below with hollow sockets filled by rainwater and mud. Some skeletons were disturbingly small. Teenagers. Children. Daniel staggered backward in horror. These were the missing women. The forgotten victims of St. Mercy Convent. Hidden beneath the forest like discarded secrets. The crying voices stopped suddenly. Silence returned to the woods. But Daniel could still feel something there beneath the earth. Not anger anymore. Sadness. Endless sorrow lingering beneath the ruins like a wound that had never healed. Daniel contacted authorities the following morning after reaching the nearest town in a state barely coherent enough to speak. At first, police dismissed his story as exhaustion and trauma from getting lost during the storm. But when search teams entered Blackwood Forest and located the ruins of St. Mercy Convent, everything changed. The investigation lasted for weeks. Archaeologists, historians, and law enforcement searched the convent grounds while news helicopters circled overhead daily. They uncovered hidden burial sites beneath the ruins. Secret chambers sealed behind collapsed walls. Rusted restraints buried beneath the chapel floor. Human remains scattered throughout the property. Newspapers across Canada exploded with headlines calling it one of the darkest hidden scandals in regional history. Historians discovered fragmented church records proving St. Mercy Convent had once existed before mysteriously vanishing from official documents after the fire of 1883. Survivors' journals were uncovered describing abuse, disappearances, and horrifying punishments hidden beneath the convent's religious facade. The story shocked the country. But Daniel never told anyone the full truth. He never spoke about the headless nun. Never mentioned the voices inside the chapel. Never described the old nun whose severed head whispered after death. Some things sounded too impossible to survive outside memory. Yet one detail haunted him more than anything else. On the final night before demolition crews arrived to destroy the ruins permanently, Daniel returned alone. He told no one where he was going. Rain no longer fell over Blackwood Forest that night. The storm had finally passed. Moonlight filtered softly through drifting fog while the ruined convent stood silent beneath the trees. The forest felt strangely peaceful now. The overwhelming sense of dread that once surrounded St. Mercy had faded. Daniel stood quietly beside the rusted front gate staring at the shattered building one last time. Then he noticed movement near the chapel entrance. The headless nun stood beneath the moonlight. Daniel froze instantly. But this time she looked different. The darkness surrounding her felt softer somehow. Quieter. Her black robes no longer whipped violently in unseen wind. She simply stood there motionless, pale hands folded calmly before her. Waiting. Daniel felt fear rising inside him again, but it quickly faded. Because for the first time, the ghost no longer felt hateful. Or angry. Only sad. The fog drifted silently around her while moonlight illuminated the rain-soaked stone behind her. Then slowly, The headless nun raised one pale hand toward Daniel. Not threatening. Not summoning. Gratitude. A silent farewell. Daniel stared at her, trembling slightly beneath the cold night air. Then the ghost slowly dissolved into the fog itself. Her black robes faded first. Then her pale hands. Until nothing remained except drifting mist beneath the moonlight. The following morning, demolition crews began tearing down St. Mercy Convent. Workers later claimed something impossible happened moments before the bell tower collapsed. The ancient convent bell, silent for nearly a century, rang once. One deep mournful toll echoed through Blackwood Forest, loud enough for every worker on site to hear clearly. Then the tower collapsed into rubble. And beneath the ruins of the chapel, workers uncovered a hidden mass grave no surviving records had ever mentioned. Dozens more bodies buried beneath the stone foundations of St. Mercy Convent. Forgotten women. Forgotten names. Finally found after more than 100 years beneath the earth. Even today, long after St. Mercy Convent was reduced to rubble and buried beneath the forests of New Brunswick, people still whisper about the headless nun. The story survives in quiet conversations inside roadside diners, in warnings passed between truck drivers over crackling radios late at night, and in frightened stories told around campfires deep in the wilderness when storms begin rolling through the trees. Locals who have lived near Blackwood Forest their entire lives refuse to speak about the convent after sunset. Some still make the sign of the cross whenever thunder echoes through the woods. Others claim the forest itself changed after the graves were uncovered, as though something hidden beneath the earth had finally awakened completely. Truck drivers traveling through remote highways in New Brunswick often refuse to take certain roads after midnight, no matter how much time it costs them. Some say their radios begin malfunctioning near the old forest roads. Static fills the speakers. Then faint whispering follows. Female voices speaking too softly to fully understand. Voices begging for forgiveness. Crying for help. Calling names that do not belong to anyone inside the vehicle. A few drivers claim they have seen a woman standing beside the highway during heavy storms. Always alone. Always motionless. Dressed in long black robes soaked by rain. Waiting silently near the tree line where the fog grows thickest. Most people who see her keep driving. But not everyone. Campers and hikers exploring the deeper regions of Blackwood Forest have reported hearing church bells echoing through the woods late at night, despite the fact that no church has existed there for generations. Some describe hearing distant hymns carried through the fog between the trees. Others claim they have discovered ruined stone paths hidden beneath moss and roots that vanish completely by morning. Search and rescue teams operating in the area have quietly documented strange disappearances stretching back decades. Missing people. Abandoned vehicles discovered near forest roads with engines still running. Campsites found deserted overnight while personal belongings remained untouched. But the most disturbing stories come from those who survived. A hunter once stumbled out of Blackwood Forest after being missing for nearly 4 days. According to police reports, he was found wandering barefoot along the highway in freezing rain, whispering prayers continuously under his breath while claw marks covered his arms and neck. He never fully recovered. Before being transferred to psychiatric care, he repeatedly told investigators the same sentence over and over again: "She keeps asking where they buried her." Another woman claimed she became lost while driving through the forest during a storm and saw an old convent standing among the trees where no building should have existed. She described candlelight glowing behind shattered stained glass windows and hearing women singing somewhere inside the ruins. Authorities later searched the area she described and found nothing except forest. She refused to drive again after that night. But according to local legend, there is one rule you must never break if you encounter the headless nun. No matter what happens, do not follow her into the woods. Because some who followed the figure dressed in black were found days later wandering aimlessly through nearby towns in complete shock, unable to speak a single word about what they had seen beneath the forest. Others vanished entirely without leaving behind a trace. No bodies. No clues. Nothing except abandoned vehicles left idling beside empty roads while rainwater slowly filled the tire tracks. And a few were discovered in far more horrifying conditions. Several bodies recovered over the years were found kneeling beside isolated roads deep in the forests of New Brunswick. Hands folded in prayer. Faces frozen in expressions of unbearable terror. And each corpse was missing its head. No signs of struggle. No evidence explaining how it happened. Just clean severed necks and rain-soaked clothing left beneath the trees as though something ancient had mistaken them for someone else in the darkness. Some locals believe the headless nun still searches endlessly for what was stolen from her beneath St. Mercy Convent more than a century ago. Others believe she searches for the souls of those buried forgotten beneath the earth. But a darker rumor still survives among older residents living near Blackwood Forest. They say Agnes was never truly set free. They say the suffering trapped inside St. Mercy became too vast to disappear completely. And that during violent storms, when thunder shakes the forest and fog covers the roads, the boundary between the living and the dead becomes dangerously thin near the ruins. Because on nights when the rain falls hard enough to drown out the world, people still report hearing the convent bell ring deep within the woods. One slow mournful toll echoing through the darkness where no bell tower remains standing. So if you ever find yourself driving alone through the forests of New Brunswick during a storm, and your radio suddenly fills with static, pay close attention. If the whispering begins, if you hear a woman's voice trembling softly through the speakers, lock your doors immediately. Do not stop the car. Do not look toward the trees for too long. And whatever happens, no matter how human the voice sounds, do not answer if she asks you the question people in Blackwood Forest still fear more than death itself. Have you seen my head? And so, the rain finally begins to slow. The candles have burned low. The shadows have settled back into their corners, for now. You made it through all 4 stories tonight. The Cursed Dolls. The Midnight Museum. The Moonlit Graveyard. And the road in New Brunswick where a headless figure still roams, still searching for something none of us dare name. But here is the thing about nights like this. The stories don't end when the telling does. Right now, somewhere, a doll's head is slowly turning on a shelf in a dark room. Somewhere, footsteps are echoing through an empty museum corridor at 3 a.m. Somewhere, a grave sits freshly disturbed with no explanation that daylight can offer. And somewhere along a foggy road in New Brunswick, a lantern is moving through the trees, no face above it, just the lantern, moving closer. Hit that like button. It takes 1 second and it means the world to this channel. It tells us you survived the night. Share this video with someone who loves horror. A friend. A partner. A sibling brave enough to press play at midnight. Send it without warning. Let them discover it the way you did, alone, in the dark, with the rain. Subscribe if you haven't already, and press that bell icon for every notification, because we are constantly gathering new stories. Stories that haven't been told yet. Accounts that are still too fresh, too raw, too real. And when you're ready for more, our playlists are waiting for you. Hours upon hours of true horror, unsolved mysteries, haunted locations, and voices from the dark, all organized, all ready, all watching for you to click play. Check our older videos too. Some of our most terrifying stories are buried deep in this channel, waiting to be found. Just like the things that hide at the bottom of old wells. Just like the names carved into the backs of old mirrors, they've been patient, they can wait a little longer. We'll be back soon, with new darkness, new dread, new voices that should have stayed silent. Until then, sleep well, if you can.